Mr. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 8980 under Committee Report Number 155. This pertains to the 2024 General Appropriations Act. The parliamentary status is that we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the budget of the Judiciary and its attached agencies, Supreme Court of the Philippines and the lower courts, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, Court of Tax, and the Court of Tax Appeals, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, the justices and officials of the Judiciary, led by Supreme Court Associate Justice Samuel Garlan, Supreme Court Associate Justice Jose Maidas Marquez, Court of Appeals Acting Presiding Justice Fernanda Lampas Peralta, CA Court of Appeals Justice, Associate Justice Edwin Sorongon, Sandigan Bayan Presiding Justice Amparo Cabotaje Tang, Sandigan Bayan Associate Justice Carl Miranda, Sandigan Bayan Associate Justice Michael Frederick Musngi, Court of Tax Appeals Presiding Justice Roman Del Rosario, CTA Associate Justice Corazon Ferrer Flores, Sandigan Bayan Associate Justice Bayani Jacinto, and Court Administrator Raul Villanueva. We now recognize the distinguished Senator Sonny Angara to sponsor the same, and Senator Pimentel to interpolate the budget of the Judiciary.
The consideration of the budget of the Judiciary, namely the Supreme Court of the Philippines, the lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunal, Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, Court of Tax Appeals, and other executive offices is now in order, and likewise we would like to welcome the Supreme Court Justices, the CA Justices, Sandigan Bayan Justices, and all the members of the Judiciary to your Senate. Is there objection? There being none, Senators Aquilino, Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, is recognized for his interpellation. And Senator Angara, of course, our committee chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. We'd like to also manifest that the Honorable Justice Arthur Malabagyo of the Sandigan Bayan is also with us today. And we greet you and our colleagues a good morning, especially our brilliant top-notcher, brilliant lawyer in the Senate, Minority Leader Pimentel. For the record, Mr. President, the budget of the Judiciary is 58,746,794,000 pesos under our committee report for the 2024 General Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, certainly, of course. Good morning, Minority Leader.
This is my favorite sector to interpolate on, Mr. President. But only because I'm a frustrated member of the Judiciary, Mr. President. Naging member ako ng Senate, hindi member ng Judiciary.
I think they should put forward your name to the JBC in 2025, Your Honor. You're very much qualified.
I was once upon a time a member of the JBC, Mr. President.
Yes,
And
as
I know,
chairman.
And I know the, I know also the difficult
But you should be on the other side,
procedure.
sir. You should be on the other side.
On the other side. Salamat po. And of course, no, not only that, that you know, we are related by affinity or even consanguinity with the Judiciary, you know, kasi abogado tayo. And, but also, let me interpolate for the fact that I've always entertained in my mind, Mr. President, the question on who checks the Judiciary. So I think this is the only time that we can check the Judiciary. Kasi pagdating sa substance yata of their decisions, it's really the public now which will check the validity of the reasoning and the arguments of the decision, no, by publicly discussing it and even to the point of criticizing. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor? Can the public analyze the decisions of the courts and then also either agree with it, praise it, or even criticize it, Mr. President?
Yes, I think the Supreme Court, like other agencies of government, are not above public scrutiny. I think difference is that pending cases, there is a doctrine on commentary on pending cases, so as not to affect the decision and not to affect the dispensation of justice. And of course, it's a long-standing tradition. I think you were probably also a writer for the Philippine Law Journal, for instance, or maybe one of the law journals in the country, which routinely scrutinize the decisions of our courts, whether they make good law, especially if they are landmark cases and they lay down new doctrines or they overturn established doctrines, which is possible in the law, which is a dynamic body of decisions and statutes, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Performance of the Supreme Court and the other members of the judiciary and how they have used their budget. So, Mr. President, during our committee hearing, the entire judiciary family was asking for a reconsideration of 6.7 billion, if I'm not mistaken, 6.7 billion pesos. Ngayon, our committee report reflects an increase of 2.25 billion pesos. So, looks like we were not able to grant the entire request or the wish list of the judiciary. So, which ones, okay, number one, first question, yung 2.25 increase po ba natin was pursuant to the 6.7 billion request of the judiciary? And then, so which ones, if yes, which of those in the 6.7 billion requested did our committee grant, and which are the more important ones which also, or the other important requests which we were not able to fund?
Thank you, distinguished Minority Leader. Well, it's been customary for us, of course, to solicit from the judiciary what their wish list is or requests, since oftentimes the NEP does not accommodate their full wish list, Your Honor. So in this case, you're correct. I think they have a wish list of at least 6 billion, and the committee was able to grant, I think, between 1 to 2 billion of that. And of course, we coordinated with them, Your Honor. For the Supreme Court, there is an increase of 1.286 billion, 200 million, broken down as follows. Morning, Mr. President. Good morning to our distinguished Senate President, the head of the Institution Center, Juan Miguel Zubiri.
Of the 1.286 billion, distinguished Minority Leader, 200 million is for the judiciary marshals, 221 million is for the hazard pay of judges, 536 million is for the phase 4 of the establishment of the family courts, Your Honor, and then there's another 329 million for the additional positions for the Office of the Chief Justice and the Office of the Associate Justices. And for the Sandigan Bayan, there's an additional item of 448.2 million, of which is broken down as follows: 5.6 million for the creation of new positions, 395.2 million for other personal benefits, 34.6 million for the upgrading and reclassification of positions, 10.2 million for hazard pay, 2.5 million for PhilHealth contributions. For the Court of Appeals, there is an increase of 234 million for other personal benefits. For the Court of Tax Appeals, there's an increase of 287.9 million, broken down as follows: for the lump sum for the creation of new positions, 15.8; for the 70 unfilled positions, 13.9; lump sum for reclassification of positions, 7.1; lump sum for casual personnel, 1.1; lump sum for step increments for the length of service, 10.3; other personal benefits, 234.5; and health insurance premiums, 5.1, totaling 287.9 million, Your Honor.
So those were the PAPs for to be funded by the increases given by our committee. Tama
Yes,
po
Your
ba?
Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So among those requested by the judiciary, Mr. President, which are the more important ones which we are not able to fund for 2024? Para lang po sa guidance natin to, tsaka parang we anticipate the next budget cycle.
Well, the biggest item on their items for reconsideration, Your Honor, is the lump sum for reclassification of positions. The total there is around 3.53, approximately 3.53 billion, Your Honor.
0.53, approximately 3.53 billion, Your Honor.
Well, is this a
It's for the upgrading of existing positions in the first and second level courts, Your Honor. Lower courts.
okay, so the Supreme Court will change the parang the staffing pattern of
The salary grades, parang SSL ng
salary
judiciary,
grades.
no? Parang ganun, no?
Okay.
Ang dating sa akin, no? Parang
By
SSL
ano
siya.
siguro?
Kasi existing positions ho siya, pero itataas po yung compensation nung mga positions ho.
Okay. Okay, but ganito ba sa judiciary, may existing position, meron kayong, you have your own nomenclature for your positions and then may counterpart siya sa SSL. Ganun, iangat natin. Imbis na lower position in the SSL, we will use now a higher position. Ganun po ba yan? Ganun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
I would like to add, not only the compensation, but even the classification will change, I think. They
Yes.
even want to, pati yun
Iangat
papasukin po nila. Opo.
Thank you po. And that amount is for the study? Just for the study? Or for the
It's
execution?
for the actual implementation ho.
Okay, so ano na po. That would be the budgetary effect. Mr. President, Article 8, Section 3. Babasahin ko po. Hindi na to para sa members of the judiciary, kabisado nila ito. For the public, the judiciary shall enjoy fiscal autonomy. Appropriations for the judiciary may not be reduced by the legislature below the amount appropriated for the previous year and after approval shall be automatically and regularly released. Okay. Ito po bang amount natin sa committee report natin? Assuming this is the amount carried over to the GAA 2024 of 58,746,794. Will this now be that floor referred to by that fiscal autonomy provision for the judiciary? That is now the amount which the legislature must respect henceforth, Mr. President, as the floor amount for the budget of the judiciary?
Your Honor, it would seem so from my cursory reading of the
So walang recovery.
provision. But in practice, I've encountered years where the DBM doesn't see it as so, and it does not include non-recurring programs in that. Meaning, if there is a project for capital outlay, like a building, for instance, in 1 year, it may not be included in the following year when they count the floor, as you mentioned, or as you use the term, Your
So,
Honor.
in other words, Mr. President, I'm asking for, my question really is, are there non-recurring items in the said budget, Mr. President? And if yes, what would this be and how much? In what vicinity? Para lang po alam natin.
Yes, there's a non-recurring capital outlay item for construction of courts of around 1.2 billion, Your Honor.
1.2.
2 billion.
So, yun lang bale. Yun lang pwede nating ibawas dun sa 58.7 billion minus 1.2 billion because it's a capital outlay building siya and then non-recurring. So, technically speaking, 57.5 billion would be the amount which would constitute as the floor, and Congress should be conscious of that amount because we cannot fall below that amount in next year's budget for the judiciary.
I think so, Your Honor. I believe that's correct. I just, of course, I have to really go into the budget and scrutinize each single item. But looking at it initially, I think you're correct, Your Honor. Yeah.
Sige, at least yung vicinity, alam na natin
Yes, that's the ballpark, Your
the
Honor.
budget of the judiciary is now more than 50 billion pesos a year, Mr. President, or maybe 55 billion pesos a year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alam nyo ba na ang budget ng eleksyon kasing mahal po ng budget ng judiciary?
Sa COMELEC ho.
Ganyan na po kamahal ang eleksyon natin ngayon. Please double check. Nakahati lang sa 2 taon Sa 2 taon, kaya hindi natin napapansin. Pag isuma total po natin, we are actually, ang eleksyon natin, one election, we are already, is 1 year's maintenance of our judicial system, Mr. President.
Well,
So-
what is the better investment, Your Honor?
Yes, that's it. Mr. President, I think masyado na pong
Magastos.
magastos na.
Hindi pa ho kasama siguro dyan ho yung sa ginagastos ho ng kandidato.
Masyado na magastos na po. Yan ang napansin ko actually. Alam kong 50 billion na ang judiciary. Napansin ko rin sa election, 50 billion na. That's too much. I don't think we ever imagined it to be that way, no? To to hold an election na parang isang 1 year efficient and effective judicial system. Well, there was an issue raised, Mr. President, about a special provision ng committee report natin na naayos po natin ito sa ating sa committee hearing na raise ito. Naayos na po ito sa I think there were 2 special provisions number 2 and number 7. Have we fixed this in the committee report?
Yes, they just asked for some revisions in the wording of some of the special provisions, Your Honor. The first is for the SADs, or the Special Allowance of Justices and Judges. The second is for the special provision on the MOE of the lower courts by restoring the wording to what was contained in previous year's GAAs, or General Appropriations Acts, Your Honor.
What would be the big difference, Mr. President, if we were to retain the NEP special provision number 2 wording? What would be the effect on the budget implementation for the judiciary? Anong mali? In other words, anong mali doon at bakit paulit-ulit rene-retain po ng DBM? Yun po ang lumalabas na special provision. Tapos amend lang ng amend pagdating sa Congress.
Well, it would hamper the judiciary in giving these special allowances and justices. They have more flexibility under the version that appeared in the GAA 2023, Your Honor.
In what sense po yun? Kasi para po maintindihan talaga namin so that siguro i-advisean na namin kami kasi para hindi masyadong involved ang Supreme Court sa lawmaking, it would be the legislators who will now advise the DBM to
Actually,
update or upgrade the wording for
I
future.
think it's been revised for the last decade already.
I know, that's yan ang kaya
If I'm not mistaken, naabutan ko na rin lang to. Your Honor, baka mas kabisado nyo pa nga ito kaysa sa akin. Being the former or the long-standing chair of the Senate Committee on Justice, I think there was the DBM wants the SADS to cease to exist, Your Honor. But it's already, it's kind of, in the legal profession, there's a lot of traditions. So parang tradition na ng judiciary ho yun yung SADS. So, and given their fiscal autonomy, given the provisions you're aware of and you've read in the Constitution, parang, in my personal opinion, I'm sure in many of our colleagues' opinion, yun pa rin yung nararapat.
Siguro, Mr. President, if I can request Justice Raul Villanueva to brief us about this, that the 2 special provisions, kung paulit-ulit na sila ng 10 years, kami na ang intervene with the DBM kasi part of lawmaking yun para insulated po ang Supreme Court influencing policy.
Yes, they will
Oo,
submit,
kasi-
Your Honor.
Just brief us, hindi ko rin masyadong mag-gets eh. Ano ba ibig sabihin nito? Kung sinunod natin yung NEP ng DBM, bababa ang sweldo ng ating members of the
If I may be
judiciary.
allowed to read a portion of their position paper, Your Honor, I think this is the most relevant provision or pertaining to this special provision number 2. To withdraw the SAJ or special allowances at 100% as of June 30, 2007, presently being enjoyed by members of the bench, would put them at exactly the same position they were in before the effectivity of RA 9227 with their salaries, though increased under successive SSLs, at the same level as other government lawyers, which would defeat the purpose of Republic Act 9227, which was enacted for the purpose of attracting lawyers to the judiciary, as can be gleaned from the sponsorship speech of then Senator Renato Cayetano. I'll omit that portion, but basically the intention is to attract the brightest lawyers. I think at the time the context was there were a lot of vacancies sa judiciary, so they increased the salaries. So the judiciary gave magkakaroon parang wage distortion, di ba? Tama, parang yun ang nangyari ho. May nagkaroon ng wage distortion. So the newly hired lawyers, if they did not give the SAJ, parang may distortion sa compensation ng mga lawyers in the judiciary, Your Honor. Basically, if try to put it as briefly
And
as possible.
these SAJJ funds come from what source, Mr. President? Ano ba ito, pare?
Well, there's a portion, traditionally it comes, historically there's a portion that comes from the GAA, and there's also a portion which comes from the collection of fees by the judiciary, Your Honor.
Ayun na nga. So, tama, hindi na natin galawin yun.
So
Mr.
pera na rin nila ho
Oo,
nila yun.
hindi
Eh.
na po
In other
natin-
words, that's another reason now that you brought it up. Pera rin ho nila yun. Eh. So how they dispose of it, I think that's in accordance with fiscal autonomy. At tama yung ginagawa ho natin na tinatanong natin sila ano yung nararapat dito, ano yung magandang gawin dito. Dahil they're in the best position, I feel, Your Honor, to dispose of this.
Since we have already discussed another source of funding for the judiciary, may we, for the record, state what are the other sources of funds for the judiciary, Mr. President?
JDF is from fees. From filing fees. Pareho. Same source. They have what they call the JDF and the SAJF, which we mentioned, and these are all collected from fees, filing fees, legal fees, Your Honor, and the total collection, for instance, of the JDF from January to June of this year, the first half, is 453 million. For SAJF, it's 1.1 billion, rounded off, Your Honor.
So, if I were to add the JDF, SAJF, so 450 million and 1.1 billion, so lagyan na lang natin sa 1.5 billion. That would be the total filing fees, docket fees collected by the judiciary for a certain calendar year. Yun
Yes,
po ba?
Your Honor. For toward this year,
Ganun.
yes.
Ganun lang po hindi ko rin masabing maliit kasi umabot din ng billion, pero hindi rin po ganun kalaki pala ang ating docket fee collections.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this representative of a calendar year's docket fee collections?
Yes, Your Honor.
1.5 billion. Kasi po, ang isa sa mga...
As of June lang ho. They're expecting more for the rest of the... As of June lang ho yun.
Ayun, so
Opo,
is
for
it
the first
reasonable
half
to expect
of the year.
madodouble? So,
Yes,
mga
that's
3
reasonable,
billion
Your
for
Honor.
1 year?
That's
For 1
reasonable.
year, okay. Bakit wala yung notes ko sa judiciary? Kasi, Mr. President, isa sa mga reklamo, so siguro paabot na rin natin ang reklamo ng taong bayan sa ating justice system. The usual, mayroong mga usual, pero mayroon din nagsasabi kasi masyadong mahal din na, Mr. President, ang docket fees po natin, how to compute the docket fees. Is the Supreme Court aware of such a complaint? May reklamo bang ganyang umaabot o lahat can afford?
Yes, in fact, they have a legal fees committee which has been constituted to look into the fees, the amount of fees being charged, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Sana with the intention of making them more reasonable. Mas abot kaya kasi parang ano rin po yun, access to courts din po yun, access to judiciary. Magkano po ba ngayon ang ano? Kunyari, yes.
Yes. That is part of their overall goal of improving access to justice, Your Honor, and rationalizing the fees. I think it's the direction you're also...
Generally speaking, Mr. President, kunyari, 1 million ang damages na inihingi nung complainant. Magkano pong docket fee nun?
1/10 of 1%, Your Honor. So kung 1% yun, 1 million, 1/10. Sa,
Huh? 1/10?
1,100,000, 10,000. Would be 1,000, Your Honor.
1,000?
1,000, opo. 1/10 of 1.
Yes, 1/10 to 1%.
Yeah.
It's a million, 1 million damage claim. You pay a docket fee of 1,000. Are we sure about that?
Yeah, it's 1,000, Your Honor.
1/10 eh.
Opo.
1/10 to, ha?
We made a lucky guess and it's 1,000, Your Honor. Because we made a lucky guess and it's 1,000, Your Honor. 1,000, 1/10 of 1% is 1,000, Your Honor.
Yes, that's it.
That is the fee, Your Honor.
Teka, matagal tayo hindi nag-practice kasi, Mr. President. I-check ko na. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, yes, if we can keep it reasonable, all the more, the better, Mr. President.
Yeah, it's roughly correct, but Justice Villanueva saying he'll give you the more exact computation, Your Honor. Yeah.
Sana wala nang ibang wala nang dagdag. Okay, Mr. President, ganito. Yung Special Provision 7, cured na po 'yon?
That is on the MOE of the lower courts, wherein paglabas po ng NEP, meron po silang formula already. I think they divided the total amount by the number of courts to be covered. So that's not really, and ang tingin ho ng hudikatura doon is hindi yon sang-ayon sa fiscal autonomy of the government. So they also have their own formula which they prefer to be followed, Your Honor.
Because naging one size fits all, bale? Kung
Yes,
yung
Your Honor. And minsan, you have a judge,
Yes,
for instance, who has more than one sala.
Like
I remember, nung congressman ho ako sa Aurora, ang may sako po nun, taga Nueva Ecija. So, I would think that judge needs more MOE dahil bumabiyahe ho siya, di ba? So,
sige po, basta Justice Raul, kami na po yung magkakausap sa DBM to improve their system kasi siguro naka-cut and paste lang yan eh. So, pero kailangan kabisado muna namin yung topic, so paki-brief na lang po kami. But I'm willing to do that, Mr. President.
ako,
Ayaw na natin.
tuwa ho sila, Your Honor.
Kasi nagiging ritual to every year, Mr. President.
At saka taon-taon ho yun,
Kaya nga,
taon-taon.
nagiging ritual natin na paulit-ulit.
Parang hindi pinapakinggan mo kasi taon-taon binabalik ho. Pero siguro alam na rin ho nila yun na ibabalik.
Mr. President, napansin namin sa judiciary family, meron tayong mga targets what we will dispose, etc., etc. Who sets the targets and how do the targets which are set affect the budget process?
It's the DBM, apparently, who gives the targets, Your Honor.
DBM?
Yeah, I was surprised also to find out, Your Honor.
No, ano ba, disposition?
In consultation, Your Honor, with the courts, Your Honor. The Office of the Court Administrator.
Sample. Kasi napansin po namin, mababa ang targeting. Tapos, pagdating sa achievement sa actual, mas mababa pa sa tinarget. So parang, that kind of disappoints because akala ko when the budget was being set, was being estimated, ito yon expected output, ganito. But ang real output yata natin, mas mababa pa sa expected. An example.
Your Honor, yung pag-dispose rin ho nila, it varies from year to year because minsan maraming kasong pumapasok, maraming na-file. Some years there are more cases filed than others. So that also affects the disposition of cases, Your Honor.
For example, Mr. President, what is the caseload of the Supreme Court?
The caseload of the Supreme Court, 6,000. Well, while we're waiting for the actual figure, Your Honor, for caseload, since we were talking about disposal, the target disposal for the year 2023 is 6,000. It has been at 6,000 for the last 5 years. And the good news is, as of June of this year, they've already disposed of 3,592. So they've exceeded their half-year target. If 6,000 is divided into 2, their target by June would be to dispose of 3,000. They had disposed of 3,592, which is 120%.
For year 2022, for example,
Accomplishment.
Mr. President, how many cases were decided by the Supreme Court?
Well, in 6,000, for the 6,000 target, they decided or they disposed of 3,279, Your Honor.
For year 2022.
Yes.
So yun, nakita natin, ano? Target, 6,000 pa rin.
Opo. opo.
Full year disposition, 3,200. So, malayo. But
Yes,
this
yes.
time, this calendar year 2023, same target, looks like they have doubled the pace because 3,500 na tayo sa. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po.
Is that about?
Tama po kasi nilampasan na ho nila yung
Nalampasan na last
yung
year's,
whole year
correct.
disposal rate
Okay.
only in the first half of the year, Your Honor. So siguro
And this-
yung nabanggit na less cases were being filed and of course they were affected siguro by the disposal rate of the previous year and they sought to improve, Your Honor.
Correct, Mr. President. So, for how many years DBM, in consultation with the Supreme Court, has set the target for ano ba tawag mo rito? Case disposal rate at 6,000 per year. So, may I know the case load of the Supreme Court? As of the moment, for example.
Approximately 11,000 cases, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Okay, 11,000. Is the target has the target ever been achieved, Mr. President, 100%?
In 2019, there was a 97% accomplishment rate, Your Honor. Out of the 6,000, there was disposal of 5,792
Okay.
cases, Your Honor. So that's a very high rate of.
Siguro, at saka yung target siguro na 6,000, talagang with the input of the Supreme Court na to, knowing their processes, that it really also takes time. Ito lang po, Mr. President. Sometimes nababasa ko na a case decision promulgated in May, tapos it's just reported in November. O bakit ganun na? Why such a long time lag, Mr. President? May mga ganyan eh. In a decision promulgated in May 2023 and then na-report lang po sa atin November 2023 na ilang May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months po ang delay.
Yes, Your Honor. They acknowledge that sometimes it takes longer than it should. Sa pag-promulgate ho, pagka may decision na, although in theory agree na lahat, iniikot pa ho for signing. So parang sa atin, pinipirma po yung committee report. Medyo, yun ang ninanais nila na mapabilisan ho.
No, in that report, sir, Mr. President, na promulgated siya May 2023. Ano ibig sabihin ng promulgated? Hindi po ba? It has already secured the majority or the needed number of concurrence?
Promulgated means na-agree na. They've all agreed on the decision, Your Honor. But the actual act of routing, the physical act of routing it and the physical act of signing it and again transferring it to the next office or official who needs to sign it, that takes some time according to them. Minsan ho, nagdi-dissent naman. So inaantay nila yung paglabas ho ng dissenting opinion ho.
So, yung parties po na involved, they have not been notified no May. Kunyari, the decision is promulgated in May, there's no notification to the parties in May. Doon na siya. They are also not notified in December when it is released to the public. Ganun po ba yan?
Pag na-promulgate na ho, pwede nang ipaalam sa mga litigants ho. Pero they don't get a copy yet until it is finally, all the opinions have been written, Your Honor, and it's been routed for signatures.
Paano
Your
po
Honor.
yung, di ba may mga time to file an MR? Paano? Does it run when they are notified or does it run sa...
It is upon receipt of the hard copy of the decision. So hindi naman ho prejudiced yung litigant by being informed of the promulgation kasi wala pa hong siyang i-appeal
Parang
at
bago
that
po
point.
yan, parang may advance notice. Basta for as long as it's fair, everybody is given this advance digital notification siguro, Mr. President. Pero parang bago yan. Dati kasi we are mailed printed copies and then more or less same time period po natin natatanggap. And then doon nagbibilangan ng the time required to do some things, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, so lahat ng courts, meron po tayong disposition rate. Is there a desire by the courts, led by the Supreme Court, to increase and improve our disposition rate, Mr. President? Kasi ngayon, nag-hover lang siya sa 39%. Hindi, meron pa ngang 24%. Sharia naman yan. So let's say, lagyan na natin sa 36% to 50%. Hanggang doon lang eh. Ano po ba itong disposition rate? This is off the target?
Of the target ho.
Yes. So the target is if we use the figures from the Supreme Court, the target is 50% of its caseload, Mr. President. I do not know sa RTC kung how they set the target sa RTC and sa CA.
At sa RTC ho, maganda ho ang disposal rate nila. In 2022, they had a disposal rate of 98% out of 238,000 cases. Almost 235,000 were disposed of. And in previous years, 2019, 2020, there was an accomplishment rate of over 100%, 163%, 144%. Ganun din ho sa Metropolitan Trial Courts, Your Honor. 2023 so far, there's a 140% rate as of June. For 2022, there is a 156 accomplishment rate. For 2021, there's 121%. 2019, 28%. Municipal trial courts, 2019, 128%. 2020, 92%. 2022, 146%. And for 2023, 238% as of June, Your Honor. So, there's clearly an effort on the part of the judiciary to dispose of their cases.
Is the percentage based on the target, not
Opo.
on the caseload?
Opo.
Or caseload in the sense na yung pumasok for the year. So, meaning to say, Mr. President, maybe it's about time that we also now increase the target figures for the other courts. Kasi dapat ang isang metric din natin dyan is in and out eh.
Okay ba yan?
How many new cases were added for a calendar year? Then ima-minus mo dun yung disposed. Therefore, kung positive pa yung figure, nadagdagan pa ang caseload. So every year, pataas na pataas ang caseload.
Yes, they're amenable to that, Your Honor.
There are courts, Mr. President, na there are RTCs na zero backlog. Wow, believe tayo.
Meron ho.
And what does that mean, Mr. President? Kung zero backlog, is meron pa siyang hinahandle na cases, no? Yun, may live cases pa, trial, etc. Zero backlog means
Delayed meaning decided within the reglementary periods. Zero backlog means all their cases were decided within the reglementary periods provided by law. And although may pending cases sila, andun pa rin pasok pa rin siya dun sa reglementary period, which
Okay.
Depending on what is the law provides for them to provide or to make a decision, Your Honor.
yung aging of cases po, Mr. President, kailangan may metric din siguro ng Supreme Court. Kasi tama, you have kept the case alive for so long, but when you now submit it for decision, you decide within the period allowed, so everything looks or appears normal. Pasok ka, you are zero backlog court, but then a case has slept before your court for 5 years, 6 years, yun ang pendency. So, is the Supreme Court also looking at the aging of the cases, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the term they also use, yung aging of cases. And the Supreme Court has issued a resolution for them, for all aging cases to be resolved in 6 months, Your Honor.
Ano po ba ang masasabi nating normal pendency of a civil case, of a criminal case? So yung mga kababayan natin, kunyari, kasi ako po, siyempre being a politician, kung minsan nagsispeech tayo on the justice system or on the condition of our society, meron po ako standard joke. Ang standard joke ko na yung a day in court ngayon na due process, naging a decade in court. So, please correct me now if I exaggerated my joke. What is the average pendency of a civil case or of a criminal case at the trial level, Mr. President?
Tinatanong niya is from appellate. They're trying to have different innovations for different types of cases, Your Honor. So sa criminal cases, they're trying to do the continuous trial. Dito naman ho sa civil cases, meron daw silang bagong rules on civil procedure. So 6 months ang pendency of a civil case, Your Honor.
6 months na lang. What's that? From filing and then yes.
Kung susundin daw lahat ng timelines, but many times
yes.
it's off. Sometimes alam naman ho natin to, Your Honor. It's also the litigants
Yes.
who ask for extensions because sometimes the witnesses are not available or sometimes because of their workload. So putting those aside, the desired is 6 months, Your
Yes,
Honor.
but there's an ideal now being pushed, Mr. President. So that's maganda po yan, magandang development po yan kasi delay.
Tapos this goes to what you were adverting to earlier regarding yung mga access to justice. Pag small claims ho, pag below 2 million, dapat 1 month tapos na daw ho yun. So that's one. Those are some of the things they're trying to do.
Small claims court. May court na ba? Walang lawyer na doon, di ba? So at least po yung may mga aspirations po tayo and the parameters can be found in writing in the circulars of the Supreme Court.
That's correct.
Okay, understandable naman po yan na hindi naman eksakto, but more or less kung sinabi ng Supreme Court na 6 months is our target at umabot ng 6 years, medyo hindi lang violation of the words of the circular but also of the spirit behind the circular. I mean, sobra-sobra na po yun. But 6 months naging 1 year, debatable pa, baka pwede pa. Pero, opo. So,
That's correct, Your Honor. And it can even be grounds for possible disciplinary action, actually.
so gano'n. Oh, yes, ito po yun. Magandang point po yan. Yun po may mga reklamo sa ating judicial system. Let us say, kasi nga, alam na natin yung mga reklamo, di ba? Delay, abuse, sometimes corruption, or lugi ang mahihirap. Meron ba tayong pwedeng takbuhan na kasi ang Filipino culture, takot tayong magsumbong kasi mababalikan tayo, nabebueltahan tayo. That's why kami nga rito sa Senate, may yung bagong idea ni Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, yung ONTA. Sa tax naman yon para kung may reklamo naman sa tax, takbo ka sa isang office na ONTA. Siya ngayon nangaharap, nakatago yung nagre-reklamo. So, like sa pulis ka 2 days ago, tinanong ko naman sila, saan naman tumatakbo ang merong mga reklamo laban sa pulis, marami. Pwedeng diretso sa pulis, pwedeng sa NAPOLCOM, pwedeng sa pleb. So, in the judiciary, Mr. President, is there already a system sana takbuhan ng taong bayan kung may reklamo tayo related to our judicial system?
Yes, there's a Judicial Integrity Board, Your Honor, composed of retired justices, where complaints against different courts can be brought and lodged, Your Honor.
And more or less, the anonymity of the complainants are preserved, Mr. President?
If needed, yes, Your Honor. And the proceedings are kept secret also, Your Honor.
Is the Judicial Integrity Board accessible to the people located in Mindanao?
For now sa Manila, but it's open to the public, Your Honor. Opo.
Sana well-publicized po ang, let us say, accessing it through online means. So kahit na...
They also receive online complaints, Your Honor.
Sige pa, pero madali pong hanapin ang mga contact numbers po ng Judicial Integrity Board.
Opo, opo.
Search words. Basta kung search words po, lalabas po lahat ng contact details.
Nasa Supreme Court website daw.
Opo. Okay. So ganoon na lang po ang ano. So siguro kung yung taga Mindanao makakonsulta ng isang abogado, isang knowledgeable people, matutulungan yung may reklamo, magse-search sa online, makikita yung contact number, email address ng Judicial Integrity Board, pwede nang initiate na ngayon yung process of complaining. Opo.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Okay. Yung pong kaso ni Senator Laila de Lima, pending na ng ilang taon na yun. Pending na ng 6 years yata to sa Regional Trial Court. Is this normal, Mr. President?
So the two have been disposed of.
6 years, 9 months, Mr. President.
There are, of the 3 cases, 2 have already been disposed of. The one is pending trial, Your Honor.
Siguro tignan na rin po ng Supreme Court yung yung phenomenon of judges inhibiting from cases. Dapat stricto yun eh. Ang nag-inhibit ka lang hindi dahil sa mainit yung issue. Kasi dapat judge ka nga eh. I mean, pumasok ka nga sa ganyang job description kasi dapat kaya mo yung mga maiinit na kaso kahit politically loaded. But you will inhibit kung close relative mo yung ang party because baka pagdudahan ka. I think that's the... can't the Supreme Court be more strict in this inhibition phenomenon, Mr. President?
Yes, they agree with you, Your Honor. In fact, they're now asking the judges to furnish them with the orders of inhibition. Dati hindi yata kasi. So ngayon, dati wala man lang it was just really a decision made unilaterally, the inhibition. But now, the Supreme Court is now monitoring that phenomenon you're speaking of, Your Honor.
Because it's unfair. It's actually unfair to the parties involved, especially those deprived of liberty. Unfair eh. Medyo, well, at any rate, Mr. President, yung si Dr. Agbayani, for example, was this a case decided with finality by the Supreme Court? Si Dr. Iggy Agbayani, a well-known orthopedic surgeon, yan, who died by heart attack due to heart attack in the Manila City Jail.
I'm sorry I had to be updated. I'm not aware of that case. But now, apparently his lawyer failed to file the appropriate pleading in the lower court. So it was sustained at the first appellate level. But the Supreme Court, it was sustained, but the penalty was reduced, Your Honor. So that's the Agbayani case, Your Honor.
If our resource persons, the justices, are aware of the details, it was reduced to how long?
From 2 years imprisonment to 1 year, Your Honor.
To 1 year. because I think he has been in the city jail for a couple of months yata, 3 months. And he was organizing a medical mission kasi talagang grabe ang condition po ng jails natin and our prisons, Mr. President. What is the role of the, Mr. President, if we can ask the Supreme Court being the highest court, what's the role of the Supreme Court and the other courts in the desire to decongest our jails and our prisons, Mr. President? Manood kayo sa Netflix, meron dun world's toughest prisons. Andun ang mga 2 or 3 Philippine jails nandun. And hindi tayo tough dahil sa tough yung mga prisoners natin. It's the system daw, the system and the living standards which are tough, Mr. President. Not the people incarcerated. Mababait nga sila.
Magaling ho sumayaw yung ibang
Correct. Opo.
prisoners. Ho. But anyway, seriously speaking, Mr. President, on December 6 and 7, it's good that you asked that because there is a National Jail Decongestion Summit spearheaded by the Supreme Court, which is aimed at addressing the overcrowded prison conditions facing persons deprived of liberty, or PDLs, in the country. This is jointly organized with the Department of Interior and Local Government and the Bureau of Jails, or DOJ. DOJ BJMP, Your Honor. So December 6 to 7, ho yun. National Jail Decongestion Summit, ho. Apo.
So I hope details yung mga...
Yes, they'll be happy to furnish you. And perhaps
will
you want to send a representative
will come
to
out
attend.
in
ho.
the
Opo.
summit, details talaga, what to do, things to do, ganon.
Yes, they're looking for specific recommendations for action, Your Honor. And they're also advocating for the imposition of lower bail to the indigent accused. This expedites the release of qualified PDLs and their reintegration into the community. Meron din pong to prioritize, they have given, nabanggit natin yung to dispose of aging cases and also criminal cases, Your Honor. This aids the disposition of cases kung ma-prioritize yung mga ibang criminal cases. And the use of AI to improve operations, they're looking into this also. In the preparation of the TSN, or the transcript of some stenographic notes, in digitizing judgments, the Supreme Court has also implemented the following, Your Honor: the launching of the case decongestion program in April 2021, and amendments to the internal rules of the Supreme Court specifically to address concerns of docket congestion, Your Honor.
Is the Supreme Court entertaining the possibility that we may be still detaining people who have served already fully their sentences? Is that a possibility?
Happens, di ba? Di ba? As long as that's known to the court, the directive of the Supreme Court is immediate release of those persons deprived of liberty, Your Honor.
Is
But
the-
there's anecdotal evidence na, I remember in previous years we discussed this. I'm not sure if it was with Your Honor. Pero yung iba ayaw umalis ho. Dahil komportable na ho sila doon at minsan ayaw na talaga nila umalis. So,
As a matter of policy, should we continue to hold or allow the stay in prison of people who should no longer be in prison? Dapat hindi na yata justice, di ba? You're out. You must be out.
yeah, I think
Dagdag
although we allow it as perhaps a measure of mercy, but perhaps looking at it from a systemic standpoint, I think that's what you mean, is that talagang
They should
dapat
be out.
pakawalan na ho kasi usually he may be, his
I-raise ko
presence
pa-
there may be prejudicial to...
I-raise ko po sa Bucor yan, actually.
Yes,
Kasi
sir. Yes, sir.
Kasama rin siya sa budget, Mr. President. 70 pesos a day plus congestion.
That's for Bucor
plus,
and BJMP, opo.
Plus the security issues. Okay. Pero, Mr. President, are the courts passive when it comes to this issue na searching for prisoners or people in detention who have served out fully their sentences? And then, is the court passive? Maghintay lang siya that it will be brought to its attention. Ang problema kasi, most likely, this person is an indigent person walang resources, walang abogadong nakatutok, and then meron pa daw cases na sasabihin sa kanya na wala ang record mo, nawawala. So kung hindi na ngayon malaman if that person has served his sentence kasi nawawala ang record, I think that is the fault of the state. And therefore, the state forfeits its right to detain him, Mr. President.
I'm sorry I missed the
Well,
particular case,
yun
Your
muna,
Honor.
number one is,
I was trying to
what
solicit...
what is the attitude of the court? Should it be passive in this issue, or it should be proactive, Mr. President?
They admit that they should be proactive, Your Honor. In fact, according to Justice Marquez, Chief Justice Esmundo was in Pasay City Jail and in Bilibid recently to inquire about the stay of the conditions, the stay of the prisoners in those jails. So definitely, pag may nakitang overstaying na doon, yun, pinapakawalan na ho talaga yun.
Apo, sige. Okay, that's a good development. Hindi namin alam po 'yun. Na news ba 'yun? Na pumunta si Chief Justice. It's the Chief Justice already going to the Bilibid prison. Maganda po 'yon. And Mr. President, itong nabanggit po natin na we have capital outlay of 1.2 billion. Kasama na po ba dito yung Hall of Justice ng Cagayan de Oro City? Kasi ang sunog po dun sa amin, January 30, 2015. 2023 na po, wala pa po silang ganun po katagal for us to build the Hall of Justice. 8 years, wala pa.
Hindi, the one you mentioned is already part of the judiciary complex of Cagayan de Oro. That's already being implemented, Your Honor. So hindi na siya kasama dun sa 1.2 billion item for next year.
So
Kasi ongoing na ho yun.
ongoing na po. Ano
Opo,
pong
opo.
time of completion natin?
Completion. Yeah. Well, they're going to start construction next year. They're going to bid it out, and then they estimate around 2 to 3 years for completion.
So
Your
it's a
Honor.
complex, magkasama na si CA siguro and si RTC and the
CA and lower courts, Your
and
Honor.
lower courts. Okay. So, Mr. President, tapos na sana ako pero meron tayong phoned-in question, Mr. President. Pag sinabi kong phoned-in, among colleagues po yun. Hindi, ito pong Parmali case. Okay, just for our education, nandito na rin naman po ang Supreme Court eh. What are the details of this decision of the latest decision of the Supreme Court? Is the Supreme Court in any way curtailing the right of House of Congress, especially the Senate, to cite resource persons or witnesses in contempt and then punish them accordingly, Mr. President?
Ito ba yun?
Would the sponsor need a few minutes to ask about that issue? Because that is a request also by our other colleagues. So maybe I can give him a 1-minute suspension so he can
Para
confer
ma-organize yung thoughts.
with the justices. Session suspended for 1 minute. So, please proceed with that
Yes, we have a-
line,
We have a
Your
pending
Honor.
we have a
There's
pending
a
question.
pending question, Your Honor, with the permission of the body. I'd like to give an update on the case of the Farmally executives questioning the contempt power of the Senate. So, in 2021, this is before the current Senate term, Ong and Yao were found in contempt for allegedly giving vague and evasive answers to questions regarding Farmalley's contract with government to purchase COVID-19 medical supplies during the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing on the issue. They thereafter filed separate petitions before the Supreme Court alleging that the order for arrest and finding them in contempt were violative of their right to due process and an encroachment on the judiciary's power of contempt. They also moved to declare the Senate rules as unconstitutional. So the ruling is as follows, Mr. President, Your Honor. The Supreme Court found that the Senate acted with grave abuse of discretion, specifically in the committee's precipitate act of citing petitioners Ong and Yang in contempt and ordering their arrests without giving them the opportunity to be heard. Given the broad definition of giving false and evasive testimony, the witnesses must at least be given a chance to explain why their testimony is not false or evasive. On the constitutionality of the legislative's power of contempt, the Supreme Court ruled that this power is inherent and arises by implication. The coercive power being essential to the legislature's discharge of its functions to legislate wisely or effectively because they have the power to compel the availability of information necessary in shaping legislation. The Court also maintained the constitutionality of the Senate rules as it has complied with the requirements set under the Constitution that the rules, including its amendment, should be made known to the public through publication. The copy of this decision has not yet been uploaded in the Supreme Court's website. This information is from the Supreme Court Public Information Office, but the parties have received a copy, just received a copy of the decision this November, and they will be publishing the hard copy very, very soon, Mr. President, Your Honor. So, sa simpleng salita, hindi nila kine-question nung hukom ang ating kapangyarihan dito sa Senado, yung contempt power natin sapagkat nasa saligang batas ho yan. Pero yung paraan po nung pag-exercise nito, pag nagdeklara ho tayo ng isang witness in contempt, kailangan may due process ho. Bigyan ho siya ng oportunidad na madinig at ipaliwanag yung kanyang testimonya. So I was asked by the Senate President to explain in layman's terms, Your Honor. So yun po yung decision.
Okay, so it looks like, Mr. President, that this is a very unique case kasi andun yung operative phrase na oportunidad na marinig sila. Opo. So,
That's just my rephrasing, Your Honor.
yes,
That's
yes,
not
baka nga naman, Mr. President. So,
Yes, well, in most cases, and I'm only citing this for the benefit of my chairpersons, kasi it is in our rules that each committee has the power to cite in contempt their resource persons. Of course, sometimes we are quick to fire the trigger, to pull the trigger in this particular cases. So we'd like to be guided accordingly. But in all honesty, when we have public hearings, particularly on public order and security, Blue Ribbon, none of them will give self-discriminating answers. Di ba? Wala talaga. They will say, no, we did not do that, even if there were 5 other witnesses pointing them that they did it. Case in point, yung barilan dun sa Malabon, na ang dami ng witness na lumabas na sinabi, siya yung bumaril, sila yung pumatay sa bata. At I believe Senator Risa or one of our colleagues here was the one to cite them in contempt, no? For giving false statements. So we'd like to know the parameters in doing so. In doing our constitutional duty, in acting, well, of course, in aid of legislation, and in the case of the Blue Ribbon, to come up with a Blue Ribbon Committee report so that the agencies such as the Sandigan or the Ombudsman are guided accordingly. So ang sinasabi dito sa decision na to, it is how, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a lawyer, Your Honors, but it is how the decision to cite them in contempt is what the Supreme Court is trying to correct. Is that the right answer, Your Honor? Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor. It's always the exercise. They're not questioning the exercise of the power, but the methods in the exercise in citing the petitioners in contempt or giving them ordering the arrest without giving them an opportunity to be heard. So siguro balikan na lang yung circumstances of the case and pag-aralan so we can be guided accordingly for the future, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
Dear
you, Mr.
sponsor, thank you to the Supreme Court. I'm glad that timing, no, lumabas itong tanong na ito. Ang daming messages galing sa media. Our colleagues in our chat, we have an all-members group chat, has asked us also to ask this particular question to clarify the issue once and for all, moving forward. Minority Leader?
Sige po, maybe the Senate Legal Counsel can prepare a memo for us incorporating this latest decision of the Supreme
So
Court.
ordered, we'd like to ask the Senate Legal Division to come up with the clarification in layman's terms, please. for
Isama na po
those-
itong latest decision.
Yes,
po.
absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, Mr. President, marami pa sana akong katanungan, but of course, I think we can ask this directly na lang kay Justice Raul Villanueva. And then, of course, we reiterate our pledge and our commitment to support the entire justice system, including the judiciary, Mr. President. Napakahalagang aspeto or component ng ating lipunan. Kailangan, the harmony of our society is dependent on our judicial system, Mr. President. So for example, kung may request lang po ang ating Sandigan Bayan, this representation sponsored the creation of additional divisions po sa Sandigan Bayan. Just approach us kung ano pa po ang matutulong natin sa Sandigan Bayan. CTA is you're being mentioned here because of our anti-smuggling new bill, which envisions a new approach. Kayo na po ang naiisip kasi out of desperation, kailangan gusto ng sponsor, trustworthy court ang gusto niya eh. So that's a big praise or a plus for the CTA na kayo po ang pinagtitiwalaan ng ating sponsor na may new approach sa anti-smuggling effort po natin. And then of course all the other courts. So we are here to support you. That of course we are also living out the provisions of our Constitution na meron po tayong checks and balances. So, and this is the interpolating on the budget of the judiciary is one way of checking on the judiciary, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor, for your patience and for our resource persons.
Thank you very much to our brilliant lawyer in the Senate.
And before the
distinguished
Majority Floor Leader acts on the motion to approve the budget, just two things we'd like, is there one? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we now recognize Senator Tulfo to interpolate the budget of the judiciary.
Senator, distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to our dear sponsor of the Judiciary's budget, as well as the other senators present and our guests from the Judiciary. Nandito po ako ngayon upang suportahan ang budget ng Judiciary at kung maaari ay mas mabigyang halaga ang pangangailangan nito upang mas makapagbigay sila ng maayos na serbisyo at karagdagang hustisya sa taong bayan. In 2023, the total budget of the judiciary was 54.9 billion pesos. They proposed for 2024 a budget of 71.91 billion pesos. But in the 2024 NEP, National Expenditure Program, the entire judiciary is only given 57.79 billion. Mr. President, our judiciary, being the third constitutional branch of the government, serves a distinct purpose that renders our work here in the legislative more effective, especially to the people to whom our laws are being applied to. And an independent judiciary is crucial in the delivery of justice, where they are not beholden to anyone. If our courts can sustain itself independently of other bodies such as the LGUs, it would shield them from influence in the handling of cases that are brought before them. A judiciary needs its independence when it comes to their budget. Sa aking programa po, sa Wanted sa Radyo, nakikita ko po kung gaano kahalaga sa mga tao ang hidikatura. Of course, we try to help the people resolve their problems by acting as informal mediators. And while we are successful in some cases, there are definitely cases that need the intervention of the courts. And once the courts are involved, we leave it to them because they know better. And whenever we see people succeed in their court cases, bumabalik po ito sa amin at nakikita namin ang malaking bagay sa kanila ito. And so I would like to give my all-out support, in particular to our lower courts, the frontliners of our judiciary. Sila pong humaharap sa mga tao, and they have the earliest opportunity to actually resolve the legal issues of the people. The infrastructure of our lower courts deserve our support because it gives these institutions their dignity. Kung pupunta po tayo sa ilang mga korte, kalunos-lunos po ang kondisyon. I would like to also give my full support for the modernization plan or the innovation plan of the Supreme Court for our lower courts. During the pandemic, we saw how processes could be digitalized to expedite matters. Mas mabilis po kung may internet at data plan ang mga courts to enable them to communicate through email or text para ma-inform ang mga tao sa status ng kanilang mga kaso. Isa na po ang postponement ng mga kaso. Marami pong courts ang walang sariling telepono or mahirap tawagan. Excuse me. If they all have official mobile numbers excuse me, that have enough data, they could probably send immediately to the parties pag hindi po tuloy ang kaso. Kasi ang pag-postpone ng mga kaso ay mabigat po sa bulsa ng mga litigante. Pupunta sila doon, mamasahe, magbabayad ng abogado, mag-absent sa trabaho, pero mapopospone lang pala. Sana ay may paraan na masabihan ng mga litigante ng maaga bago pa dumating ang araw ng kaso. Susunod po, napansin ko na nawala sa NEP ang budget para sa hazard pay ng mga judges. In the past, budget, they were given hazard pay. It does not make sense that we have withdrawn this allocation from them. Our judges are in constant risk of their lives given the nature of their work. Maliit na bagay if we give this to them. Because our judges, ito po ang umaharap sa mga litigante. Ang madami po sa mga litigante ang hindi natin matansya ang pag-iisip. Ang kanilang emosyon. May mga mainit ang dugo, galit. And our judges have to face these people and tell them that they lost in their cases. What changed in 2024? Nagka-superpowers po ba ang ating mga judges at hindi na sila at risk? Seriously, I urge my dear colleagues that we give back this small amount of 221.8 million pesos hazard pay for our lower court judges. It goes into the morale of our judges. Dito po sa GAB, nakalagay na ibinalik ang 221,000. Teka muna, 221,000 pesos na budget para sa hazard pay. Typo error po ba ito? If it is a typo error, ayusin po natin, gawin nating 221.8 million pesos po. Finally, I noted the budget of 537 million pesos for the creation of family courts in regions 2, 8, 10, and 12 have not been given. I support this request for the judiciary. Recently, sa akin pong pag-uwi sa Isabela, kamakailan lang, marami po nagsabi sa akin na tumaas ang kaso ng mga crimes against justice, including those involving children. Actually po, mga kamag-anak na binibiktima ang mga bata. Let me give you some data. For the year 2022, these are the pending cases in regions 2, 8, 10, and 12 that should be handled by family courts na ngayon ay nasa RTC. Pending voucher cases as of 2022. Sa Region 2, 630. Sa Region 8, 251. Sa Region 10, 584. Sa Region 12, 388. Pending rape involving minors cases as of 2022 na nasa RTC na dapat ay family court. Region 2, 1,184. Region 8, 753. Region 10, 1,239. Region 12, 561. Pending child abuse cases as of 2022. Region 2, 692. Region 8, 628. Region 10, 1,001. Region 12, 433. Finally, pending human trafficking cases as of 2022. Region 2, 42. Region 8, 36. Region 10, 54. Region 12, 8. Family courts also handle all cases including children, drugs cases, adoption, annulment, guardianship, custody, acts of lasciviousness, support, and legal separation. We need family courts for Region 2 covering Batanes, Cagayan, Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, and Tuguegarao. Region 8 covering Biliran, Eastern Samar, Leyte, Northern Samar, Southern Leyte, and Tacloban. Region 10 covering Bukidnon, Camiguin, Llano del Norte, Misamis Occidental, Misamis Oriental, and Cagayan de Oro. And finally, Region 12 covering Cotabato, Sarangani, South Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, General Santos, and Coronadal. At present, there are 2,397 family court cases in Region 2, 762 in Region 8, 2,381 in Region 10, and 1,310 in Region 12. These cases are being handled by designated region trial courts, Mr. President. These courts are overburdened when it should be handled by family courts that could not be open because we have not allocated budget to them. Mr. President, our family courts help implement several laws that we enact here in the Senate, laws that particularly protect children. These children are brought to court should be protected and be handled properly. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor, to the gentleman from Isabela in Ilocos. Sa committee pa lang ho, Mr. President, talagang binabantayan ho ni Senator Raffy itong mga ito. At tamang-tama ang kanyang manifestasyon sapagkat yan din ho ang gusto ng korte. At sinama po natin yung binanggit niyang hazard pay, establishment of family courts dahil dito sa kanyang sa committee pa lang tinutulak na po niya ito dahil alam niya ito ang gusto ng hudikatura. Ito po yung sinama na po natin sa Senate Committee Report. That's the good news, Senator Raffy. We'll work on your other requests kung meron man. At salamat po nagpapasalamat sa inyo ang ating mga huwes at hudikatura dahil binigyan nyo ng pansin yung kanilang hingil. Salamat po to our colleague, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation.
Before we act on the motion, I just wanted to just put on record two things, or a few things. First of all, excuse me, Majority Leader, hindi ko makita si sponsor. First of all, please, we'd like to put on record that for the judiciary, I know there are several pending bills that you are asking us to pass. So one of them is, of course, on fiscal autonomy, We are waiting for the bill on that. I mean, the committee report to be sponsored in plenary. And sino committee chair nun? Sino may hawak nun? So it's Senator Tolentino who's supposed to present that in plenary. We also are pushing for the increase in number of Sharia courts because yun din ang pag-meeting natin, I believe in Cagayan de Oro, requested nating Chief Justice, yung additional Sharia courts outside of the BARM because tama po siya. Ang mga kapatid natin Muslim ay nasa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas. Meron sa Baguio, meron sa Boracay, meron sa Manila, sa Taguig. And apparently, when there are cases under the jurisdiction of the Sharia court, they have to go pa to the BARM to hear these cases. So we're making sure na may pasa po natin ito to our distinguished colleagues from the Supreme Court. We are going to pass these measures, hopefully sooner rather than later. Nakatutok po tayo dyan. So, yun lang po, Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat and we thank the Judiciary for joining us, all the branches from the CTA, the Sandigan Bayan, as well as office, of course, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals.
They're very grateful to you for filing the bill on fiscal autonomy, Mr. President.
Yes.
Salamat po. Thank you for the updates.
Hope you can
Your-
assist me in pushing our chairman to sponsor it right away.
Yes, Mr. President, of
Chairman
course.
Tolentino.
Yes, the very busy gentleman. Yes. Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Judiciary and its attached agencies, the Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunal, Sandigan Bayan, Court of Tax Appeals, and Court of Appeals and Court of Tax Appeals to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the aforementioned offices of the Judiciary and the Judiciary are deemed submitted. Congratulations. May we have a minute suspension so we may approach the resource person. Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Executive Director Matthew David. We now recognize the distinguished Senator Sonny Angara to sponsor the same and Senator Pimentel to interpolate the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sonny Angara, is recognized to sponsor the budget and to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you very much. Good morning once more, distinguished minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, certainly.
We,
For the record, the budget of the AMLAC, or the Anti-Money Laundering Council, is 119,209,000 under the committee report, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. And for GAA 2023, I think the budget level of AMLAC is 180 million? Mr.
That's
President?
correct, Your Honor. Yeah.
So there is a
Magkano doon?
significant decrease. May we know? May we know
Actually, that doubled.
why the
that-
decrease and what would be affected?
Yes, Your Honor. The budget doubled because of the insertions of the Senate report. We tried to incorporate some of the wish list or the requests of the agency, Your Honor. That's why it increased to 183. But at the NEP, it was only for 2023. 2023. In the NEP of 2023, what was it? It is about 110, sorry, in the 2023 NEP, Your Honor.
So for calendar year 2023, because of congressional intervention,
Of around 73 million, Your Honor.
nag-increase, di ba?
Apo,
Okay,
apo.
so ngayon, balik na naman tayo sa ritual. Binaba na naman siya ng DBM to 89. Tama po ba?
To 91.
91.
0.7, Your Honor.
91. And then
Opo.
the House further reduced it to 89. Bale?
Opo.
Opo, 89.2. And then the Senate is adding 30 million. So yun na lang po. Sige, let's just concentrate on our committee report.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What is this 30 million we are adding, Mr. President?
That is, the augmentation is broken down as follows. For subscription of renewal of existing ICT software subscription, 6 million. Interagency collaboration and domestic and international commitments with risk assessment activities, 4 million. MOOE, regular, 3 million. Additional regular MOE, 2 million. Efficient and effective prosecution of money laundering and terrorist financing cases, 4 million. AMLAC cybersecurity system and ICT equipment, 4 million. Capacity building program, 3 million. Management of assets subject to forfeiture, 2 million. Expansion of the AMLAC, 2 million, Your Honor. Yan lang, boss.
This agency has a confidential fund, Mr. President?
How much? Magkano? 7.5 million, Your Honor.
How do we justify it, Mr. President? 7.5. Yung mga check mo, makakala ko dito sa games. So dapat din.
In the investigation of terrorism financing, Your Honor, and money laundering related to terrorism financing.
Itong taon ba na ito, mayroon po ba siyang CF? Binigyan ba natin siya ng for 2023? Mayroon po ba siyang CF?
Yes, Your Honor. We maintain the 7.5 million.
For how many years have we been giving the council confidential fund, Mr. President?
Since what year? Binawas ng house. Wait, binawas na kayo ng house. Since 2012, Your Honor. Ibilog, hindi ko makita lahat.
Okay, how has... Okay, that's it.
In
Yes.
2012, it was 5 million. It's been 5 million. It was 5 million for 2012 to 2016, then 10 million from 2017 to this year, Your Honor. And then sa NEP, na 10 million, pero binawasan po ng 2.5 million sa GAB, which we maintained, Your Honor.
How has this grant of confidential funds helped the AMLC in the discharge and fulfillment of its functions, Mr. President? In short, ano bang achievements po natin?
Well, it has, with respect to its investigations, its prosecutions, its case build-up, they've been able to utilize confidential informants to locate and manage witnesses, to coordinate with other law enforcement and other government agencies. Kasama po yung dun sa functions nila na yon, dahil nasa gray list din ho tayo nung FATF or yung Financial Action Task Force na may nakakaperwisyo po yun sa ating ekonomiya kung sakaling mabalik tayo sa blacklist. About 2 decades ago, we were on the blacklist. But because of AMLAC's efforts, natanggal ho tayo doon. And we've been able to sustain yung mga money laundering and terrorist financing investigations and prosecutions, Your Honor.
So AMLAC, generally speaking, files criminal cases, Mr. President? Connected with money laundering,
Yes, Your Honor,
terrorist
yes.
financing. Yun lang ba? What would be the general categories of the criminal cases that we're filing?
They file cases for freeze orders, bank inquiry orders, civil forfeiture cases, complaints for money laundering and terrorist financing, Your Honor. So they've obtained 16 cases with judgments of conviction since 2006. And these cases consist of 18 convicted persons for 119 counts of money laundering and 109 counts of terrorism financing. And then sa civil forfeiture ho, may 44 cases with a judgment of forfeiture totaling 1.309 billion, inclusive of accounts, stocks, other personal and real properties, Your Honor.
Yung forfeited assets po ay collected na po yun. And then what do we do once we forfeit? We surrender this to which agency?
Tama po yan, tama po.
Yung halaga pong 1 billion na
The
collecta.
Treasury ho, opo.
Na-collecta po talaga yun.
Yes,
ha?
yes,
So,
Your Honor.
Okay, so good. So one achievement of the AMLC plus the taking out of the Philippines from the blacklist to the gray list. May we know what specifically the AMLC did, Mr. President, so that we will have it to thank for in the
I think there were a
transfer from
number.
black
Kasama
to
rin
gray.
ho tayo dun, actually.
Oo nga.
Hindi lang sila. Kasi nagpasa ho tayo ng mga amyenda sa
Precisely.
batas. I think it's been amended several times. Congress has amended the law several times. 7 times to be exact, Mr. President. And the most recent, I think, included real estate, tax, casinos. Those are some of the recent amendments. So, kumbaga, yung perceived leaks in the system, talagang tinakpan na po natin. So nakita po nung FATF yung efforts natin, yung efforts po ng AMLAC in prosecution. So it is the whole effort is the efforts of the various agencies were all considered, Your Honor, dun sa paglagay sa atin sa gray list.
But what is what we have done already sufficient in the eyes of FATF as communicated through AMLAC, Mr. President?
I think may hinahanap pa ho sila. I think bank secrecy has always been I think that's always been on their list. Kasi we are, sa atin din, we've made, I remember in the Committee on Ways and Means before, we tried to lift it, but some of our colleagues were against it, so we had to remove it from the committee report. I remember that during, I think 2017, we made that effort. Here's the list. May mga tinatawag na strategic deficiencies, yung effective risk-based supervision of the NFDB. What's that? What does that stand for? Designated non-financial businesses and professions, demonstrating that supervisors are using anti-money laundering controls to mitigate risks associated with casino junkets. The third is enhancing and streamlining LEA. What's LEA? law enforcement access to beneficial owner information, and taking steps to ensure that beneficial owner information is accurate and up to date. So I think that involves piercing the corporate veil, Your Honor. Demonstrating an increase in money laundering investigations and prosecutions in line with risk, and demonstrating an increase in the identification, investigation, and prosecution of terrorist financing cases. So ito po yung hinahanap po nila. So some of them, I think most of them, I think tayo dito sa Senado, mukhang wala kailangan amendment pa. Wala na. According to them, we've done our share and we've passed the amendments. So they're looking for improvements on the enforcement side.
May I interject, with the permission of the
Yes,
Minority Leader?
yes, sir.
Because we had the LEDAC meeting twice already, and both LEDAC meetings, there was a request for an amendment to the AMLC law again.
Hindi naman to relax, Your Honor.
No, not
I'm
to
just
relax,
kidding,
sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Because apparently we're the only country left that has not, this particular amendment, can we be educated or can it be reminded again? Because I forgot.
I'm not aware, Your Honor. I was not in the LEDAC, last LEDAC meeting.
I'm sure they're aware.
Yeah.
But there's a request for an amendment to the AMLC law that apparently, I think Lebanon and the Philippines were the only two. Apparently Lebanon passed it already. We're the only one left. What is it in the AMLC law? Is it the opening of accounts? It's an amendment to bank, is it because of the amendment to the bank secrecy law?
It could be that one, Your Honor, but that's not
Amendment.
strictly speaking required by the FATF, Your Honor. Parang
So-
ano lang nila, parang wish list lang nila, but it's not in the required list na binigay ho sa atin.
So it's an amendment to the bank secrecy law. It's not in the AMLC law. It's the amendment to the bank secrecy law.
They surmise that it might be that one, Your Honor. Kasi sa kanila, the list that I read earlier, that's all on the enforcement side, not on the legislation side, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So maybe that question is better asked to the budgets.
Maybe we can just ask the executive secretary to
Yes.
come up with an official position of the executive on this, Mr.
They pushed it
President.
na. It's a priority measure in the LEDAC.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see if it will help them. My apologies, Minority Leader, please.
So thank you. We have always been mentioning this super body na FATF. Is the FATF communicating with the Republic of the Philippines what they want us to do through AMLAC? Is that one of the functions of AMLAC?
Yes, Your Honor.
So siya yung bridge natin doon. What's the worst case, Mr. President? Kunyari, what if the FATF requests something which we cannot really give? What's the worst case? We fall down to the blacklist, and then what is the effect? So that para alam natin ano pong
Malayo naman ho yung mangyari yung malagay ho tayo sa blacklist dahil yung tatlong bansa na lang ho ang nasa blacklist. And I think we don't belong in this
Ano
class.
po yun? Ano po yun?
Iran, North Korea, and Myanmar. So I think we're very different from this. We're very open compared to them, politically and economically. And if I may outline the countermeasures imposed on blacklisted countries,
Yan.
ito yung prohibiting financial institutions from establishing subsidiaries or branches or representative offices abroad. Prohibiting financial institutions from relying on third parties located in the listed country to conduct elements of customer due diligence process. Requiring financial institutions, FIs, to review and amend or, if necessary, terminate correspondent relationships with FIs in the country concerned. Requiring increased supervisory examination and or external audit requirements for branches and subsidiaries of FIs based in the listed country, requiring increased external audit requirements for financial groups with respect to any of their branches and subsidiaries located in the listed country. So yan po yung
Yun sa black.
yan po yung that's the direct effect on the actors in the system, the financial system, Your Honor. Pero ang ultimong makakaramdam ho niyan yung mga kababayan natin
Correct.
kung sakali.
Correct.
Pero in our case, malayo tayo doon. So kawawa ho yung mga nandun sa mga bansang yon kasi they face increased costs of transacting business. Magpadala ho, yung OFWs ho nila kung nagpadala ng pera, siguro mas malaki, mas mataas po yung level nung scrutiny na
Yes.
hinaharap po nila, among other things. Your Honor.
Is there no effect in being in the gray list?
Anong effect?
Kasi sa blacklist meron, sa gray list meron o wala?
Well, there is a greater administrative burden. We have to report, I think, more often to the FATF. there's a reputational cost of some sort, and then EU member states have to apply customer due diligence measures in relation to business relationships or transfers involving listed countries. These are some of the consequences, Your Honor.
Okay, so if we are to attract greater foreign direct investment, alis dapat tayo dyan. Ganun
Yes,
na yan?
it's important that we're working in,
Sige.
in my opinion, we're moving in the right direction naman ho, with respect to this gray list.
Is this FATF established by a treaty of some sorts?
It's a G20 initiative, Your Honor. The G20 being the 20 largest economies in the world. So siguro, although there is no binding treaty in the sense of like a UN instrument, because it's like a market sanction already. If you fail to comply, you will feel the consequences, and your economy will feel the consequences.
There is no treaty, and if there were a treaty, the Philippines is not even part of the treaty, and yet we are greatly affected by the decision of this G20.
That is correct, Your
Ito po bang na-encounter natin na sa banking system natin na pinapapirma tayo to declare that we are not an American citizen? Is that part of the FATF?
That is the FATCA law, I think, of the US, Your Honor.
Kaya precisely yun na yung tanong ko eh. Hindi na to US pero pati tayo mga Filipino citizens, so we declare that we are not American citizens because of a US law. And, is that being implemented in the Philippines because of FATF and AMLC?
Not really daw ho.
Tama. BSP siguro yan, most likely. Apo. Well, okay, Mr. President. So, mukhang narinig na rin naman natin yung achievements po ng AMLC. May convictions pa. Mga 16 ba yun? 16?
Apo.
16, may forfeiture pa. Talo niyo yung anti-smuggling na zero. walang na-convict sa smuggling dito po sa. And these convictions would be what? Money laundering cases and terrorist financing cases, yung ating conviction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So congratulations for that. And how about Pogo? Itong very controversial Pogo. Is Pogo being used for money laundering? Or can be used for money laundering?
It can be used for money laundering, Your Honor, and yun ang, I think that's one of the things they're looking at. And there's been a decrease in the number of POGOs licensed by PAGCOR. So as of from 49 in March 2020, there are 32 licensed POGO operators as of August 8, 2023, and of the 32, they are registered with the AMLAC as of October 31, 23. And they became covered persons under the AMLAC in 2017 under RA 10927. And the AMLAC started receiving covered and suspicious transaction reports from POGOs in 2021. They received 138 covered transaction reports for 2022, 33 CTR submissions or covered transaction report submissions from POGOs. And for POGO service providers, there were 843 covered transaction reports amounting to 16.282 billion and 851 covered transaction reports amounting to 16.867 billion, Your Honor. For 2023, for the period January 1 to October 31, there were no suspicious transaction report submissions from both POGOs and service providers.
Yeah, Mr. President, the DOF has a position on the POGO issue. Sabi nila, we should let go of POGOs. Does the AMLAC have a position on POGO? Si DOF, meron eh. Oh. Kayo po.
They defer to the position of the authorities like the DOF and the Executive Secretary and the President, Your Honor.
Sige, tapos kung hindi ko po makalimutan yung next agencies, tatanungin ko rin po dito sa Pogo kasi baka may national
Thank you for the heads up. They will
baka may
prepare their
national
answer, Your Honor.
security ano din ito angle. So okay,
Naman lang.
siguro last question na lang Mr. President for AMLAC. Katatapos lang ng ating eleksyon. AMLAC, did you notice anything suspicious with financial and banking transactions, Mr. President?
Violations of election laws are not designated as unlawful activities associated with money laundering under the AMLA. So dito, yung covered persons not mandated to file the reports under the AMLAC, Your Honor. So they only monitor transactions related to unlawful activities designated under the AMLA, Your Honor.
Pero during the period of the election and siguro the period of the campaign and maybe a few months before the campaign, did you notice any trend or pattern which is unexpected?
May trend ba? May pattern? Unexpected? I already said that. Pero yung tanong, do you notice any increase in reports? Wala naman daw ho. Wala naman ho.
Okay, ito po, coming from our constituents. Are criminal syndicates now using artificial intelligence to evade the anti-money laundering law? Are we entertaining that possibility? And if yes, what are our proactive measures to counter? Sino ba head ng ating ano? Okay na to. Then COA na. Tanungin ko na yung COA niya. AI? Paano nagagamit ang AI? Baka below the
Yes, Your Honor. They suspect that the AI is being used by criminals, and but on their part, they're also using AI to analyze the reports, Your Honor.
Sige. Okay. So, AI versus AI, Mr. President. At any rate, so Mr. President, we noticed some COA findings. So sana act on this. Who is the head of our AMLAC, Mr. President?
Executive Director David is here with us, Your Honor, as well as his Deputy Director.
ED David. So just act on the COA findings so that next year wala na po ito. I mean, yung mga actually mga liquidation to documentation Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They will act on it.
So we wish AMLAC all the best. I'm sure, I know kulang kayo sa manpower kasi siyempre, do we need to adjust the threshold para hindi naman halos lahat na ng transaksyon dinadaanan ninyo? Di ba ganun po yun? There's a threshold, banking transactions
500,000, Your Honor.
above 500,000.
Every time Senator Mark Villar does his groceries, he has to file a report, Your Honor.
The bank reports it. Yata. The bank reports it. So and then siyempre, what's the point in reporting to AMLAC? You have to go over the reports and analyze. So, is the threshold realistic or too low?
Yeah, it's a worldwide standard, Your Honor. So I think they're just trying to conform to be uniform worldwide, Your Honor.
And in dollars, that was fixed at $10,000.
Tama po, tama po.
So, ngayon, magkano naman peso to dollar exchange rate ngayon?
6 sa mga
56. So,
it's around,
actually,
9,000 plus, Your Honor. Mas alam nyo.
mas ano siya, mas. Anyway, yan yung essence. It was fixed in dollars. So, I hope we can also go to the grocery with the dollars used by our assistant majority.
I was only joking,
leader.
Your Honor, but
So thank you.
respect to our
And,
colleague.
good luck to AMLAC. Please be more proactive. Keep us informed what the FATF requires us to do. Pero hope you understand our point of view, our attitude is that we are not beholden to FATF. Wala namang, there's no treaty law, hindi naman tayo. We will be affected, but we are a sovereign country. So, ipaglaban din po natin kung ano sa tingin natin ang makakabuti sa ating mga mamamayan. Okay? So, hindi tayo sunod-sunuran lang din sa kanila. Hindi naman tayo nag-sign din sa agreement nila o sa treaty nila. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much to His Honor, and he makes some very good points with that, and we will ask the agency to comply with your recommendations, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There being no objection to Majority Leader's motion, the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. Thank you. May we ask now the two executive offices, Majority Leader, can we ask the
Yes.
National Intelligence Coordinating Agency?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the following agencies: the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency led by Director General Ricardo De Leon, and the National Security Council led by National Security Advisor Eduardo Año.
Yes, the budgets of the two agencies are to be considered. May we ask them to move forward and occupy these seats in front. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished Senator Sonny Angara to sponsor the said agencies and Senator Pimentel to interpolate the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security Council. So move.
Our distinguished sponsor is recognized as well as our minority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, we're just exercising our prerogative to check our government agencies, Mr. President.
Yeah, just for the record, with the permission of the minority leader and our colleagues, just to place on record the budget of the NICA under the committee report is 1,932,267,000, and for the National Security Council or NSC, it is 829,889,000. For the record, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The resource persons can remind this representation if my question requires an answer which is confidential in nature. So just remind me that if you cannot publicly answer it, then maybe you can answer it in writing or during an executive session.
Thank you.
But I'll try my best to ask questions which can be answered before our people. Because the purpose actually ng aking interpellation, Mr. President, ay mas makilala ng ating mga kababayan yung mga dalawang ahensyang nasa harap ngayon natin, how important they are in the life of our nation, the critical role that they play, the trust that we have placed on them, Mr. President. Dito po sa NICA, Mr. President, may nakita kami na you have a drug-free workplace program. May we know more about this program? And how much are we allocating or appropriating for this program, Mr. President?
22 million, Your Honor.
22 million. What is to be achieved by this program? Sino yung maging drug-free? Opisina ninyo o buong bansa ng mga government offices?
For the workplace to be drug-free, Your Honor.
Yes, both public and government, Mr.
Of
Private
NICA,
and
including
government?
the workplace, Your Honor.
Workplace of?
Of NICA, including
NICA.
the
Oh, okay.
regional offices, Your Honor.
Okay, so opisina po nila. Okay. Parang ngayon lang ako naka-encounter po na may ganitong programa kasi kung yung mga ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, parang wala silang ganitong programa. How come NICA thought of this program? Was there a problem before? Di ba kunyari, meron bang drug-free workplace ang ibang ahensya?
Hindi, yung tanong niya, bakit nagka-program daw na gano'n? Kasi first time yun encounter na may gano'n. Was there a problem before? Wala naman. Wala namang problem. It's just part of their regular budget, Your Honor. They've not had any problems with
It's a unique, I don't know if the chairman can recall any other agency with such a program, Mr. President, to
baka just, maybe it might be a very specific program with respect to anti-drug, part of the anti-drug campaign of the government, Your Honor. But it's also my first time to encounter such, Your Honor.
So, yeah, NICA should tell us if it's a very effective program. Baka maging model po sila ng ibang ahensya na which can adopt the same idea, Mr. President. So, at any rate, Mr. President,
They say they are just complying with the Republic Act 9165. That's the Dangerous Drugs Law, Your Honor.
so, Mr. President, the NICA is the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. May we know under the law what would be the functions of this agency, Mr. President?
Your Honor, the NICA was created with the responsibility of coordinating all government activities with respect to national intelligence, and they prepare intelligence estimates and summaries of local and foreign security situations. It was created in 1949 by virtue of an executive order. It was later reorganized under a presidential decree, and again reorganized under another executive order, EO 246, in 1986. And under this most recent EO, the NICA was mandated to become the focal point for the direction, coordination, and integration of government activities involving intelligence and the preparation of intelligence estimates of local and foreign situations for the formulation of national policies, Your Honor.
For the formulation of national policies. Therefore, NICA's intelligence estimates cover what aspects of society, Mr. President?
Well, both local and foreign, Your Honor. So
So, hindi lang Pilipinas, ano pa pala?
anything dealing with security, which I think, as we all know, has been becoming more widely defined, Your Honor. Dati, strictly internal or external lang ang dichotomy ng security, but now it encompasses things like food security, cyber security, among others, Your Honor.
Terrorism?
Terrorism, yeah, is this an increasing threat. So talagang, you could say na lumawak po yung kanilang
Lumawak, okay.
papel, Your Honor.
Mga syndicated criminal activities, siguro pa.
Oh, yes, that's more part of the traditional, I think. But because of the growing power also, because technology has not only enabled authorities, but it's also enabled criminals, Your Honor, in a sense. Because it's made the ability to commit crime on a transnational scale more possible, in a sense, Your Honor.
Can we say that human trafficking is under the jurisdiction of the NICA also, Mr. President?
Just monitoring the situation, Your Honor, insofar as it, partly, Your Honor, but it's also part of the DOJ's mandate, and the DILG also has a mandate against and also, of course, the Commission for Women and other Commission on Human Rights, I think, would also be interested in that, Your Honor.
So generally speaking, all the intel information on human trafficking happening in the Philippines and maybe in ASEAN would be in the possession of NICA, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does NICA process the information? Kasi ang next tatanong ko sana, can you give us ano yung mga weaknesses po natin? How come human trafficking is still thriving here in the Philippines?
But why daw is trafficking still prevalent? Siguro because of poverty, di ba? So economic situation.
The economic situation and at the same time,
What does your
some
analysis?
are associated dun sa POGO, actually.
Well, they say some might be related to Pogo, and some may because of the economic situation of the persons involved. That's some of their reasons for trafficking, Your Honor.
Does NICA have a position on POGO?
Position on Pogo.
Like the DOF na mayroon talagang categorical position?
For or against?
Summarize na lang.
Well, yes, their position is that the closure or permanent suspension of Pogo and its related illegal activities will help reduce human trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, and other crimes in the country. The Philippines will no longer be a hub of an industry that is prohibited in other countries. Additionally, it will resolve the issue of not being aware of the number of Chinese nationals in the country as their entry is facilitated by corrupt personnel. That is their position, Your Honor.
I hope Senator Win Gatchalian is monitoring us, Mr. President. He would be glad to hear of that position of NICA. Does NICA also, in its intel ano bang tawag doon? Data, have information on syndicates and who are the people behind syndicates of different crimes, different natures of crimes? Kasama po ba yan to be expected na at least meron kayong hawak na NICA on intel?
Meron tayo, furnished also to us by NBI and BNP.
Yes, Your Honor. It's also furnished. They also share intelligence with other law enforcement agencies, Your Honor.
So for example, if we were to ask you, bakit malala ang agricultural smuggling sa Pilipinas? Sasagot may sindikato kontrolado ng sindikato. Pwedeng tanungin ang NICA, if per your intelligence work, meron ba tayong pangalan ng mga sindikato, kung may syndicate name man, or sino naman yung individuals behind the syndicates? No need to name them now. Tinatanong ko lang, theoretically, are you in possession
You're
of
asking
such?
if they have names.
Yes, if they have such kind of an information.
They do, Your Honor.
They do, okay. Ande pa kahit hawak, kahit na nandun sa listahan, it doesn't mean guilty. Basta ibig sabihin nun yan na
Yeah,
resulta.
it's intelligence.
Oo,
All intelligence needs to be vetted or verified, Your Honor.
Produkto ng intel work ng iba't ibang ahensya and maybe NICA itself, and then yan na pag-compile natin. Opo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, I'm glad to hear that. So, siguro, since we are going to prioritize the finalization of this anti-smuggling bill, may bagong approach kasi ang ating author, so maybe we can, in confidence, get the names of the suspected personalities behind or involved in agricultural smuggling. Yun na lang po.
They'll be happy to
Yes.
sit down with you and provide you with the information you need, Your Honor.
Ang purpose lang natin na hindi natin binabanggit kasi baka mapahiya or whatever, this is hindi pa naman ito judgment of guilt, Mr. President. So sa NICA, yung inyong mga achievements sometimes hindi yung because you are preventing something eh. Hindi yung you did something, there is a positive, you prevented a negative from happening. So is that correct? Is that a correct way of saying that's how we should also assess the performance of NICA and our intelligence agencies? Tama po ba 'yon, Mr. President?
Tama ho kayo.
Tama.
A lot of their action is, tama ho kayo. A lot of their action is geared towards preventing undesirable outcomes. And preemptive also, meaning trying to, in a sense, diffuse situations.
Right.
But you could say also that accomplishments of law enforcement agencies, we were talking about the AMLC earlier, and there were achievements of that body against terrorism financing. So you could say they're also part of that effort against terrorism financing, against and also the national security situation in the West Philippine Sea, for instance. Kung ano man yung na-accomplish ng gobyerno doon, yung filing of the DFA of whatever actions, and the intelligence exchanges, partnerships with counterpart services abroad, as well as with other agencies with respect to that situation. Kasama po ang NICA doon, Your Honor.
NICA is a recipient of confidential as well as intelligence funds. How can we justify this, Mr. President? Yun muna conceptually that it is a legitimate recipient of confidential as well as intelligence funds, Mr. President.
Your Honor, they're also they're the lead intelligence collector, operating under the Office of the President. So they conduct counterintelligence activities. They recommend also the application for prescription of terrorist organizations, associations, or groups of persons to the Anti-Terrorism Council under the law. They are the head of the Terrorism Financing Subcommittee of the Anti-Money Laundering, Counterterrorism Financing, and Counter-Proliferation Financing Coordinating Committee under the AMLC and the Anti-Terrorism Law. And they're also the head of the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management Cluster. And they're also head of the Intelligence Fusion Group of the National Task Force. This is the Intelligence Surveillance Reconnaissance Project. And they're also head of the Regional Intelligence Committee in the regional offices nationwide of 10 provincial sub-offices. So kasama po yung intelligence fusion, collaboration, case build-up, technical support, and of course, when it comes to the CF, importante dyan yung purchase of information, rental of safe houses, yung rewards to informers, case build-up of against counterterrorism, kasama po dyan yung aspetong yan, Your Honor.
So itong NICA po ang isang ehemplo ng civilian agency which we are allowing to receive intelligence fund because it is, although it's not military, it's not uniform, it is an intelligence practitioner per that joint circular, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. So siguro ang general appeal ko lang, if conceptually conceptually we are in order. Siguro we just look at the reasonableness of the amount. Yun na lang. And I noticed that the amount, I think we're giving them sa CF man o IF
Where the amount?
has increased, pero actually, this is actually a manifestation of the committee's trust and confidence in the current leadership of NICA, as well as a realization of the critical nature of the functions and responsibilities of NICA. So,
Yes.
siguro
Yes,
sir, si General who's heading our NICA, just do a good job, keep up the good work, kasi under your leadership, tumaas po ang trust ng legislature sa inyo dahil tinasan yung yung CIF po sa inyo. So, yun lang po yung aking panawagan or last reminder po sa NICA.
Yes, Your Honor. Not only our chamber, but also the other chamber.
They are,
Yes, Your Honor.
yes, we increase them. So, we will no longer mention the amount, Mr. President. Ngayon, sa National Security Council, as si Secretary Anyo has explained to me their role. In effect, all intelligence outputs are surrendered to the NSC. They process this with the frame of mind of what is the implication on national security, and then their conclusions, their studies, their learned inputs, they share with the President. Yan po yung natin. So, the NSC, being a civilian organization, cannot be given an intelligence fund, and we did not give it. Ang best na lang niya mahingi dyan would be confidential fund. And so conceptually also, Mr. President, I find this to be in order. There's nothing wrong with giving them CF, considering their functions that they also have to do they have some confidential expenses, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if only you can answer, no, Secretary Anyo, ano ba bang strength ng communist insurgency per our data? Bakit downsize ang nasa isip? Ano ba PS dito? Ano kalaki?
The estimated strength is around 1,800 persons, Your Honor. 1,800 persons.
1,800.
Opo.
Okay. And then, are they all armed?
Yes, Your Honor.
The quality of the arms? World War II?
Small arms and long arms, Your Honor.
Modern? Modern ones?
Yung binanggit po na it's an older rifle, M16, etc., Your Honor.
Pwede pa rin. So, 1,800. Okay. So, siguro, na rin, maybe we can, if there's another approach, not meeting arms with arms, but, just an appeal na there's a better way to spend our lives. We just have to make the best system that man has invented even better. See, wala nang iba, we cannot choose the path of annihilating each other, Mr. President, just because we do not agree on how we should organize and organize our society and run our economy, Mr. President. So yung mga ganito pa ba, National Security Council, yung West Philippine Sea, Taiwan, ito po ba mga Israel-Gaza, all of these things, we process and then we advise the President. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Since the Senate, ito Mr. Senate President, yung parang na-raise ko dun sa DFA, since the Senate has a role in formulation of foreign policy, is it possible that the National Security Advisor should, subject to his discretion on what he can share, no, to the senators, if he can also give us some regular briefings, so that we will not be too passive in foreign relations, given our role, given the fact that we have a role in foreign
They'll be happy to brief us
relations.
if we request, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. So, thank you for that, no, on all the topics. Ito na lang po last, Mr. Secretary. Meron tayong 15-point national security agenda. Tama po ba yun? ito lang pong meron tayong entry dito, moral and spiritual cohesiveness and, dalawa ba ito? And social cultural cohesiveness. Are these two? Are these 2 points in the national security agenda or just 1 point? And what do they mean, Secretary?
Magkaiba yun.
Ano yung elements po nila?
Well, the moral and spiritual consensus, these are the notes given to me, Your Honor, in the 15-point national security agenda. For moral and spiritual consensus, where there is moral and spiritual consensus, the people can develop a strong sense of national identity and solidarity on the wisdom and righteousness of the national vision. They should start by inculcating love of country and patriotism, taking heed of the current strategic environment where advancements in online and digital learning technologies are engendering cultural divides and social conflicts. With respect to socio-cultural cohesiveness, the Philippines should foster greater cultural understanding among the regions, promote equality before the law, address sociological issues, bolster social welfare and development programs and services aimed at reducing poverty, health and nutrition, promoting social justice, among others, enhancing a dialogue in a climate of understanding and tolerance, adopting a whole-of-region approach, encouraging cooperation and understanding, and with peace dividends as the core objective, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. I just wish the NEC all the best, and then be involved. Please involve the Senate in your briefings, din po. And then looking at the amount, especially with the CIF given to you, sa tingin ko tumaas din ito. This reflects also the trust and the confidence of the legislators on the agency as well as its leadership, and also our realization of the critical nature that your agency plays, okay, in running our society, in securing our country. So we wish the 2 agencies all the best, Mr. President. So thank you for their patience, sir, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and they're also very grateful for your support and patriotism along with the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa. Thank you. Salamat po, Your Honor.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation.
Majority, I was pointing it because I wanted to raise
Oh,
an
sorry,
issue
sorry.
lang.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, before we pass the budget of the 2 agencies, we'd also like your assistance, gentlemen and ladies of the NICA and the NSA, to look into these and I saw these newspaper articles because we raised this last week, yung mga fake passports,
fake passport,
totoong passport, totoong national IDs, totoong Philippine licenses and issued licenses, but of course, foreign nationals ang nakakatanggap. We would like to look into this together with the NBI. NBI is, I know, investigating this. But there are national security implications to these gentlemen and ladies. Kasi we were shown how easy it was for foreigners to be able to get birth certificates, official PSA documents, and therefore being able to get real passports as well as real driver's licenses and national IDs. So we have to look into that, gentlemen, ladies, because I think there's a security concern on that.
They're in complete agreement with you, Mr. President. Thank you for raising that. Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Risa, quickly, yes, before we pause for lunch.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Good chair. I just like to echo the urgent concern expressed by the Senate President. Yung issue pong nire-raise nila ay lumabas din po sa investigation ng Senate Committee on Women sa POGO-related crimes. At dun din po lumabas yung sinabi ni SP na apparently foreign nationals, in particular in that case, mga Chinese POGO employees, ay nakakakuha either ng mga totoong IDs, halimbawa mula sa BIR or mula sa PhilHealth, but through fraudulent means, not going through the procedures na dinadaanan nating lahat when we apply for each of these government-issued IDs, or di kaya nakakakuha ng mga pekeng ganoong ID, nakakakuha na rin, nakakabili di umano ng birth certificates. At yun po ang pinakamahalagang ginagamit nila para di umano makakuha ng Philippine passports. At itinanong na rin po ito sa investigasyon namin na mukha talagang posibleng may national security implications, lalo na kung iugnay dun sa mga ulat at tanong na may sleeper cells ba ang mga ito dito sa ating bansa. Kaya naitanong po namin, baka yung end game ng POGOs ay hindi lang yung POGOs mismo, pero makapasok po talaga sa ating mga mahalagang institusyon at i-undermine yung ating national security. At mukhang hindi na rin po daw kasi sa NCR na lang nakalimita yung POGO operations, may expansion policies, plans sila. Papunta daw halimbawa sa Cebu, sa Iloilo, sa iba pang mga bahagi ng ating bansa, kung saan daw bumibili na po sila ng mga lupa. At sa kung anong layunin gagamitin iyon, pwede na lang nating isipin. So, dagang salamat kay SP for bringing it up in this budget plenary at pagpapasalamat po talaga namin ang patuloy na pag-imbestiga ng NSC at ng NICA dito. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you to Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. President, for Senator Risa for raising this in coordination, in conjunction with you, Mr. President, because they
Yes.
consider it a national security issue, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, because not only sleeper cells, but also criminal syndicates. We've seen kidnap for ransom, extortion, sex trafficking being done by foreigners using our legal documents. It's unheard of in other countries. That's why I hope that the investigation will be done very quickly after the budget hearings, and then we will come up with a law. My suggestion is the Senate spearhead a law increasing the fines, penalties, and jail terms for government agencies giving out these legal documents to unscrupulous individuals. So maraming salamat also to the men and women of the NICA and the NSA. Thank you very much for your service. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo sa inang bayan. You're doing a good job, great job to the men and women, especially to the spokespersons. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very
Please,
much, Mr. President.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security Council to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security Council are deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies. We now would like to pause for a lunch break, 45 minutes. Is it okay with the Minority Floor Leader? We come back at 1:45. Session is suspended until 1:45 in the afternoon.
Madam President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, Office of the Secretary, and Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and acknowledge the presence of its official. We have officials. We have with us OIC Secretary Hans Kakdak, undersecretaries of the department, and we also would like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to give us a background of the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. So moved, Madam President.
The consideration of the Department of Migrant Workers budget and its attached agencies is now in order for today's interpellation, and we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito. And to interpellate, we have the Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, the recommended fiscal year 2024 new appropriations for the Department of Migrant Workers is 13,754,123,000 pesos, which is broken down as follows. Under the Office of the Secretary, the amount of 6,999,116,000, and under its attached agency, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, or OWA, the amount of 6,755,007,000 pesos. So that is the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, the second year, actually, the second budget of fiscal year budget of the Department of Migrant Workers.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished colleague. First of all, at the onset, may I just put and place into the records that this representation has been fully supportive of the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. Obviously, this representation sponsored and authored this very important measure that we passed here in the Senate to establish the Department of Migrant Workers. We are pleased to note that the DMW has been working 24/7 for our migrant workers and our people. We laud their efforts, especially Secretary Hans, for always being there ready to answer our calls and listen to our views and ideas as to how we can be able to help our migrant workers, especially in the light of what's happening in Israel and in Gaza Strip. With that, Madam President, may I just be allowed to ask some clarificatory questions? First of all, distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, may we know how much is the proposed budget of the Department of Migrant Workers in the very first submission of the budget, which was deliberated upon in the House of Representatives?
Your Honor, to our Majority Leader, under the National Expenditure Program, it's 15,308,923,000, Your Honor.
And after the deliberation, the GAB, which was forwarded to this August chamber, would be how much, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
Your Honor, under the GAB, it's 12,752,923,000, Your Honor.
Which means there was a deduction, a significant deduction of about, let's say, about 2 billion pesos, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
Yes, Your Honor, I think it's about 2.6, almost 2.6 billion.
Almost 2.6 billion. But
That is correct.
let me not dwell much on what our counterparts in the House of Representatives did. May I just find out with regard to the committee report, because I was looking at the committee report, it appears that the Senate version actually put in additional 900 million, if I'm not mistaken, in the Office of the Secretary, and additional 100 million in the OWA, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration. Is that a correct statement, Your Honor?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor, Madam President. The Senate committee report reflects that we added about a total of 13,754,123,000, Your Honor.
So that is now the total amount of the budget of the department after the Senate committee report. Is that the correct statement, Your Honor?
Yes, that is correct. But if I may, likewise, the recommendation of your subcommittee, which I chaired, is about 17 billion, 231,599,000. If you would notice, our distinguished majority leader, Madam President, it's about 5 billion more than the GAB figures, because the 5 billion came from the ERF, or the Emergency Repatriation Fund of the OWA. Since it is not anymore being utilized at that much, because I guess the pandemic is declared as over already, the emergency, we deemed it necessary for us to be able to utilize it, that 5 billion be used by the Department of Migrant Workers. At least to be put into good use, Your Honor. That's the reason why we actually recommended 17 billion. But we're hoping, the Department of Migrant Workers still hoping that we can restore this so that it can be put into good use, especially now that the department is on its second year. Still a lot of challenges, still a lot of things to be done, especially with the organization of the new migrant workers offices in the different parts of the world, Your Honor.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, ERF, or the Emergency Repatriation Fund, is a vital component of the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration agency, bureau, Mr. President. May we know how important it is, and what is the main purpose for this particular item, the Emergency Repatriation Fund?
Your Honor, Madam President, the ERF is being used for all types of repatriation, most especially emergency repatriations, and it was really used, maximized, especially during the time of the COVID emergency, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But this time around, since about it's not utilized, so that's why the 5 billion, we're hoping that can be used, put into good use this time. But at this time also, as you mentioned earlier, with the crisis situation in Israel, Gaza, even Ukraine, we can still utilize the ERF, for the purpose of repatriation and assistance to our OFWs, Your Honor.
I know for a fact, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that during the budget deliberation of the Department of Migrant Workers, this particular item was questioned. Because, of course, the utilization of the funding would be dependent as to how the agency would respond to high risk, medium risk, low risk, pandemic, wars probably, most especially, Mr. President. May we know as to how much is spent, just to give us a bird's eye view, how much is being spent for airfare, accommodation, how many percent is spent for administrative expenses in that matter, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
Your Honor, if I may, Madam President, in 2021, the utilization is about 17,367,559,406. 2022, it was 10,972,000,2,037. In 2023, it went down already to about 872,970,000, Your Honor, Mr. President. So that's the utilization of the ERF. But prior to the pandemic, it was about 2019, 34 million. 976,000. 2020, the start of the pandemic, it went up to 5 billion, 679,994. 679,994,000. So, but now because it's the emergency medical emergency is already over, it went down already to about 872,970,537, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, for explaining, elaborating the use of the emergency emergency repatriation fund. And as you mentioned, 2019, 2020, 2021, grabe ho yung gastos natin, no? Lalo na nung height ng pandemya. But at the same time, Mr. President, we are also facing these challenges. As much as we don't want to mention the word escalating conflict in the Middle East, but it is what it is. And so, if this would continue to persist and the budget of the department is being threatened right now, na mabawasan ng husto, sabi nyo nga po, halos 2 billion, 2.5 billion yung nawala, mula po nung pinropose yung budget doon sa Kamara, at hindi ko na po muli iisa-isahin kung saan napunta po yun. Dahil kanina, nagtatanong din po ako sa mga kaibigan natin sa DMW, parang hindi rin po nila alam kung saan nilagay yung ibinawas. Buti na lang po, meron pong committee report ang Senado na nagdadagdag muli o nagbabalik muli. Kaya lang, Ginoong Pangulo, ang akin lang pong napuna ay ibinalik po yung 1.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Ngunit, kung susuma total, ay kulang pa rin po doon sa pangangailangan ng ating departamento. So, ang aking pong katanungan, ang ERF po ba lang ang maaapektuhan dito? At kung maapektuhan yung ERF, magpapaluwal ang departamento, definitely, may mga maaapektuhang programa ang ating departamento. Kaya po tayo naririto sapagkat gusto nating siguruhin na magagawa, matutugunan ng ating departamento ang pangangailangan ng ating mga migrant workers. Kaya po gusto nating malaman ano yung maaapektuhan. At kaya ba natin ito na lunukin at sabihin, proud tayo na ito yung binigay natin, despite the fact that we are aware that we actually added additional 1.5 billion to the budget of DMW. But again, if you summarize the entire budget, malaki pa rin po yung kulang from the original requirement that the department is asking for. Is that a correct statement? And what is the comment of our distinguished sponsor, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. I would like to enumerate the programs that will be affected. Should only 3.7 billion out of the 5.1 billion being requested for realignment of the 2024 ERF be approved. Number one, expansion, improvement of the migrant workers offices, migrant workers resource centers, in view of the transfer of the assistance to nationals function, yung ATN functions, Mr. President, Your Honor, has been transferred already to the DMW from the DFA. So that's about 1 billion, the budget proposal. Medyo malaki rin po yung kailangan po natin doon, especially yung ATN, no, that entails a lot of cost. Provision for food and other basic necessities to distressed workers and members of their family, about 100 million. Hiring of additional local hires to perform ATN functions, including training and other developmental activities. This is about 500 million. Mr. President, Your Honor, I I had the chance to visit our MWOs in Korea, Singapore, and other areas. And I have seen how important and effective local hires are, no, for assisting the MWOs, our migrant workers offices, to perform ATN functions. Next is operational expenses, including repatriation brought by natural calamities, armed conflict, civil strife, and other incidents in the host country and neighboring areas. That's about 250 million. Assistance to OFWs affected by Philippine government suspension, deferment of deployment, and or host country regulations, such as suspension of the issuance of new work and entry visa, and related restrictions. That's about 250 million. Cancer assistance and relief expenses for OFWs, that's about 100 million. Others, like creation of Migrant Workers Welfare Services Bureau, 6,323,000. Additional budget for general management and support, OSEC Training Institute, offices of the USEC and ASEC, about 55,177,000. A total of 1,461,500,000, Your Honor. So this will be the programs that will be affected if we will not be able to restore the 5.1 billion being requested for realignment.
Thank you so much, distinguished colleague, our Deputy Majority Leader, the hardworking senator from the city of San Juan, for explaining and pointing out these very important programs of the Department of Migrant Workers. I remember in Section 14 of the Republic Act establishing the Department of Migrant Workers, 11641, ini-establish din po dyan yung Agarang, Kalinga at Saklolo o yung Action Fund for our OFWs na nangangailangan po for the provision of legal and other forms of assistance to OFWs. Yun din nga po nararak na rin, no? And then binanggit niyo po itong assistance to national fund na tinransfer po yung ATN functions from DFA to DMW starting July 1 of 2023. And then yung binabanggit niyo po na Migrant Workers Office na mismong kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, Madam President, ang ating sponsor of the measure, ay mismo personal na nakita, napuntahan, na bisita ito pong mga migrant workers offices natin. Ang na-receive po nila na kaso, nito lang po na report sa atin, July 1, 2023, ay 16,659 ATN cases. This includes legal assistance and other forms of assistance. And right now, DMW currently has 14 legal retainers. Some were transferred from DFA in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. So, maliit pa nga din po to. And as the good sponsor is saying a while ago, may mga birth pains, 2 years pa lang ang DMW, but it appears with this budget that we are talking about, instead na pa-progress tayo, pabalik po tayo. So, with that, Mr. President, Madam President, distinguished colleague, this representation would like to state and put into the records that I will fight for the budget of DMW. And I support our good sponsor that it be retained. Hindi na po dadagdagan, i-retain lang yung original na kailangan po nila. Dahil ito po ay pinag-aralang gusto, ito po ay kailangan ng ating departamento. And so I'd like to thank our distinguished colleague for raising this up and for sharing with us this very vital information that we need to reconsider, considering that we are deliberating on the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. This 1.4 billion is very important, and to begin with, it's already there at parang may nagkaroon ng realignment. I wanted to find out kung saan napunta po yun, dahil kung hindi po ito mapupunta sa mas kailangan natin, ipaglalaban ho natin dito na dapat ito ay maibalik at maibigay para mabigyan ng mas maayos, mas epektibong serbisyo ang ating mga kababayan na migrant workers. Will the distinguished gentleman support this representation in pushing for the budget of DMW para maibalik po itong pangangailangan nila?
Well, of course, we'd like to thank the majority leader, the principal sponsor, actually, of the bill creating the Department of Migrant Workers, for your continued support to this department. No, again, as you mentioned, it's in its formative years, still experiencing birth pains, but I think your proposal to at least restore the budget will be very, very helpful for the department to be able to function very well and serve our OFWs, most especially now in times of crisis, that there is a brewing crisis in Israel, Gaza, Ukraine. So all the more that it is very much appreciated that the budget that you are proposing to be restored will be very helpful. In fact, if I may also, you mentioned earlier that there are 14 legal retainers being maintained for the legal assistance fund of the DMW, but it's now actually 18. So mas lumaki pa talaga yung pangangailangan. So it is very much appreciated, Your Honor. Again, we appreciate the support of the distinguished majority leader for the Department of Migrant Workers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, to state also for the record that there are about 27 wars, active wars happening around the globe. At alam natin ang mga Pilipino ay scattered all over the world. And it's not good to say, but unfortunately, a lot of them are escalating, Your Honor. So we have to be ready and prepare our department for these instances. Mr. President, you made mention about the increase in the number of legal retainers of DMW from 14 to 18, and that is commendable considering that we are starting over and we are still experiencing a lot of birth pains with regard to protecting our OFWs through this newly created and newly established department, the Department of Migrant Workers. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, how is the DMW improving on the processes to ensure the accessibility to and availability of legal services, Your Honor? Because I remember before onboarding the legal retainers previously employed by DFA, yung DMW po conducted a review of the quality and performance of the services, if I'm not mistaken. No? So that's the reason why I'm asking this. Kasi I had an experience na lumapit po sa ating opisina, hindi po siya na-represent ng maayos noong legal retainer daw ng ating embahada at dahil lang sa passport at documents being asked of her or him, pinauwi po, dineport po dito sa Pilipinas. And so that's why it's important also that we look into this, not just accessibility and availability, but also the performance. Because I remember itong legal services ng embahada ay nagsimula since 1995, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. Ano, ikaw na?
Your Honor, Madam President, according to the MW, the old retainers were reviewed, the performance, and those that did not really perform well were not anymore renewed. And the new retainers this time for the legal assistance were vetted, no? And audited by the DMW, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions actually while we are waiting for some of our colleagues. But let me also point out, Madam President, distinguished colleague, the importance of our regional offices. And perhaps let me pose my last question by asking what we can expect from the Department of Migrant Workers additional budget request of 125 million for the MOOE of our regional offices. I was told may mga bago tayong mga targets, target deliverables per region other than operationalizing yung pong tinatawag na one-stop shop natin in terms of reduction of illegal recruitment, yung increase ng number of communities or barangays vis-a-vis number of pre-employment orientation seminar conducted and the number of participants, etc. Para lang po malinaw sa atin. Because I fully support this because this is the only way we can serve the best interests of our people. Kung hindi na sila pupunta lahat dito sa Maynila, dito sila lahat magta-transaction, at least meron tayong mga functioning, effectively functioning regional offices.
Your Honor, Madam President, our distinguished majority leader, there are about 27 authorized overseas employment adjudicators or OEA positions with salary grade 25. Each regional office should have one OEA except for NCR, which has 12. To date, 21 are filled while 6 are unfilled. Currently, 10 overseas employment adjudicators at the central office are handling 3,581 pending cases, 2,190 or 61% of which are for review at different levels. Meanwhile, 400 cases are pending in 4 regions being handled by our regional OEAs. The DMW proposed to add 10 more OEA positions, 6 for NCR and 1 each for 4 middle-sized regional offices, as well as upgrade the salary of OEA from salary grade 25-1 to salary grade 26. Total funding requirements for 2024 is about 37,619,676,000 for 27 OEAs, SG 26 positions, a 10% increase from the 34,273,608 of for the same number of positions with SG 25 or an additional 3,500,000 from last year. So these are the improvements that the department is undertaking to improve so that people do not have really to go to the major regional offices like NCR, so that there will be new OEAs that will be deployed in the ROs or the regional offices.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam President, distinguished colleague, for answering this humble representation's questions. I'd like to commend our DMW for activating all its regional offices in 16 regions. Na-convert na yung POEA regional offices, hindi ba? And its regional offices mirrored the services provided also by the central office here in the National Capital Region. I have no further question, and again reiterate my call for our colleagues to support this representation in putting back the necessary budget, additional budget for our Department of Migrant Workers. Maraming salamat, Madam President. And next to interpolate and ask questions, the distinguished gentleman from Cavite. But before that, Madam President, may I just be allowed to recognize some guests from the gallery, guests of our dear colleague, Senator Win Gatchalian. We have with us Mayor Cho Yong-ik, Mayor City of Bucheon, Director General Administration Bureau, Sek Sang-gyun, Director General Bucheon Community Health Center, Kim In-jae, Director General Education Project, Han Ye-jong, Director Healthy City Division, Won Min, Director Sangdong Library, Kim Yong A. Head Exchange and Cooperation Team, Kim So Hyun. Head Reading Promotion Team, Kim Hae Chung. And their parties, Kim Yong Gon, Cho Yo Cheon, Han Chun Ho, Kim Jong Moon, Kim Dae Song, Kim Jong Sul, Shin Yung Jin, Lee Yu Yong, and Lee Ji An. Guests of our dear colleague Senator Win Gatchalian. We welcome them, Madam President, in this August chamber. Madam President.
We welcome all our guests to the Senate. Senator Gatchalian.
Yeah, Madam
recognized.
President, just to share with the body, Valenzuela is celebrating its 400-year founding
Happy anniversary.
anniversary. At the same time, we're also celebrating our 15th year sisterhood relationship with the city of Bucheon in Korea. And we're very honored and privileged that no less than Mayor Cho of Bucheon City came all the way here to celebrate with us the 400-year founding anniversary of Valenzuela and the 15th-year cityhood agreement with Valenzuela
Congratulations
City. So
to the city
we
of
welcome,
Valenzuela.
we welcome the delegation. Thank you.
Welcome to the Senate, to our guests.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Now, Madam President, to ask and interpolate the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman, not from K-pop, Madam President, but from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. So moved.
Senator Ramon Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to our sponsor, Senator J.B. Ejercito, and the whole DMW family. Malaki po ang naging kawalan ng departamento kamakailan lamang sa pagpanaw ni Secretary Tutsa Ople. Even before she headed the department, she has been the face of refuge of our dear OFWs. Siya ang naging muka at simbolo ng kalma sa gitna ng unos na kinaharap nating mga sinawimpalad ng mga kababayang naabuso na kanilang mga amo at naipit sa gulo. $1 billion ang taunang naiuwi ng mga bagong bayani sa ating bansa na siya namang tumutulong sa ating ekonomiya. At least we can do is make them feel how much they are valued para sa ating pong mga bagong bayani. We dream of the day when labor conditions are not only decent but fair. May the DMW shepherd this dream of ours to reality. Palitan natin ang hinagpis na mga pamilyang naiwan sa pangakong pag-iigtingin pa natin ng ating mga polisiya upang hindi sa black body bags ang muli at huling niyang sulyap sa kanyang mga mahal sa buhay. Huwag na sana pang madagdagan ang mga OFWs na kinakailangang tumalon mula sa bintana patungo sa kanilang kamatayan upang makatakas lamang mula sa malulupit na kamay ng mga among hindi tumatalima sa mga polisiya at tuntunin. The horror stories should instead be replaced with the promise of better monitoring and assistance, especially in times of need. On this note, with the indulgence of my colleagues, may this representation be allowed to ask just a few questions, Senator JV?
Yes, certainly. Most welcome, Your Honor, Madam
Can you
President.
give us a status report on your online application OFW Pass? I understand that na operational na yan in 10 countries. Kamusta na po ito?
At the moment, Your Honor, Madam President, OFWs may acquire exit clearances through the DMW app or through other existing online portals while we are conducting a thorough review of the DMW app, upgrade the internal capacity of the department, and ensure alignment with the national digitalization strategy of the DICT, the DMW will continue to keep all of these options open. The pilot test for the DMW app was launched on July 21, 2023 during a simple ceremony in Malacanang led by President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. The pilot test was concluded on September 29, 2023. It covered 10 countries and territories. The DMW was made available to OFWs inside the Philippines on the day of the launch itself. During the pilot test, OFWs can still opt to acquire OEC through existing means in person through DMW offices and MWOs and existing online portals. The DMW app was developed in-house using the existing human resources, infrastructure, and databases that were transferred from the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration or POA to the DMW upon the latter's full constitution last year. So just to give you a status or the report as of September 29, total downloads reach about 407,800. Total unique logins, 273,396. Total OFW passes valid as exit clearance is 31,084. Country territories with the most OFW passes are as follows: United Arab Emirates with 13,358, with Hong Kong with 5,239, Qatar with 3,106, Taiwan with 2,723, Singapore with 2,354, and Saudi Arabia with 2,320. So that's all, Your Honor. That's the status of the DMW app.
Yes, Madam President, meron po tayo kasing nakuwang impormasyon na may mga nagsasamantala dito sa programang ito ng DMW. In the Facebook public group OFW Pass, the new OEC, tila may nagpapabayad para maproseso ang OFW Pass ng ating mga kababayan, no? This should be made available for free, hindi po ba? At paano nyo masusupil yung mga namamantala, no? Na hindi naman dapat magbayad, pinagbabayad nila. Ano po masasabi nito? Di ba, Mr. President, meron din tayong online help desk, kung sinasabi nating 24/7, no? So ano po ang status nito?
Your Honor, when Secretary Toots Ople was still alive, she made clear that this app will be free, especially for our OFWs. That is the reason, Your Honor, that the DMW reported it to the NBI Cybercrime Unit because this information also came into reach the DMW office. And again, just to be clear, this has to be free. Talagang libre po dapat to.
Libre talaga. Meron na bang nahuli dito sa mga nagsasamantalang ito? Baka po maganda may masampulan dyan, di ba? Kawawa naman itong mga kababayan natin na tatrabaho sa ibang bansa.
Your Honor, Madam President, according to Secretary Kakdak, a lot of sites were already taken down by coordination with the NBI Cybercrime and the ICT. But as of the moment, they cannot divulge the other details because the cases and the filing of cases and the investigation is ongoing. But probably they can submit as a report once the NBI has already finished or has terminated the investigation, Your Honor.
Okay. On another issue, Madam President, nakita po natin ang gulo ngayon dito sa Israel at Palestine. No? Kita natin yung naapektuhan ng mga kababayan din natin na naroroon. ano po ang aksyon ng ating gobyerno para sa kanilang mga shelters o nasa mabuting kamay ba sila? Ano po bang kalagayan nila ngayon? Dahil pag pinapanood ko yun sa Facebook ay talagang kinikilabutan ako. Ano kaya yung status ng mga kababayan natin, mga Pilipino naroon? At yan po, kamusta po?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam President, the DMW has been very, very busy of late because of the crisis situation in Israel and Gaza. Just to give you a few information, these are the numbers of OFWs from Israel that have been repatriated. As of November 7, 2023, a total of 184 Filipino workers and 6 dependents and children from Israel were repatriated from October 18 up to
Ilan po,
November
Mr.
7.
Mr. President?
184 Filipino workers and 6 dependents or children.
Nasaan po sila ngayon? Are they back in the Philippines?
Most of them are already in their respective homes, Your Honor. Nahatid na po ng mga DMW. Tapos mamaya may parating pang 39,
39.
Today, Your Honor. Likewise, assistance and services were provided to the repatriated workers are as follows: the immediate and fast delivery of a whole of government and multidimensional salubong package of program offerings, assistance, and services were provided to the repatriated workers. For example, while in Israel, coordination with Israeli government and defense forces in accounting, ascertaining status and safety of OFWs, care of Philippine Embassy in Tel Aviv, DMW, MWO Tel Aviv, coordination with the Ben Gurion International Airport and airline officials for return flights to Manila, care of DFA, DMW and Migrant Workers offices in Tel Aviv, DMW OWA, return flight to Manila, care of DMW OWA, and the $200 financial assistance for immediate needs while awaiting return flight to Manila, care of DMW MWO Tel Aviv. Upon arrival in Manila, Your Honor, Madam President, 50,000 will be from DMW, care, and also from OWA, another 50,000. So that's a total of 100,000 pesos. Care kits and food packs from NRCO, physical and medical checkup initial assessment, care of DOH, medical referral services if deemed needed, care of DOH, psychosocial assessment and evaluation, care of DSWD and DOH.
So you mean, Mr.
Yes,
I got you. 400,000 na natatanggap ng bawat isa? Am I correct?
About 120,000.
120,000.
Yes.
Okay.
So 20,000 is financial assistance for individuals in crisis situation, or yung AIX, care of DSWD, and again, it's 50,000 from DMW, 50,000 from OWA, so a total of 120,000. And last but not the least, skills training vouchers and food care kits, care of TESDA. And while in transit to homes and provinces, hotel accommodations, transit flights, bus tickets, food is care of DMW or OWA. So busy po si Administrator Arnel Ignacio. Buti, okay pang
Buti
inyo
na
po.
lang nandiyan si Administrator Arnel
Yes.
Ignacio.
And according to him
Congratulations
also,
for doing a great job.
financial that in Israel, number of OFWs were provided relief assistance. No, as of November 11, a total of 220 OFWs. Again, they were given $200 each. It's about $44,000 or 2.4 million pesos. Arrival at AIA, as I mentioned earlier, they will be given immediately another 50,000 that is provided to the distressed and displaced OFW. So that's what the DMW and OWA is doing, Your Honor.
At present, Mr. President or Madam President, ilang pang Pilipino ang naiiwan sa Israel, sa Gaza?
Your Honor, as of the moment, there are about 100
Saan?
in
Sa
process.
Gaza to?
Nasa Israel.
Nasa Israel.
The DMW is taking care of the Israel and Lebanon. So there's about 100 in process, and there's still some that are coming, about 150 from Lebanon. Yung pong sa Gaza, Your Honor, Madam President, is the DFA is the one taking care of
Yes, sir.
the ones from Gaza, Your Honor.
Yun nasa Gaza. Yun yung napakahirap na sitwasyon ng mga kababayan natin doon. Yung iba ayaw talaga umalis no? Am I correct? So paano yung, how do you treat that? Yung mga ayaw umalis na mga kababayan natin doon sa Gaza, na alam naman natin binobomba doon at talagang patayan ng patayan doon.
Your Honor, Madam President, it's their personal choice because a lot of our Filipinos who are in the Gaza Strip are married to Palestinians, and they chose, most of them choose to remain in the area and refuse to remove their to leave their families. But there are some, according to Administrator and Arnel that last night, no, and the Secretary Hans. There are about 22 adults and 11 children from Gaza arrived last night. But most of them, about 70% of 136 are already, made it already to Egypt, Your Honor. So that's the good news. At least they're already in safer havens.
Okay. I'm sure hindi nyo naman pababayaan yung ating mga kababayan doon. So, okay, Mr. President, di na ako magpapakaba. Mukhang pinipressure mo na akong tapusin ko na yung pagtatanong ko. Just joking. Thank you, Mr. President, and I support the budget of the DMW at kung ano pa yung kailangan nyo, bukas ang ating opisina. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you also to Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpret the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao. May we recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo. So moved.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam President, and to the distinguished Vice Chairman and sponsor of this committee report, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to my dear colleagues who are also present today in the plenary, and to all the officials and members of the Department of Migrant Workers and OWA, led by OIC USEC Hans Leo Kakdak and Admin Arnel Ignacio, respectively. This is not really an interpellation, Madam President, but I simply want to put on record and reiterate my firm, wholehearted, and unwavering support to the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, as well as the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and all the attached agencies and offices under them. To be exact, it has been 2 years since the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers, and we have seen and felt its vital role in shaping the economic landscape of our nation, precisely because our OFWs equally play a crucial role in keeping our economy afloat. Thus, the DMW, together with OWA, must be afforded a realistically sufficient budget, and all the resources they need should be given to them to ensure the protection and continued care of our modern-day heroes, as we call them. Natutuwa po ako na tinasa natin sa Senado ang budget ng DMW na halos 901 million pesos at ang budget ng OWA ay nadagdagan din ng 100 million pesos. Pero ayon sa DMW at OWA, kulang na kulang po ang dagdag na ito dahil ang original request nila ay nasa 5.7 billion pesos. With a given increase, lumalabas na nasa 3.6 billion pesos lang ang napagbigyan sa request ng departamento. Let me direct this body's attention to recent events that transpired in the past few months. At base dito, baka pwede po natin taasan ang kanilang budget, Madam President. And to the good sponsor, at pumitas ng dagdag sa ibang ahensya na wala namang ginawa kundi maging pabaya at mangurakot. Nung pumutok po ang giyera sa Gaza last October 7, 2023, libo-libo mga Pilipinong apektado at 30,000 sa kanila ay mga OFWs. Sa ngayon, base sa mga reports ng DMW at OWA, nasa 184 na ang ating napauwi at nabigyan ng financial assistance. Dito natin nakita, Madam President, and the good sponsor, na very crucial ang role ng department sa mga pangyayaring ito. The DMW and OWA's functions obviously do not end at the point of hiring and deployment. In the face of disasters, and in this case, armed conflict or war, we are duty-bound to ensure the safety of our kababayans, especially their safe passage and return to our country. To date, reports show that we have repatriated a total of 184 OFWs, together with their families from Israel. Kasama na po dito yung 4 fatalities. May 90 pa na pending requests and the number increases every day. OFWs from Israel. While I'm glad that the DMW and OWA is giving every returning OFW 50,000 pesos each as financial assistance, sapat na ba ito? May konting care packages na binibigay ang DSWD at medical check-up ang DOH. Pero, pag-uwi nila sa kanilang mga probinsya, sa tingin ko ay hindi sapat ang initial na 100,000 pesos upang buhayin ang kanilang mga anak at pamilya. Kasama po ako sa receiving group nung bumalik ang unang batch ng OFW mula sa Israel. While most of them are relieved that they are out of harm's way at hindi na nagtatago sa mga bomb shelters, bakat na bakat sa kanilang mga muka ang pangamba. Ang pangambang paano magsisimula uli? What will happen in the next 100 days of their lives considering that they are jobless but still have to feed their families and continue sending their kids to school? I urge this body to look into increasing further the budget of the DMW and OWA because we need to double our post-repatriation efforts to help these displaced OFWs. We have to cater to their reintegration, financial security, and secure the education and welfare of their children. Madam President, sa Gaza at Israel pa lang ito. But we have to remember that we have thousands of Filipino workers in neighboring and equally vulnerable territories such as Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt. Huwag naman po sana lumaki pa at magtagal ang gyera. But it is important that we are ready, not just logistically, but we have to have resources in place para may kabuhayan pa rin ang ating mga OFWs pagbalik ng Pilipinas. Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, Madam President, mismong si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ang nagpahayag na buo ang tulong na dapat ibibigay ng ating gobyerno sa lahat ng apektadong OFWs sa Palestine at Israel. B. Online scams against OFWs. Talamak pa rin po ang online scams na binibiktima ng mga OFWs. Nababaon sila sa utang dahil sa mga scams at minsan nauwi pa sa trafficking. I hope that DMW is given sufficient budget and resources to exercise its regulatory powers in coordination with the DOJ to go after the perpetrators. Dapat may sapat silang personnel at resources para sugpuin at ipakulong ang mga manlolokong scammers na nang-scam sa kanila. We should not only go after illegal recruiters, earring domestic and foreign recruitment agencies, but also online scammers na ang binibiktima ay mga OFWs at kanilang mga pamilya. Digital app for OEC. The DMW has launched the digital app for securing overseas employment certificate. Pero initial testing pa lang. Sana sa madaling panahon, maging fully operational na ito para mas mapagaan naman ang buhay ng ating mga OFWs sa pagkuha ng OAC. May sapat ba na budget para dito nang sa gayon na hindi na pipila pa ang mga kababayan natin para lang sa OEC. Regional offices of the DMW. Finally, we need to realign the budget and make the necessary final adjustments in order to hire additional personnel and provide additional office space to the existing 15 regional offices of the DMW and to fix and refurbish the existing main office in Ortigas. As of now, these offices are merely operational by providing frontline services, but there's a need to expand operations in order to cater to the needs of our OFWs in the provinces. At hindi na sila kinakailangan lumipad pa sa Metro Manila para mag-process ng papeles at humingi ng financial assistance. As chairman of the Committee on Migrant Workers, I commend the DMW and OWA for all their efforts and to continually work hard for the betterment of our people with vigor. The late Secretary Tusople successfully laid down the groundwork for the new department, and under the able leadership of OIC Hans Kakdak and Admin Arnel Ignacio of OWA, panatag po ang loob ko na malaki ang magagawa natin para sa ating mga OFWs at hindi tayo nagkakamali sa pagbuo ng DMW. Kaya naman, siguraduhin natin na sapat ang kanilang budget at siguraduhin may sapat na proteksyon para sa ating mga tinatawag na mga bagong bayani. Maraming salamat, Madam President, and to the good sponsor. Pero bago po ako magtapos, Madam President, meron lang po akong dalawang katanungan para sa ating good sponsor. With the indulgence of the good sponsor, of course, Madam President, ito po yung may kinalaman sa repatriation funds at alam naman po natin merong problema ngayon sa may Iceland na kung saan dineklara na po na state of emergency yung bansang yon dahil sa yung problema sa mga sunod-sunod na paglilindol na nagbabanta na magkaroon ng volcanic eruptions doon. Ano ba yung mga programang nakahanda at inilatag natin in case dumating po yung hindi inaasahan?
Your Honor, thank you for your query. According to our OIC, Yusek Hans Kakdak, they already made the initial coordination with the DFA in Norway, embassy in Norway, which covers Iceland. There are about 1,000 OFWs in Iceland. And here are the programs of the OWA for OFW repatriates and OFW casualties in case through ERF or the Emergency Repatriation Fund, 10,000 pesos financial assistance for displaced, distressed OFWs with endorsement from post, except OFWs from Sudan, Israel, and Lebanon, as they were already given 50,000 pesos each. Under the Balik Pinas, Balik Hanap Buhay program, an active OWA member will receive 20,000 pesos. An inactive OWA member will receive about 10,000 pesos. In case there will be casualties, active OWA member will get 120,000 pesos for natural death. And due to accident, about 220,000 pesos. Plus livelihood, 15,000 pesos. Educational assistance, 5,000 for elementary and 8,000 for high school and 10,000 for college. For an inactive OWA member, they will still get about 20,000 pesos. With regards to the financial assistance program, in Israel, I would just like to mention, Your Honor, because this is a very hot issue, that number of OFWs provided relief assistance already number about 220 OFWs with $200 US each, a total of $44,000 or 2.4 million. And that arrival at NAIA, they will already receive about 50,000 to distressed and displaced OFWs while looking for a source of income, Your Honor.
Okay. At isa na lamang po, last na, Madam President and the good sponsor. Recently may nangyaring insidente na kung saan yung isang barko, yung Odessa, tinamaan po ng missile ng Russia sa may bandang Ukraine at I understand meron po mga Pilipino doon sa barkong yon. Pwede ho ba makakuha ng update, Madam President and the good sponsor?
Your Honor, according to USEC Hans Gakdak, there are about 3 who were affected or injured. 2 are only minor, 1 major, but already was operated on already and are there are about 25 crew members who are scheduled to be repatriated already.
That's all. Thank you, Madam President. Good sponsor. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank also the gentleman, the chair of the committee on migrant workers for the support for the restoration of the budget. No? Talaga pong kailangan nila. And in fact, the 5 billion that you mentioned was taken from the ERF fund. No? Yung pong Emergency Repatriation Fund of OWA will be intended to be used for the Department of Migrant Workers. So we would like to thank Senator Tulfo for the support for the DMW.
Thank you, Madam President and a good sponsor. Mabuhay tayo mga Pilipino, mabuhay natin mga OFWs. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Senator Tulfo, the champion of our migrant workers. Yes. Next to interpolate is Senator Ronald De Rosa will also interpolate, but first we recognize Senator Francis Cheese Escudero and Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa after. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Majority Leader. With the permission of the distinguished sponsor, I only have one question and one topic to ask, Madam President, Your Honor. Sa ngayon po ba, ilan ang mga Pilipino na nagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa na nakakulong sa iba't ibang mga piitan sa buong mundo?
Your Honor, since Yusek Kaknak assumed in July of 2023, total is about 1,254 currently incarcerated, broken down as follows: Asia Pacific, 293, Europe, 7, Middle East, 954, Your Honor, Madam President.
I remember, Mr. President, Your Honor, when there was a Spanish national who was convicted in the Philippines for allegedly killing someone in Cebu. And the very first thing that Spain did was to try to negotiate and enter into a treaty with the Philippines with respect to prisoner exchange. We now have such a treaty between the Philippines and Spain. That was with respect to one Spanish national. Given that we have so many, Mr. President, Your Honor, OFWs whose victim may be a fellow Filipino sometimes, working abroad, or a foreign national, wouldn't be an opportune time or perhaps a year ago, a decade ago, for the Philippines to have been doing this similar thing? It would be a different matter for us to succeed to get that treaty, Mr. President, Your Honor. But at the very least, we should pursue it and aspire to it so that we can establish, at least in those countries in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, where we have a huge number of Filipinos. Ang pagkakaiba po kasi, at least may ginawa man siyang mali, hindi naman natin papalayain dito, pero may pagkakataong dito niya pagsilbihan sa Pilipinas yung kanyang sintensya para mas malapit-lapit naman na mabisita siya ng kanyang mga kamag-anak kada Pasko man o kada birthday o kung gaano nila kadalas kakayanin gawin. Mr. President, Your Honor, the fact is, if an overseas Filipino worker is convicted, let's say, to suffer the penalty of 30 years incarceration in Saudi Arabia, for example, and the family is poor, the next time they see each other, Mr. President, will be 30 years after already. Because I doubt if the family can visit him every year and spend that much to travel. They're not even sure if they can see him whenever they do visit that place. So, Mr. President, Your Honor, I think in the spirit of giving second chances and enabling our Filipino compatriots who have been convicted in a foreign land, justly or unjustly, for this to be pursued through the DMW and through the Department of Foreign Affairs. I asked this during the previous budget deliberations with the late former Secretary Ople, who committed to do this, Mr. President, Your Honor. That's why I'm asking it again. May I know what has been done, if any, and what the current leadership of the DMW will be doing in pursuit of this issue and in pursuit of this interest of ours?
Your Honor, Madam President, according to Yusek Kakdak, that they have already started talking to DOJ and DFA, and they are prioritizing those who are in the death row cases. So it's they are now coordinating with both agencies, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Your Honor, death row cases, hindi naman natin pwedeng ilipat dito. Wala naman tayong parusang kamatayan para dito patupad yung parusang kamatayan. Eh. That is a totally separate issue, if at all, because that would pertain to either payment of the blood money or providing legal efforts. I'm talking about those who are incarcerated either as detention prisoners or those convicted by final judgment. We can start with those convicted by final judgment already. Again, Mr. President, Your Honor, succeeding is a totally different matter from us trying to achieve this. We may succeed in some countries, we may fail in some, but at least the Filipinos see that the department is working in this direction. It may take 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, or even 10 years. But at least that should be a direction that we should be taking in order to protect the interests of our Filipino workers abroad, numbering roughly 10 million, if I'm not mistaken, based on the last count I saw. Again, if you look back, one Spanish national, they fought for that treaty and they got it. It took them about 2 to 3 years before the Senate ratified it from the time they started. It might take us that same period of time. We might succeed in some, we might fail in some, but at least we should continue trying.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam President, it's a very welcome. It's very welcome, no, that we are looking into the plight of all the ROFWs who are incarcerated. As a matter of fact, the Senate through the past years have increased the legal assistance fund so that the ROFWs, our modern heroes, would feel that the government is there to assist them in their times that they are distressed. And likewise, according to Yusek Kakdak and the DMW family, we have already improved the legal assistance, and there are about 18 legal retainers worldwide, and we have greater access now to host country institutions at present. So.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. I will be bringing this point up again in the next budget deliberation for the budget of 2025. One last point, Mr. President. I know we put funds and increased the funds even in previous years when I was Finance Committee Chair with respect to the Legal Assistance Fund. But as of now, does the Legal Assistance Fund include the payment of blood money as a policy on the part of DMW?
Right now, Your Honor, no, it's not included.
May I ask why, Mr. President, Your Honor, and what needs to be done? Is it simply including a special provision to increase the mandate of the assistance fund for the payment? Imbis na ibayad mo sa abogado, kung yun naman ang rules nila, kailangan pa rin magbayad ng blood money. Eh, di ba't hindi na lang isama natin yung pagbabayad ng blood money?
Your Honor, according to Yusek Kakdak, that the blood money usually goes to the private expenses, private rights of the family, Your Honor.
I know that, Mr. President, Your Honor, but we are assisting migrant workers, and clearly that's why they left the Philippines and tried their fortunes abroad, because they don't have enough money to pay for that. Kaya sakada na lang merong ganun na may pagkakataon tayong iligtas sana sa parusang kamatayan ng sinumang Pilipinong nagkamali sa ibang bansa. Eh magsosolicit pa tayo sa mga mayayamang Pilipino pag may problema na.
Your Honor, probably we can legislate it or talk, to discuss it with the FA on how we will be able to make it possible, so that tama po kayo, no, na kaysa mapunta pa sa abogado, at least madiretso na lang po natin.
Mr. President, Your Honor, at the proper time, this representation will propose corresponding amendments to the budget of the DMW, because I want to lodge it there and not in the DFA. And since the GAA is a law itself, outlining the reasons and basis for spending whatever appropriations we allocate to that department, then that can suffice as the legal basis in order to spend this. That is, after all, what COA is looking for whenever they check expenditures of a particular department. So by broadening the menu of the legal assistance fund, perhaps this can be done and we can try to do this via this avenue without need of passing a totally new piece of legislation.
Thank you. That's a very welcome development, Madam President, Your Honor, that if the legal assistance fund becomes a line item, it will be easier for them to be able to dispose and it can be utilized easier by our distressed OFWs, Your Honor.
Thank you for your support, Mr. President. Madam President, Your Honor, at the proper time, we will introduce that amendment. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, and I'd like to thank the DMW family.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. Next, Madam President, the distinguished gentleman from Davao Province and Bohol Province, no other than the champion for OFWs, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Move that he be recognized.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good sponsor. Majority Leader, of course. Thank you, Majority Leader. You told me that I will ask only one question. So, I will follow your orders. But depende yan. Baka manganak yung question na yan. Good sponsor. Isang tanong lang. First of all, before I ask my question, I wish to commend the good sponsor for being fellow champion of our Filipino migrant workers. I understand that especially with the fairly recent loss of the good secretary, Toots Opley, it has taken a toll on the department. Nevertheless, I see how hardworking and passionate everyone has been. And this hard work and passion is mirrored by Senator J.B. Ercito, the sponsor himself. So for my question, Madam President, good sponsor, the DMW originally requested a budget of 29.488 billion. Of this amount, 9.167 billion shall be intended for the OSEC, while 20.321 billion will be allotted for the OWA. The DBM approved 52.71% of this request, which is, as the good sponsor has stated, 15.542 billion. And yet, we are lowering that even further, proposing a budget of 13.754 billion, with 6.999 billion for the OSEC and 6.755 billion for the OWA. Sa tingin ko, Mr. President, good sponsor, maraming programa at proyekto ang malubhang maapektuhan ng pagbaba na ito. May we know what projects and programs are going to be affected at kung kasama ba dito maapektuhan yung pondo para sa repatriation ng ating mga OFWs mula sa mga bansa na may kasalukuyang nasa gitna ng giyera.
Your Honor, thank you very much also for your concern. Actually, our Majority Leader also brought this up earlier because he's also
Sorry, I was
he's very concerned being the principal sponsor of the bill creating this department. But again, just for the record, Your Honor, the NEP shows that the budget of the DMW is 15,308,923,000. But what was approved in the GAB was only 12,752,923,000. And the Senate version, we added about almost 1 billion. To be exact, it's 13,754,123,000. So, bumaba siya ng 2 billion doon po sa House, but we added another billion. So, kulang pa rin po talaga ng 1 billion. Our subcommittee, Your Honor, recommended 17 billion, no? 231,599,000 or about 5 billion more than the GAB figures because yung yung pong ERF or Emergency Repatriation Fund, we took about 5 billion so that it can be utilized by the department. Kasi po, bumaba na po utilization ng ERF considering that the COVID pandemic emergency is already over, no? So, at least yung 5 billion, magamit man lang po ng DMW. But don't worry, that's why I also mentioned this, according to Yuse Kakdak and our OWA administrator, that they would have enough fund. Yung ERF will have enough fund to assist those OFWs that are in need of repatriation, especially with the crisis and the war brewing in Israel and Gaza, and also in other parts of the world, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor. Before I end my interpellation, I wish to make it on record, Mr. President, that I understand that the government is operating under a tight fiscal space in the face of problems that still beset us, whether nationally or internationally. I know that money remains to be an issue to seriously contend with, especially for us in Congress. However, I also know that the persistence of these problems must not be an excuse for us to stop looking for solutions, especially for our youngest department, the Department of Migrant Workers. Ika nga, Mr. President, kung gusto, palaging mayroong paraan. Hahanapan natin ang paraan para sa ating mga makabagong bayani. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Good
you
sponsor.
also, Senator De La Rosa, for your support to our newest department. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we encourage also our dear colleague, Senator Bato, to join our call to restore the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, which was earlier agreed upon by this representation and the sponsor himself, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, today is the birthday of our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos. Yes. And we wish her a happy birthday. And perhaps if we can just suspend the session for just 1 minute, Mr. President.
Yes, a happy birthday to our Ate Apo Amy. Marcos, you don't look a day over 35. Yeah.
She's 35, Madam Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, last but not the least is our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Our
Mr. President.
distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor. In the interest of time also, dahil meron po akong 14 na paksa, if the good sponsor will allow, for each topic, i-put on record ko na yung mga tanong para kung kasi natalakay na yung paksang iyon, at least yung mga tanong na hindi pa nasagot na lamang ay idagdag siguro ng good sponsor kung maaari.
Yes, of course, it's always welcome any intervention from our Deputy Minority Leader.
Salamat po, good sponsor. So una tungkol sa unfilled plantilla positions. Ano po yung mga proseso na ginagawa sa pag-hire nung regular workforce para matupad yung mandato ng DMW at maging siyang fully operationalized? Pwede po bang makatanggap ng ilang ulat tungkol sa ilan na ang nag-ookupa ng mga regular o plantilla positions? Any bottlenecks kung bakit maaari yung hiring process ay nadidelay? At sino po yung mga top officials na responsable para sa gawaing ito? And last but not the least, tungkol sa unfilled plantilla positions, totoo po ba na yung mga sweldo at sahod ng contractual employees ay na-delay ng higit 1 buwan? Hindi ba't mulat tayo sa posibleng paglabag sa karapatan nila na makatanggap ng compensation sa tamang panahon? Mr. President, good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, 60% of the department's position are still unfilled. Updates on the status of hiring are as follows. There are about 998 or 58% vacant plantilla positions out of the 1,728 DBM approved positions, 1,675 regular and 53 contractual as of October 31, 2023. 842 or 80% of these were published on March 20, 2023. The DMW received about 20,832 applications. Here is the breakdown. For central office, authorized positions, 695. Field positions is 349 and field is 346. 13 migrant workers offices in 28 countries, authorized positions 246, field positions 246, yung authorized, and 226 field positions. So unfilled positions about 20. For the 16 regional offices, authorized positions is 787, field positions is 155, unfilled positions is 632. So in total, it's 1,728 authorized positions. Filled positions is 730. So unfilled positions about 998. To date, applicants for 130 or 15% published vacant positions were interviewed and deliberated. We are still waiting for the appointment of a full-fledged DMW secretary who is the appointing authority for plantilla positions. Meanwhile, the HRM PSB is continuously performing screening and selection process for the remaining 712 or 85% published vacant positions in accordance with the omnibus rules on appointments and other human resource actions of the Civil Service Commission. As for your other inquiry, Your Honor, Mr. President, regarding some employees of the MW who were not able to receive or delayed, their salaries were delayed, according to the Yusek Tanet Aliones here, is that they were just completing their contracts and other documents. But as soon as they were able to complete the necessary requirements, their salaries were already given to them, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor. So I take it to mean na yung mga prosesong ina-undertake are everything that goes under the regular screening processes. At narinig ko na nga po yung reports ng mga numero, yung nag-ookupa na ng mga regular o plantilla positions. Take it to mean na yung isang bottleneck ay yung hinihintay, no, na pagtalaga ng isang yung ating bagong DMW secretary. And then, dun sa tanong ko sa mga na-delay na sweldo at sahod na kung nagpatuloy ay paglabag sa karapatan talaga nila, the report given by DMW is lahat po nito ay hindi na nade-delay dahil lahat po ay nabayaran na. Tama po?
Yes, as of now, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DMW, that there's no more delay as long as all their necessary requirements or documents are complete.
So pero kumpleto na po ba yung necessary documents ng lahat para lahat po ay nabigyan na ng sweldo o sahod nila?
As of now, there's no more delay, Your Honor. All the employees were already paid.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. Dako na po dun sa regional offices na in transition. So, in relation to the questions on the plantilla positions, we're also interested to know how many regional offices are not yet fully operationalized. Also, the Migrant Workers Office. Paki-update po kami dito sa mahalagang bagay dahil napakalawak ng mandato ng DMW kumpara pa sa dating mandato ng POEA. And of course, these include regulation, welfare, information, access to justice, governance, reintegration, on-site visitation, consular and immigration. In terms of training and capability building among the workforce of the agency, I would like to emphasize this. Ensuring that staff are capacitated for the tasks is important because DMW's clients include not only both land and sea-based OFWs, but also both documented and undocumented OFWs. At the latter used to be under the DFA UMWA. As DMW deals with immigration concerns and touches also on consular relations. Which used to be DFAs, no? Pero dahil nasa ilalim na sila ng DMW, dapat may training din ang DMW personnel sa consular at foreign relations issues. Kahit pa upheld yung one country team approach. So any updates, good sponsor, Mr. President, dun sa regional offices po at yung capacity building ng mga staff natin?
Your Honor, there are 16 regional offices, and the good news is that all are already operational, Your Honor, as of the moment, Your Honor.
Okay po. And kumusta na po yung capacity building para sa mga staff nagpapatakbo nitong ating mga regional offices?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the MW, that in coordination with DFA, the Foreign Service Institute is they have already met with DFA so that the Foreign Service Institute will now push through. And as a matter of fact, on December 12 to 14, the DMW Training Institute will already be functional, Your Honor, as of the moment.
So good sponsors, ngayon, nauna po yung pakikipag-ugnayan sa Foreign Service Institute sa pamamagitan ng DFA. And then, hindi na po sila yung magdadaos ng training at capacity building, pero tutulong sila sa pagtayo ng DMW Training Institute? Or ano po ba yung mga susunod na mangyayari?
Your Honor, DMW has their own training program, but they are coordinating with the DFA for the Foreign Service Institute, so that the old functions, will now be integrated as well in the new for the new training institute with the Migrant Workers offices, Your Honor.
I see, good sponsor. So yung DMW Training Institute, dati pa ay nagsasagawa na ng training, in-house training, nung kanilang mga tauhan para sa mga, kumbaga, tradisyonal na mga mandato ng DMW, including yung dating sa POEA. Pero ngayon, nakikipag-ugnayan sa FSI para yung mga mandato na dati nasa DFA UMWA, alam na po ng mga tauhan ng DMW isagawa.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Alright,
Mr.
salamat
President.
po. Good sponsor, Mr. President. So, dako po ako sa budget proper. So, kumusta po yung agency budget spending so far? Sapat po ba ang budget para sa personnel, transition, at program implementation? At paki-update din po tungkol sa Action Fund.
Action Fund, meron tayo. Yung personal na lang. Personal utilization. Your Honor, currently, in the 2023 GAA, the personal services is 1,556,994,000, and the allotment is 1,329,345,000, and the obligation is 1,304,114,000, or the budget or utilization of about 98%. The MOE, the allotment is about 2,498,371,000, and the obligation is about 1,510,483,000, with a balance of 987,888,000, or a budget utilization rate of about 60%, Your Honor. So sa personnel, about 98% utilization, MOE 60%, and with regards to the Action Fund, from the NEP, the DMW has allocated 1,200,000,000 in the NEP. The House of Representatives amendment, they added about 500 million. So yung pong gap lumabas po 1,700,000,000. Senate also added the Senate amendment by about 500 million. So the total action fund as of the moment is 2,200,000,000, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Balikan ko muna yung agency budget spending. So, at least 98% yung paggastos na ng personnel services. Ibig po bang sabihin, sapat na yon, sakto lang, or kulang pa? And then yung MOOE, 60% lang po. So baka, baka hindi pa ma-fully spend by year-end, no? Yung sa program implementation. Sapat na rin po ba yung budget para sa transition? Or sa proposal ba ng department para sa 2024 ay may ililipat ba mula sa MOE papunta dun sa transition? And then okay na po ba yung action fund sa current level niya na 2.2 billion? At yung capital outlay pala, good sponsor, Mr. President. Kumusta po yun?
Your Honor, according to USEC CACDAC and the USEC Leones, with regards to the personal services, it's enough. Yung MOE, enough naman daw.
Okay.
Because yung the personal services is derived from the miscellaneous and personal benefit fund of DBM. But as for the action fund, it's also enough. Just to give you an example, yung obligation, direct assistance, about 215 million, standby action fund, 79 million, and so on. So,
Yes.
Kung ito total na po natin, just to summarize, about 484,278,206. So, according to them, that The action fund is, it's enough, no?
Okay po.
As of the moment also.
Okay po. So of course yung PS may infusion nga pala from the MPBF lalo na't dahil kumbaga ito yung bunsong department natin. Pero certainly papasok na sa regular programming yung PS ng department for 2024. Yung MOOE understatement na sapat siya kasi ngayon 60% pa lang yung paggastos. Hindi ko alam kung mas mababa ang ni-request na MOOE for next year or gagalingan na lang sa pag-expend nun. And follow-up lang, Mr. President, good share, yung sa capital outlay po.
Your Honor, it's a challenge, no, because of the procurement that they only have one bids and awards and committee as of now, being a new department. So I think this is the challenge that they are facing right now, no, because it's a relatively new department. So,
Nasa ilang percent pa lang po yung
but on track,
expenditure?
according to Yusek Aliones, the procurement is on track, but yun lang po, medyo mabagal lang because they only have one back at this time.
Therefore, ilang percentage pa lang ang nagastos sa CO?
As of October, it's about 35%, but they are saying that they are confident that before the end of the year, they will be able to increase the utilization, Your Honor.
Alright, salamat. Good share, Mr. President. Dako na po sa overseas employment contract, bagamat narinig ko po na naitanong din po ni Sen. Rafi, pero kung may gustong idagdag yung good sponsor. So it was launched before the President SONA. Pahingi po ng update sa online application para sa OEC. Ito po ba'y nagagamit na?
Yes, Your Honor, it's already ongoing online. The pilot test for the DMW app was launched on July 21, 23 during a simple ceremony in Malacanang led by no less than the President Bongbong Marcos. Pilot test was concluded on September 29, 2023, where it covered about 10 countries and territories. No? The countries are as follows: Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong, Singapore, United Arab Emirates in July 23. In July 26, we added Malaysia. July 31, countries added were Qatar, Oman, Japan, Taiwan, United Kingdom. Just also to give you some information, total downloads about 407,800. Total unique logins 273,396. Total OFW passes valid as exit clearance, 31,084, or about 11.37% of unique logins. Country or territories with the most OFW passes are as follows: United Arab Emirates, 13,358, Hong Kong, 5,239, Qatar, 3,106, Taiwan, 2,723, Singapore, 2,354, Saudi Arabia, 2,320. The DMW was made available to OFWs inside the Philippines on the day of the launch itself. The pilot test covers balik manggagawa or OFWs returning to the same country with the same employer and work contract. During the pilot test, OFWs can still opt to acquire the OEC to existing means in person through DMW offices and MWOs and existing online portals. The DMW app was developed in-house using the existing human resources, infrastructures, and databases that were transferred from the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration or POEA to the DMW upon the latter's full constitution last year. An OFW Pass Steering Committee was established under the leadership of Undersecretaries Hans Leo Kakdak and Patricia Yvonne Kaunan. The DMW formed special committees for technical support, strategic communication, partnership mobilization, and governance to ensure collaboration across different bureaus and offices. The steering committee meets regularly with MWOs and frontline personnel to analyze reports, discuss solutions, identify emerging problems, and track progress of implemented enhancements. MWOs covered by the pilot test are implementing educational programs for OFWs with the help of OFW past teachers, volunteers from among Filipino communities on site. They serve as vital feedback and feedback mechanisms on app performance from target users, Your Honor.
And speaking of, well, itatanungin ko nga kung ilan po nga ba yung target users ng department. Pero ilan na po yung total OECs released sa ganitong online mode?
Your Honor, total OFW passes or OECs that were released to online is about 31,084.
31,000. Okay po. I suppose yung 10 bansa kung saan nag-pilot ay ilan sa yung pinakamarami tayong mga Pinoy na nagtatrabaho doon. So to give a parang representative sampling ng buong mundo kung saan tayo nagtatrabaho. Sabi nyo nga, ang nag-download 407,000 and then nung nakumpleto na yung buong proseso, so far, total OECs released ay 31,000. Ilan po yung target users ng department na makapag-migrate sa online application process na ito?
Total na. Your Honor, according to USEC Kakdak, they target about 300 to 400,000 OFWs. Ito po yung balik manggagawa. Your Honor, Mr. President.
300 to 400,000
Per year, Your Honor.
per year. Okay po. Hanggat maabot natin yung total na ilan po?
Pero yung total daw, ilan daw yung target natin? Your Honor, it's a moving target, Your Honor, because every year, iba-iba po yung number ng employment that, and also those applicants. So it's a moving contract, Your Honor, with the President.
Tama po kayo, good sponsor. Siguro mas useful hindi yung absolute number pero yung percentage. Ilang percent ng buong cohort ng OFWs in any given year ang tina-target natin na kapag-apply sila at nakuha yung OEC online?
About 70% of total deployment, Your Honor, because that's the number of the balik manggagawa.
Okay, salamat, good sponsor. Dako na po ako sa bilateral agreements. Baka kaugnay din sa naitanong ni Senchis kanina. So, based on the report submitted, there are so far 39 negotiated international agreements and treaties on labor migration. Gusto po namin malaman yung mga detalye nung bawat agreement, kahit in writing na lang po yun, dahil 39 po yun. Bilaterals with countries of destination. Ito po bang 39 ay existing na talaga na at operational na mga agreements? Meron pa ba tayo na buong mga bagong bilaterals at memoranda of understanding sa aling mga bansa? At meron po ba sa mga ito na job-specific bilaterals?
May negotiation.
Ay, sorry Mr. Chair, kumpletuhin ko na yung mga tanong ko sa paksang ito para sa kung alin yung pwede nyo pang dagdagan ng sagot. Ang DMW po ba nakapag-conduct ng mga pag-aaral at evaluation ng mga bilaterals na ito in terms sa kanilang value added sa pagsulong ng karapatan at kagalingan ng mga OFWs? And then particular sa Taiwan, OFW sa Taiwan, ano pong update sa MOU sa pagitan ng Taiwan at ang Pilipinas? Kumusta na po yung pag-revise ng MOU na iyon? At may posibilidad ba magkaroon tayo ng direct hiring policy para maiwasan yung mga problema sa Taiwan Manpower Agency? Halimbawa, gaps, mismatch sa pagitan ng training at yung aktual na trabaho na gagawin pagdating doon, yung inconsistency sa pagitan ng kontratang pinirmahan nila at yung aktual na implementasyon muli, partikular sa sweldo, sa mga oras ng trabaho at rest day.
Tapos kung may update po sa pension portability systems at mechanisms para sa ating mga kababayan abroad, kung napag-usapan din po ito o bahagi na ng mga bilateral talks na kinondukta. And lastly, natanong kaugnay nitong bilateral agreements, sa mga, in terms of yung mga kaso ng neglect, pang-aabuso at krimen laban sa mga kababaihang OFW, pwede rin po bang marinig kung may mga specific bilaterals na binuo para proteksyonan at itaguyod yung karapatan at kagalingan ng ating mga babaeng OFWs?
No, pero ang ano yata, random discussion.
Meron siya behind.
Pero meron pa siya. Pero may agency pa rin. Para may ano. So, nag-sound ba lang? Tuloy pa ito.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. President, there was a resigning of the Memorandum of Understanding on the Special Hiring Program of Taiwan, which is one of the agenda items up for discussion, the 9th Philippines-Taiwan Joint Labor Conference. And as you mentioned earlier, the content are as follows: standard employment contract, provisions, and protection of our OFWs. And and according to Yusek Kakakdak, they still prefer to have agencies so that in case there will be problems with the OFWs or any problems would arise, at least meron po daw silang mahahabol. Mayroon silang habulin, Your Honor.
Well, pwede natin pagdebatihan yung pros and cons ng agency, pero at least it's good to hear na tuloy yung mga joint committee meetings. Kailan po inaasahang reschedule na para ma-finalize yung MOU, yung 9th Philippine-Taiwan Labor Conference or some form of it?
Your Honor, there is a dilemma right now, no? Because the Taiwan side is demanding that no less than the Secretary of the Migrant Workers would attend they said the JLC. But unfortunately, because of strict observance of the One China policy, the department sought guidance from the DFA on the proper process or the proper protocol in meeting the Taiwan delegation, and only undersecretaries and those ranked below should attend the meeting, and no display of country flags and other items that may identify positions, posting of photos from the event in social media, other public channels is prohibited. So, nagkaroon lang po ng deadlock, but we are hoping that we will still pursue, no? According to MECO, they have provided information that Taiwan side has strongly requested for the DMW Secretary's presence pa rin, so that it will proceed.
Totoo yan. Good sponsor, Mr. President, naalala ko pag balikot sa isang biyahe ko para dalawin yung mga OFWs natin sa Taiwan, nakapagkaroon pa ng, kasi inulat ko ito kay dating Secretary Toots Ople, online meeting, at nandoon din naman kalahok yung ilan sa mga opisyal natin hanggang ngayon. May mga brainstorming na mga paraan na obserbahin pa rin ng DMW bilang bahagi ng executive, yung polisiya, pero at the same time isulong yung formalization nitong yung content sana ng MOU. So sana ipagpatuloy yung ganyang paghanap at paggawa ng paraan, no? Yung karunungan na iyon para matugunan lalo pa yung mga issue ng ating mga OFWs doon. At sana kapag na-finalize na yung MOU na ito, so dagdag siya dun sa 39 na existing bilaterals. Napag-aralan po ba na tasa ba ng DMW yung mga bilaterals na ito?
Yes, Your Honor, through the bilateral review committees. Your Honor.
Alright. And meron din po bang job-specific bilaterals sa 39 na ito?
Yes, Your Honor, usually it's caregivers, nurses, and hotel workers, Your Honor.
Alright.
In Japan, nurses, and in Saudi, it's nurses. Singapore, health workers. In Israel, it's hotel workers. No? Korea, it's factory workers, Your Honor. And also Taiwan, factory workers, Your Honor.
So interesante, good sponsor. Bawat bansa may iba't ibang job-specific bilaterals
That is correct, Your
particular
Honor.
doon. Salamat po, good sponsor. And sa alinman sa mga bilaterals, meron po bang tumatalakay na sa pension portability ng ating mga kababayan at yung pagtugon at pag-prevent sa pang-aabuso sa ating mga kababaihan doon?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the end of service benefits is part already. No? It's like a separation pay. The portability of pension, however, Your Honor, Mr. President, is still being negotiated with the SSS.
Salamat, good sponsor. At least, ito kasi yung unang pagkakataon na nakarinig ako sa nakaraang mga taon na nag-advocate yung mga migrant workers, advocate groups natin ng pension portability na baka malapit ng mahinog talaga dahil meron ng proseso na kalahok ang SSS dito. So, very good to know, good sponsor. At isa sa mga mabuting ma-follow up pagkatapos nitong budget plenary. And lastly, dito sa bilateral agreements, good sponsor, mga bilaterals laban sa violence against women, laban sa ating mga women OFWs.
Your Honor, it's part of our standard for the agreement in the gender advocacy and gender rights, Your Honor, especially in the Middle East, Your Honor.
Opo.
UAE, Saudi, UAE, Qatar, Oman. So it's a standard provision, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. And salamat sa pagbibigay diin sa Middle East kasi meron din tayong case in point na meron po tayong bilateral sa Kuwait mula pa noong 2018 pagkatapos nung heinous crime laban kay Joanna Demafiles. in-issue ng presidente nung isang deployment ban sa Kuwait, na lift lamang pagkatapos mabuo itong MOU sa Kuwait. At binida pa bilang model MOU para sa migrant domestic workers. Pero mas matatanong natin, bakit pa rin pagkatapos ni Joanna de Mafilis, meron pa tayong mga dagdag na heinous crimes laban sa mga women migrants sa Kuwait, sina Constancia Layo Dayag at Jenaline Vindavende noong 2019, kasunod na taon lamang, at si Julie Biranara nitong 2023. So, mabuti po yung MOU, pero kailangan pa siyang ma-enforce talaga o ma-oversee, at kapag may paglabag pa rin, baka diplomatic or political na aksyon mula sa panig natin.
Your Honor, at present, deployment to Kuwait is deferred, and not unless you are able to obtain higher safeguards according to our OIC and USEC Hans Kakdak, Your Honor.
Alright, maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor, at sa DMW. Ang kaugnay pa rin sa pag-aabuso sa mga OFWs natin, yung bilang ba ng mga kasong ito, dumadami pa ba or nababawasan na ba? So kaugnay nga sa mga tanong tungkol sa bilaterals at memoranda of understanding, maaari bang malaman yung data tungkol dito? Since most of the OFWs are women and in elementary occupations, we'd like you to provide us reports on the cases of abuse, especially among women, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, in the Middle East countries where cases of neglect and abuse are rampant. May progress po ba tayo sa larangang ito mula nung itinatag natin ang DMW? At ano yung mga major interventions o bagong approaches na ginagamit para nga mabawasan o matanggal na yung hostility sa ating mga Filipino women sa ibang bansa?
Your Honor, according to DMW, that because of the bilaterals, cases have considerably decreased. But as of the moment, they apologize that they don't have comparative data, but they will submit, Your Honor, to your office, Your Honor, and to the committee.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor. Dako na po ako sa DMW guidelines para sa seasonal workers program. So we'd like to know the status and details of these guidelines, the definition of seasonal workers, how many seasonal OFWs are already working, and how many are the available jobs for the seasonal workers program. Ang isang malaking issue po dito, good sponsor, ay yung mga LGUs natin ay hindi authorized na mag-recruit at mag-deploy ng mga manggagawa abroad per DMW rules and regulations. Kaya strictly and legally speaking, yung mga LGUs na ginagawa pa rin ito ay nag-engage pala sa illegal recruitment. At problema, walang malinaw na guidelines ang DMW, ni ang DILG pala ay wala sa usaping ito. At dahil currently walang malinaw na policy guidelines sa SWP, ang programa ay nagiging bukas sa abuso, extortion ng pera, excessive fees mula sa prospective workers. At yung terms of employment din ay hindi aligned sa DMW prescribed standard employment contract. Para masiguro na yung mga manggagawa ay umuwi pagkatapos mag-expire ng kontrata, pinababayad sila ng deposito sa LGU. At kung hindi bumalik ang worker, ang manggagawa as scheduled, forfeited yung deposito nila in favor sa mga LGU. So, paki-update po sa DMW effort na i-address yung ganitong maraming concern sa SWP, lalo na kaugnay ng karapatan at kagalingan ng mga OFWs sa ilalim ng SWP. Kasama na siguro, posible bang may issuance ng joint circular ang DMW at DILG sa usaping ito? Good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, yes, you are correct, no, and thank you for bringing up this issue. In fact, according to DMW, that this program which was undertaken direct with LGU. In fact, those workers that were deployed didn't have any OEC, no? So diretso po sila, and talagang nagkakaroon po talaga ng maraming problema. And in fact, according to the MW, that they also filed a case to 1 peso personnel in an LGU. So ano to? Parang illegal recruitment case from was filed to a peso personnel in one of the LGUs involved. So right now, there's an existing working group now with DILG, DOJ, DFA, and the Bureau of Immigration on seasonal workers program. They are also finalizing and releasing a joint circular on the matter, including issuance of guidelines to LGUs that will be entering visa agreement with South Korea. And BMW is likewise negotiating bilateral labor agreement with South Korea to ensure proper working conditions of workers and monitoring oversight. The BMW has provided legal assistance and assisted complainants in filing of cases and will continue doing so.
Salamat po, good sponsor. So may preventive measures at may corrective din, kaugnay ng tamang dapat implementasyon nitong SWP. And on a country-to-country basis at that, at least in the example of South Korea. Salamat po. Dako na po ako dun sa wage theft issues or cases. So paki-update po dun sa status ng money claims ng higit 14,000 OFWs mula 2015 hanggang 2016 sa Saudi Arabia. Itong issue ay tinalakay din ni Presidente nung kanilang SONA. Marami sa mga biktima ay pumanaw na nang walang nakuhang sahod mula sa kumpanya mula pa noong 2015 at dumating at pagkatapos nariyan pa yung pandemya nitong mga nakaraang taon. Bukod dyan sa wage theft cases noong 2015 hanggang 2016, meron din po tayong wage theft cases hindi lamang sa Saudi, pero sa iba pang mga countries of destination nung COVID-19 pandemic, kung saan libo-libo ng ating mga OFWs ay kinailangang umuwi na hindi natanggap yung mga sahod at ibang monetary benefits nila. So ano po ang ginagawa ng DMW dito? At huli sa wage theft cases sa iba pang mga bansa, may kaso rin nga po ng wage theft tulad ng India, Nepal, Bangladesh at iba pa. Sinubukan na rin po ba nating kausapin ang mga bansang ito? Good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, as to the issue of wage theft and or non-payment, underpayment of salaries and or benefits, the DMW through the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms was able to assist 2,231 OFWs or a total of 110 million monetary benefits for 2022. For 2023, January, a total of 129,697,000 monetary benefits provided to 3,191 OFWs. For 2024, the DMW hopes to further improve our accomplishment with the promulgation of new rules for ADR and the rollout of alternative dispute resolution functions both in MWO, overseas, and in the regions. As with regard to your query regarding Saudi Arabia, in November of 2022 sideline meeting in Thailand between President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the latter promised to pay the monetary claims of the 12,000 displaced migrant workers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2015 to 2016. Since then, the Department of Migrant Workers has been engaged in a continuing bilateral dialogue with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development on the matter of payment on the said monetary claims. The DMW has received confirmation from the Committee on Unpaid Claims to the MHRSD that there is an existing, according to Yusek Olalia, existing fund allocation already earmarked to cover the said claims, which is now with the Ministry of Finance for the final stages of verification. It has now become a state obligation, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. So dun sa unang higit 2,000
na nakuha ng DMW yung bayarin sa kanila, tapos yung higit 3,000 na nakuha din, plus yung 12,000 na napag-usapan ni Presidente at yung hari ng Saudi Arabia. So, parang higit 14,000 ito. Ibig po bang sabihin na yung 14,000 na yung 14,000 ay lahat sa Saudi Arabia. So, kung may 12,000 na sasagutin na nung Committee on Unpaid Claims, so may 2,000 na lamang po na fina-follow up pa ng DMW sa Saudi.
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, all, according to Yusek Olalia, that all claimants will receive payment and all their claims will be paid.
That's
Your
very
Honor.
good news po. All claimants mula sa na
From
OFW
Saudi
sa
Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
Okay
Your
po.
Honor.
And then, yung mga po naging biktima rin ng wage theft sa India, Nepal, Bangladesh, ganon, pinoproseso na rin po ba yung claims nila sa pamamagitan ng alternative dispute resolution or iba pang paraan?
Your Honor, Mr. President, this included in the BLAs or the bilateral labor agreements, Your Honor, with the different countries.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Mukhang baka may oras na lang ako, good sponsor, para sa isa pang huling tanong, and then i-put on record ko na lang yung matitira pang 5 tanong para kahit masagot na lang in writing ng DMW bago yung ating period of amendments. So yung huling tanong ko sa ngayon, pasensya po, good sponsor, Mr. President, meron akong kailangang puntahan ng 4:15 tungkol sa cybercrime trafficking. Ano po ba yung development sa implementasyon ng mandato ng DMW in coordination sa ibang mga ahensya in terms of yung prevention, protection, at prosecution kaugnay ng human trafficking?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the DMW is actively working on the prevention of online illegal recruitment and trafficking. 640 illegal posts have been reported and taken down on Facebook in 2022. From January to September 2023, 7,442 were investigated and taken down as DMW became one of the 5 government agencies granted a reporting and profiling access by Facebook against cyber offenses. This year, we have also started with a TikTok reporting mechanism, resulting in 1,826 takedowns. DMW is now currently working with the DICT, Cybercrime Investigation Unit, to further improve their investigation and prevention capabilities, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, several na mga preventive actions or programs and activities. Meron na rin po bang prosecution para sa human trafficking na naging bahagi ang DMW?
Your Honor, according to the USEX here behind me, that they have filed cases, and in fact, a lot have been convicted also, and they are working with the DFA, Interagency Committee on Anti-Trafficking Agencies, and the Bureau of Immigration in monitoring of the deployment of OFW, specifically those passing through transit areas. Kaya nga po, kung napansin niyo, we have received a lot of complaints in the airport. They have been very strict about human trafficking, no? Na naging very infamous nga po na hinihingan pa daw ng mga dokumento like diplomas and all, because I think we are the only country that are really screening those who are outgoing passengers because of anti-human trafficking efforts of the DMW and the Bureau of Immigration, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Saksi din po ako sa partisipasyon ng DMW sa ganitong mga efforts, kahit po yung investigasyon ng Senate Committee on Women laban sa POGO-related human trafficking. So, i-submit ko na lang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, ang natitira kong mga paksa para sana sa pagsagot ng department kahit in writing bago yung period of amendments. Ito po yung mga paksa tungkol sa ating mga seafarers at kapapasa lang natin dito sa Senado ng Magna Carta of Seafarers. Yung importante at urgent na Italy visa scam. Siyempre yung mahalagang programa ng DMW na reintegration program. Tapos yung migration out of choice and not out of necessity. Actually, isang linyang sinabi ni Presidente nung kanilang pangalawang SONA, kaugnay ng sunset provision ng ating batas ng DMW. And last but not the least, at kaugnay din doon, yung social cost of migration sa mga batang na pag-iiwanan dahil sa ating labor migration. So maraming salamat po, good sponsor at sa DMW family. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you to our Deputy Minority Leader as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, Office of the Secretary, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Office of the Secretary and Overseas Workers Welfare Administration of the Department of Migrant Workers is deemed submitted. Congratulations to the men and women of the DMW. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of Presidential Communications Office, Presidential Communications Office proper, Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services, Bureau of Communications Services, National Printing Office, News and Information Bureau, Philippine Information Agency, Presidential Broadcast Staff, RTVM, including budgetary support to government corporations, Presidential Communications Office, Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation, People's Television Network, Incorporated, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, headed by Secretary Cheloy Garafil. We now like to recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
There being
So
no
moved.
objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize our sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and to interpolate Senator Coco Pimentel, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Thank
Yes,
you, Mr. President, with the, yes, for the opening
Yes,
statement.
Mr. President, before the Minority Leader starts his interpellation, for the record, the recommended fiscal year 2024 budget of the Presidential Communications Office and its attached agencies and GOCCs is 2,467,565,000 pesos, distributed as follows for the PCO proper and its attached agency, namely Bureau of Communications Service, National Printing Office, News and Information Bureau, Philippine Information Agency, Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Service, Presidential Broadcast Staff, Radio TV Malacanang, sa 2,013,651,000, Your Honor. Next, for the attached GOCCs of the Office of the Press Secretary, People's Television Network, Incorporated, and the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation, or IBC 13, government subsidy amounting to 453,914 pesos. Your Honor, sorry, it's 453,914,000, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Saan yung 400? What was the 400 million plus, Mr. President?
It's for the attached GOCCs of the Office of the Press Secretary, People's Television Network,
Kinumbay niyo po?
and the IBC 13.
Kinumbay niyo po yun? Kinumbay ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we have it individually?
It's a total.
Individually? Individually po.
Yes, for IBC 13, it's 250 million. For People's Television Network, it's 203,914,000.
Thank you. So with the permission of our sponsor, if we can commence with our
we can start
interpretation.
already,
Let's
Your
start with IBC Corporation, Mr. President. Di ba, Mr. President, the sponsor sponsored the amendment in the GAA 2023 where we inserted an amount for the yung issue of the unpaid retirement benefits. For 2023 GAA, was this amount placed under unprogrammed? Unprogrammed po ba nalagay for 2023 dun sa retirement benefits? 2023, ngayong taon.
Yes, Your Honor, it's
Sa
from
unprogrammed?
the unprogrammed
Do we
funds,
have do you have any information on how much of that amount has been how much of the unprogrammed, sir? Ayusin natin 'tong problema ng unpaid retirement benefits kasi na to eh. Dapat matter of right na nila to, retired na po sila eh. So, for once and for all, let's focus our energies here. Ayusin natin ito. Okay, last year, ang big achievement ng ating sponsor, si Senator JV yan, sinuportahan natin, malagyan ng funding yung unpaid retirement benefits. Unfortunately, hindi nalagay sa regular budget, nalagay sa unprogrammed. Pero magkano, Mr. President, yung na-achieve ng ating sponsor? Pinaglaban niya yan eh.
Yes, Your Honor, we were hoping that this problem which has been swept under the rug for so long, umabot na po ng napakalaki. So we'd like to thank the minority leader also for supporting. But since it was placed under the unprogrammed fund, the retirees were able to obtain only 125,159,000 for 2022, Your Honor.
Out of, magkano po yung ating inappropriate sa unprogrammed na nalagay? 125 na release.
Supposedly 500 million, Your Honor.
See, pero
Para matapos na sana yung problema.
125 na release.
Apo.
Okay,
That's correct.
Hindi pa naman tapos ang taon, so posible pa rin. So, okay. So, what's our plan, Mr. President? Dito po sa ating 250 million for budgetary support to IBC, meron din po bang item dito to address the problem of the retired who have not been paid their benefits?
Your Honor, under the special provisions, we propose that there's 250 million pesos appropriated in the special provisions, Your Honor. That's 250 million pesos, Your Honor.
The entire amount, the entire amount that we are giving as budgetary support to the IBC is meant to pay.
Your Honor, what was requested under our committee report in the Senate is 500 million, but the approved amount is only 250 million, Your Honor.
Okay, sige po, para maintindihan natin. Okay, 250 million.
Sa Senate version, Your Honor.
Kung maging batas ito, 250 million will be the budgetary support to the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Para saan po? Para gamitin nila para saan?
For the retirees, Your Honor.
Because you have your own corporate operating budget. What's the corporate operating budget of IBC? Zero? So you're reliant entirely on the GAA? Oh,
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
paano yung ordinary maintenance and operating expenses kung 250 lahat sa retirement po ito? Okay, buti.
Actually, Your Honor, this amount is only for the retirees. There is no, doesn't
so-
include the budgetary support for the
Mr.
operation.
Policarpo is the head now. Paano po yung sweldo niya?
That is correct.
Saan kinukuha sweldo ng ating head of the IBC? Bakit ganun? Bakit zero?
Your Honor, according to Mr. Jimmy Policarpio, the head of IBC, that until 2023, the main operating budget of IBC is derived from the budgetary support of up to 2023, Your Honor.
Okay, sige po. Basta sa 2024, bibigyan po ng Kongreso ang IBC ng budgetary support ng 250 million pesos, this time as regular budget. Ano bang tawag natin dyan? Programmed appropriation siya. Saan siya?
Your Honor, the 250 million will be for the retirees, no? Kasi may malaki pa yung kulang natin doon. And they are still lobbying and they're still really begging actually for budgetary support for their operations, Your Honor. But according also to Mr. Policarpio, they want to get it over and done with this issue with the retirees so that they can already plan better because not until this problem is solved, ABC 13 cannot really plan on how they will be able to be viable and how they can be feasible and to be able to earn No? So hanggat hindi talaga naayos to problema,
Ilan po ba,
they would want to
how
finish
many,
this first.
how many persons are we talking about affected nung retirement issue?
About 160 retirees, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Actually, kung kahit yun lang ma-achieve natin ngayong hapon, Mr. President, kung mabayaran talaga ito ng tunay next year, 160 people na tulungan natin, it's worth it na.
And
Well,
likewise,
tama. I've noticed the budget structure. Ang laman lang talaga ng budget ng IBC is 250 million pesos and it's because of the Senate Committee. Kung hindi
That is
kumilos
correct.
sa Senate Committee, zero.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, congratulations to our chairman of the subcommittee and of the whole committee. Tayo po ang kumikilos. But we need to address nga yung, we need to address the fact na there's a skeletal force, at least a skeletal force running the corporation, Mr. President. So, how much would that be? Para lang po malaman natin. Kasi kung 250 million, lahat sa retirement, which I agree, with such a decision, yung skeletal force, the minimum amount to run the corporation through one calendar year, magkano? Yan po lang, yan i-adjust po natin.
For personal services, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's about 140 million pesos, Your Honor. However, they have a request. Ito po'y talagang sutok po sa CAPEX of about 500 million, MOE of 83 million, or total of 1.2 billion supposedly. Yan yung po yung request po nila. Of which 500 million nga po, as you mentioned, is for retirees already. So, these are the 2024 requests of IBC 13, Your Honor.
So even yung amount para natin na 250 million, assuming na mag-grant talaga yun, it does not put to rest the issue of the retirement? Hindi pa po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit habang tumatakbo ang panahon, lumalaki rin siya? Parang taximeter ba yan?
That is correct, Your Honor. There's interest that's accumulated, Your Honor. And the problem is, it has been, as I mentioned earlier, this problem has been swept under the rug. Kaya mas lalong lumaki na lumaki po yung problema po natin because of accumulation.
Sige, for as long as we appropriate a larger amount than we did this year, at least mas mabilis yung reduction in the amount which is due. No? So, okay. Ultimately, siguro, after 2 to 3 more years, baka matapos na. If we continue with the rate that we are appropriating funds.
Yes, that is correct, Your
Sige
Honor.
po, okay.
As I mentioned earlier, they're hoping that IBC 13 could be able to already plan for their business or the corporate planning or the business plans for the next few years. Because not unless they are able to solve this problem, talagang hindi po sila talaga makagalaw, Your Honor.
Sige po. Basta we'll do our best. Basta kung ano man ang maisip ng ating sponsor tungkol dyan sa specific problem na yan, this representation is in full support. Okay,
Thank you
salamat.
to our minority leader.
That specific one. Our secretary is here, no? Present with us, Madam Cheroy. Hindi masagot nung nag-appear yung OP sa amin na on who spent for that ad campaign na We Give the World Our Best. Would you know? Sino nag-launch nun? Kaninong pakulo yun at sino gumastos doon?
Your Honor, according to Secretary Cheloy Garafil, the PCO is not private to that.
Yeah, okay.
They have no information also.
Sige po. Same with that was the answer also of the OP. Malaking mystery. So, hindi matatapos ang ating budget hanggang masolve natin yan, Mr. President. Last chance natin sa DOT when we hear the Department of Tourism budget na. Okay, our committee report adds 302 million to the budget of the PCO proper. May we know for what purpose, Mr. President?
Your Honor, these are the breakdown, no? Where the 302 million will be used. Additional MOE requirements for the expansion of operations due to EO16, 272,486,000. Broadcast Production Office, 29,606,000. Kadiwa ng Pangulo, 1 million pesos. Konsyerto sa Palasyo, 7,106,000. Climate Change Foreign Malacanang Palace, 1.5 million. Bagong Pilipinas Debates, 10 million. Bagong Pilipinas Town Hall Meetings, 10 million pesos. So that's the breakdown, Your Honor. But the bulk of which will go to additional MOE requirements for the expansion of operations due to EO16. These projects and activities were newly introduced this year by virtue of PCO reorganization, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Malaki po pala itong ating halos 70% siguro itong in-increase ng ating committee. So that means the PCO proper got the full support of the Senate Committee on Finance, Mr. President. Malaki. I heard the phrase bagong Pilipinas. Ano yun? May bagong Pilipinas debates and mayroon pa isa bagong Pilipinas.
Town Hall Meetings, Your Honor.
Can the Secretary tell us what is the essence of bagong Pilipinas?
In line with the launching of the Bagong Pilipinas, this debate will be a regular activity for the students that will be held inside the Malacanang Palace. It aims to open the palace to the students and promote a healthy and elevated discourse about national and social-political issues amongst the youth. As for the Bagong Pilipinas Town Hall meetings, this will be a series of meetings for different sectoral groups in our society that will be held inside the palace. It aims to open the palace to the sectoral groups and provide them a room to discuss their issues, visions, and come up with healthy problem-solving deliberation. So these are the two programs that were introduced under the new by virtue of the PCO reorganization, Your Honor.
Sila ba gumastos doon? Sila? Siguro yung venue, pag i-revisit natin, Mr. President, debates in the palace or town hall discussion in the palace, baka yung participants masyadong overwhelmed na sa venue natin, baka hindi masyadong freewheeling ang expression of the opinion na Mr. President. Yun lang, I mean, just a comment if you... But what is Bagong Pilipinas all about? What is it? Ano po siya? That is so ginagamit na siya ng PCO. So in your communications, sinasabi nyo, Bagong Pilipinas. So what picture are we painting of this Bagong Pilipinas, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Bagong Pilipinas campaigning as its brand of governance and leadership towards attaining a promising future focused on implementing an all-inclusive plan for a deep and fundamental social and economic transformations in all sectors of society and government, and to foster the state's commitment towards attainment of comprehensive policy reforms and full economic recovery.
Well, parang aspiration naman ng lahat ng yata yan, lahat ng administration. Pero what makes this administration with its slogan Bagong Pilipinas different from the previous ones? Ano yung unique idea or novel or new idea sa so-called Bagong Pilipinas, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's in line with the socio-economic agenda of the administration, also aligned with the Philippine Development Plan from 2023 up to 2028, Your Honor.
Kunyari, makamit natin yung Bagong Pilipinas, ano po ang masasabi nating nagbago sa Pilipinas? Let's imagine na nandun na tayo sa Bagong Pilipinas na ini-envision ninyo po. Ano po ang Ano po yung pagbabago na in-anticipate natin? Na ang Pilipinas at Pilipino ay
Your Honor, Mr. President, the aim is it's a social transformation to bring back the pride of everyone as Filipinos. And we know for a fact that the President himself has been very consistent on his, in fact, yung kanyang Filipinism ideology before. So I think he's just being consistent on his aim for the bagong Pilipinas as an instrument for social transformation, again, to bring back the pride of everyone as Filipinos, Your Honor.
Well, first time ko po narinig yung Filipinism. Nagamit na ba natin yan nagamit na natin yan sa presidential communications natin?
Now, that was, I think, in the 80s, Your Honor, Mr.
Okay.
President. So I just mentioned because I think the President is just being consistent in his desire to bring back that Filipino pride, ideology, culture. So yun, hindi po tayo dependent on anyone, not pro-US, not pro-China, but pro-Filipino, Your Honor.
And also not pro-importation.
That's it. We have
Sigurado.
to be self-sufficient, Your Honor. And that's
Tama.
also the aim of this administration. A challenging task, but I think that's the aim of the President for us to be food sufficient and not dependent on importation, Your Honor.
In the increase that our committee granted, we appropriated 7 million pesos for a concert. Tama po ba yan? Tama po ba yung narinig namin? And then the budget is given to PCO. Is that connected with your mandate?
Just to give you just to give you a background, Your Honor, itong pong concert, yung konsyerto sa Palasyo, is a series of concerts every quarter, and it aims to showcase administration support for culture and arts, and also to give importance and recognition to certain sectors like teachers, men in uniform, military, men in uniform, police, and other sectors, Your Honor. Health workers, OFW. So it's a quarterly concert, a series of concerts that will be held inside Malacanang Palace, Your Honor.
The PCO proper is the primary arm of the government for mass media or public disclosure of government pronouncements. So parang
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, yun yung parang ako hindi ko ma-justify na kayo mag-organize ng konsyerto.
Well,
I mean, okay lang sa akin po, but we have to give it to the proper government agency sana, Mr. President. I mean,
well, it aims to showcase administration support, not only for culture and arts, and also to serve as a way to subtly convey the message of the different issues and accomplishments of the administration through this concert, Your Honor. And I think that's one of the tasks of the PCOO is really to amplify and inform everyone of the accomplishments of the administration. And just to add, the new mandate of PCO includes live productions for broadcast, Your Honor. So this is this is something new, Your Honor.
It's a new mandate by EO number
EO number 16, Your Honor.
which is ano po? Ano yun?
Section 6 of EO 16, that one of the mandates of PCO will be to manage and organize live productions for broadcast, Your Honor.
What kind of productions, sir?
Live productions. Live productions.
For
Your Honor.
broadcast?
For broadcast. And events.
Okay, so parang, naging events organizer po kayo. Opo. Okay. So the basis is an EO, so we'll just have to review that EO, Mr. President. Kasi baka ang gusto sabihin, busy na kayo ron sa, main task ninyo to be the primary arm for mass media public disclosure. Tapos naging organizer kayo ng events, Mr. President. You have traveling expenses, 64 million. Is that correct, Mr. President? For ano ba itong RBM? Ano ito, RBM? RB ba yan? Radio? Okay. That's PC.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. Travel expenses of 64.082 million. For the FOI program or Freedom of Information, that's 7.124 million. And the traveling requirements for presidential visits and events provided with coverage arrangements, mostly lodged under Special Administrative Concerns Office for airline tickets, accommodation, including international commitments like ASEAN, APEC, World Economic Forum, etc.
Yan po, yan.
So a total of 56.958 million, Your Honor, Mr. President. And the travel expenses are also included. Or travel expenses also include this incurred, Your Honor, during the coordination
yes.
meetings.
So the travel budget for PCO, we increased. Kasi you will be, is this in line also, just to be consistent and to anticipate more travel because the OP's travel budget also was increased. Ganun po ba yun?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. So aside from
Mabuti
the...
pa nga kayo. At least you anticipated that. Si PMS hindi eh. Yun napuna ko nung OP. Si OP, tinaas ang travel budget. PMS, wala lang. At least kayo, tinaas nyo, anticipating na, you mentioned some international events that are attended by the President. So,
Yes, correct. That's
Opo.
correct, Your Honor.
Mas mabuti
ASEAN, APEC, World Economic Forum, and aside from the event itself, or the forums itself, the travel expenses include coordination meetings, ocular visits by the advance team, actual conduct of activities, Your Honor.
Sige, for my education, si Secretary should educate me. Pagbiyahe ba ng Presidente, who is expected to join the President? The PCO and not the PMS, or both the PCO and the PMS?
Usually, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's the DFA, based on protocol, PCO, of course, so that the broadcast arm or the communications arm will be
Yes.
present. And it depends also on the meeting which departments or agencies will also be included, Your Honor. It depends on which forum or meetings, Your Honor.
Okay.
Usually, it's TTI.
Yes,
yung
but
most common.
between the two offices based in Malacanang, it's more between PMS and PCO, it's more of PCO. Okay, so now
It's more of PCO, Your Honor.
I get it, Mr. President. The COA says there's a delayed project implementation with the DPWH, 77 million pesos, construction of the Government Communication Academy in Bukidnon. Kumusta na po ito?
Your Honor, just to give you a status report, completion rate is now 88% as of October 31, 2023. And the revised target completion as per DPWH is October 31, 2023. Hopefully, it will be 100%. They have a slippage of about 11.9%. So the PCO management is closely working and monitoring with DPWH and has conducted site visits on the construction, Your Honor.
Siguro by this time, finishing na siguro. Kasi November
Yes, Your Honor, it's
November
88%.
Saan po ito located? And what is
In Manolo Fortich,
Manolo
Your
Portage,
Honor.
Mr. President? There's a Government Communication
That's
Academy.
in the North Bukidnon College.
State
North-
College.
State College, North Bukidnon State College, in Manolo.
Yeah, pagka-akyat from Cagayan de Oro, Manolo Portage na, di ba?
Yes.
So, okay, then this is meant to do what?
The Government Communications Academy, Your Honor, is a PCO-led project, aims to provide the first state-of-the-art training facility for government media workers and information officers. The project will focus on training, teaching communication to information officers assigned in barangays and national government agencies. As of October 31, 2023, I mentioned earlier, the project is 88% complete. However, DPWH Region 10 has actually requested for additional funds to finish the construction of building.
May dorm po ba sa design ito? Did we include the dormitories or ano? Lodging place? Lodging.
In the original proposal, Your Honor, there was a dormitory included, but in the amended proposal, it's just the main building, Your Honor. It's the main structure on that was included. Your
Sayang
Honor.
kasi, this will be the only one, di ba? I mean, kunyari, kahit taga Northern Luzon kami, magti-training, doon kami, di ba? Pupunta kami sa Bukidnon. And then, okay. Sige po, maganda. So, good. And then, what are the programs of the PCO to combat fake news, misinformation, and disinformation? Meron po ba tayo?
Yes, the PCO has a program to combat fake news, misinformation, disinformation. Number one is Media Information Literary Program, Literacy Programs, National Information Summit, Campus Community Caravans, Unified Communications or Unicom Project, Your Honor. So these are the programs that they have to combat fake news and misinformation.
Okay, all of those programs funded na po sa PCO proper?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, if I just may add also, madagdagan ko na lang din, the PCO launched the Media Information Literacy Campaign together with relevant agencies, the private sector, and civil society to equip citizens with the skills to become discerning consumers of information. We will launch our comprehensive training manual for the trainers program to efficiently and effectively download information to the youth. The same will be done to our social workers and LGUs to extend the reach of media information literacy campaign. MIL's approach is through education awareness campaigns. The focus is less on policy, fake news peddlers, but rather on preventing the spread of misinformation from the source. If people are smarter with the way they consume info, they will share less fake news, further stopping its spread, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Can I ask a question on the budget of the Presidential Broadcast Service? Ito yung Philippine Broadcast Service would be our radio.
This is the Radyo Pilipinas, Your Honor. Yes, that's the radio, Your Honor.
Philippine Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services. What's the any medium-term to long-term plan of this agency, Mr. President? We have a 457 million budget.
Your Honor, currently the Philippine Broadcast System has 28 stations nationwide, 28 stations nationwide that they are maintaining, and they are, of course, promoting and spreading information on the plans and programs and accomplishments of the administration and the Office of the President, Your Honor. 28 stations po,
Radio
nationwide.
stations, 28 radio
Radyo
stations.
Pilipinas.
So the budget is for the maintenance lang of these radio stations? Yan ba yan?
Yes, if I may read, Your Honor, their budget. For personal services, about 299 million. MOOE is 155,432,000. And capital outlay is about 27,369,000, Your Honor. Probably this is for the maintenance and the rehabilitation of the equipment of the 28 radio stations nationwide, Your Honor.
Sige. Kamusta ang technology natin sa ating radio stations? Are these not so old technology? Are these modern technology, state of the art? Ano ba tawag mo doon?
Your Honor, they are continuously upgrading and they should be digital ready. But in the NCR, they are already updated, Your Honor. But in the other parts of the country, they're continuously upgrading so that the aim is to be digital ready at the soonest possible time, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So these are government-owned radio stations and you operate ilang hours in a day. Anong laman ng inyong broadcast in the operating hours, Mr. President?
Your Honor, the content is news and information on the accomplishments, the programs, the plans of the administration, and also special programs of the different departments are being broadcasted in these 28 stations, Your Honor.
So, ano na po yan? Parang tape na yan, paulit-ulit lang, ganun? Umiikot lang. Ilang hours a day po ang operations po nito?
It's a 20-hour operation, Your Honor, and in cases of emergency, it's 24 hours, and it's live, Your Honor.
Live?
Live po.
So you have live content? You generate 20 hours of live content every day?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Radyo Pilipinas, Your Honor, the official radio station.
Do you interview the minority?
Yes, Your Honor. As long as you're awake, they will interview you.
20 hours in a day, Mr. President. Meron akong waking hours doon, definitely, Mr. President. Ang gusto sabihin, since this is state-owned, government-owned, so... Well, although I'm sure, is it correct to say you're dedicated to the presidential activities? Ano ba yan?
Yes, of course, Your Honor, Mr. President, presidential activities is the priority, but they also feature different agencies and different departments on special programs, Your Honor.
Sige, the Senate is also part of the governmental structure, Mr. President. Sige po, and then, ito lang po, can I ask the National Printing Office, andito ba sila? National Print, NPO? May tanong siya. You have no budget allocation for MOOE and NCO? Tama po ba yun? So, capital outlay. So, ang ating budget po ay 12.5 million pesos. 12 million. What is this? Budgetary, is this a subsidy?
The 13.6 million is a standby fund in case they would need it for PS or personal services, but they operate on their own corporate fund, Your Honor.
Mga fees, mga bayad sa kanila, no? Okay. National Printing Office. Did you print the ballots for the barangay elections?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you print the ballots for the last national and local elections?
Yes, Your Honor. They did.
Using your own printing equipment or did you subcontract it?
Both, Your Honor. Both their own printing equipment and leased or rented equipment, Your Honor.
Leased printing equipment run by the NPO, not by outsiders or third parties. Yung
No.
equipment lang talaga ang linis, hindi yung printing press ang linis, hindi.
That is correct, Your Honor. It's the NPO.
Including sa barangay po, ganon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the current value of our printing equipment with the NPO? Yung pag-aari natin, on your balance sheet, magkano yung inyong assets, printing assets, machines, etc.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the estimate of the cost of or the value of their printing equipment is about 1 billion pesos, Your Honor.
State of the art?
Some are state of the art.
Hindi ko to, just for my education, Mr. President, nalito ako sa National Printing Office, the personnel there are government employees, and yet you are not, your salaries, your PS are not paid through the GAA, but they are paid from your fees, the fees that you have collected. Tama po ba yan? Do you follow the salary grade scale? Do you follow that?
Yes, they are covered by the salary standardization,
yes.
Your Honor.
Okay, this is one of those few, meron tayong mga few government agencies na ganito na hindi nag-GGA. Mabuti nga, nag-a-appear to sa atin, Mr. President. Ang iba kasi yung mga iba dyan na hindi na nangangailangan ng subsidy, hindi nag-a-appear Why do you need the 12 million? Why do you need the 12.5 million subsidy, NPO?
Your Honor, is just a standby fund mandated by law. It's equivalent to 1 month salary, Your Honor. Just in case they would need it in time.
Mandated by law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we get the law so that we can study it and get to know your agency better? Ano yun? What is that law?
Yes, we will just furnish you the copy.
May tanong ka? Okay. Oh, okay lang. Printing lang. Printing. RA.
Your Honor, according to them, they will just submit the DBM provision regarding this, Your Honor.
Hindi pala law.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
a
Mr.
DBM
President,
provision.
considering that this is the same topic that the distinguished gentleman from Davao would like to ask, may we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa, Mr. President, for his intervention, Mr. President? Bato de la Rosa, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minority Leader, for allowing me to interject. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good sponsor. Since nabanggit naman lang ni Minority Leader regarding sa NPO, aside from NPO, ano pa yung, I think there are three printing offices that is under the PCO. Three.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President.
Central Bank pala.
Your Honor.
Dalawa pala?
Yes, aside from NPO, APO, and also BSP, Your Honor,
BSP.
Bangko Sentral.
Yeah. So tatlo. Dito sa APO, anong ginagawa ng APO? Anong piniprint ng APO, Mr. Good Sponsor?
Your Honor, APO prints the passports and high security documents, Your Honor.
Yan na.
Okay, since pumutok na itong issue about the issuance of passport to those people who are not really Filipinos, isa yan sa nabanggit ng sponsor, si Senator Loren Ligarda, that baka maybe lang, just pure speculations, baka mamaya ang source nito ay not really DFA, kundi yung printing agency na gumagawa ng passport. So I would like to know, Your Honor, how secured is the printing facilities and the system of APO? hindi ba ito pwede mapasukan ng sindikato para makaproduce ng authentic passport through illegal means?
Your Honor, according to APO, yes, you are correct. They confirmed that those are genuine passports, but fake identities, Your Honor. So they are also investigating. They are already conducted their own. They're already conducting their own investigation, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just would like to get the assurance, although nakakahiya, no? Dahil itong APO Productions Unit are not receiving budget. Wala kayong budget, di ba? Walang budget. You are self-sustaining. Am I
Yes.
correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. They
Yun
don't
nga,
receive budget.
nakakahiyang mag-require sa kanila ng kung ano-ano, na wala naman silang budget, pero since you are involved in the production of, in the printing,
Official
at walang iba,
documents.
walang ibang involved na agency na nagpiprint ng Philippine passports, kundi kayo lang, can we get, Your Honor, the assurance that ang leak ay hindi pwede mangyayari doon sa kanila lang? Alam mo, yung pagproduce ng authentic passport para doon sa mga illegal people ay hindi pwede mangyayari sa kanila. In short, very secured sila. Yung systems nila, yung kanilang facility na hindi pwede mapasukan ng sindikato. Halimbawa, isang printer lang, trabahante ninyo dyan, kausapin ng sindikato, bigyan kita ng pera. Printahan mo nga ng ganitong details, ha? Ito yung pangalan, itong pakiprint nga ng passport para dito, para gamitin namin.
Your Honor, according to APO, Your Honor, it's not possible because they have a highly secured facility and also the production of these passports, no, it's encrypted. Once the DFA submits the data, automatic na that the information will be deleted. After printing po, automatic that it will be deleted already, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Good Sponsor. So kung may nangyari talaga yan ngayon, DFA na lang ang sisihin natin. Hindi na sila kasama. Pending the result of the investigation, ha? Baka mamaya, paglabas sa investigation, talabas na sa APO talaga, kayo ang nalapitan ng sindikato na mag-print, ha? It just satisfies my investigative portion, my investigative inclination na wala talaga sa inyo, hindi pa pwede mangyayari.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Likewise, they have committed also to continue with their own investigation and make sure that this will not happen under their watch. And Your Honor, be rest assured that because this is a national security issue as well,
Yes.
they have committed already to conduct the investigation and are willing also to go to an investigation, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. And to add, I just would like to recommend, kahit na as of now, as we speak, yung kanilang system as claimed by them is very secured. Baka pwedeng dagdagan pa nyo ng additional security measures or features para talagang hindi tayo mapasukan ng sindikato. Yun lang pakiusap ko.
Your Honor, likewise, according to APO, for your information also, even the location of the plant is secured and only limited personnel of the PCO knows about its exact location, Your Honor. So that's how the level of security they are talking about, Your Honor.
Pakibulong na lang sa akin mamaya, Your Honor, kung saan banda. Silip-silipin ko. Silip-silipin natin. Thank you, good sponsor. Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. President.
Actually, yung point ni Senator Bato de la Rosa po, yun yung naisip ko nga na pag nag-investigate na nga dito, yung security feature kasi is a claim eh. It's a claim. Sana ma-demonstrate before the committee or the committee chairman in a highly in a highly secure way, ma-demonstrate kasi claim lang nga yun eh. It's just a claim. We want to see that it really happens. Actually, pwede nga ma-demonstrate sa atin yun sa monitor eh, pero ang tanong kung behind the monitor, nangyayari ba talaga, ina-delete yung information? That's the question, Mr. President. But that's for another time, Mr. President. So, just maybe last two topics, Mr. President, maikli na lang po ito. Who among the agencies under the PCO is in charge of the freedom of information policy of the government?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's under the PCO proper itself, Your Honor.
PCO
so it's
proper?
the PCO itself, Your Honor.
So, okay, how free are we? How free are we with the information in our possession, Mr. President? How free are we in sharing this with interested parties of the public, Mr. President? Tapos na last ko na yung PP.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the FOI is being implemented by the executive agencies right now, and PCO is pushing for an FOI for nationwide for all agencies nationwide, Your Honor. So at present, it's FOI is being implemented by the executive agencies, Your Honor.
Okay, pero siyempre who's reminding them it's the PCO? Ganun ba? Or is it the PIA? Is it the PIA? What's the role of the PIA sa freedom of information? Tanong ka ba rito? Hindi, sa PCO. Sige, tapusin last one. Isang one more question.
Your Honor, is still under PCO, and they only work with PIA whenever they conduct caravans, Your Honor, regarding the fire, Your Honor. So, but still under PCO.
What is this Freedom of Information Project Management Office? Anong function po nito?
Your Honor, this particular office train agencies on FOI and likewise inform or oversee they also oversee the implementation of FOI.
Saan ito? PMO siya. PMO, saan siya? Project Management Office, saan siya? PCO o PIA?
And likewise, they inform the agencies of the different exemptions of FOI, Your Honor. And there are a number of exemptions from FOI that they are also relaying to the different agencies, like information covered by executive privilege, privileged information related to national security, defense, or international relations, information concerning law enforcement and protection public and personal safety, information deemed confidential for the protection of the privacy and certain individuals, such as minors, victims of crimes, and of the accused, etc., Your Honor. So there are about 9 exemptions under the FOI, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, yung issuance po na yan was issued by the PCO. Yan po, yung whatever document, guidelines, listing these 9 items not covered by the freedom or access to information, sino po ang nagsabi na ito yon? I mean, is that the PCO?
Your Honor, Mr. President, this is the memorandum circular issued by the Office of the President, Your Honor.
OP?
OP.
OP itself. Sige po. Say PCO is the one, disseminating it as the
Yes, Your Honor.
mass media public disclosure arm, Mr. President.
Yes, they disseminate and likewise implement the MC, Your Honor.
Thank you. Just one last point, Mr. President, is PTV4 here? PTV4? PTV4... Saan siya rito? What's the budget for the PTV4, Mr. President? Ano pala siya? Okay, I get it. That's the People's Television Network, no? 203 million. Ito po ba yung ahensya na in the past administration, ang sabi ninyo, ang sabi ng OP or ng PCOO ay will be the BBC of the Philippines? Yan po ba yun? British Broadcasting Corporation of the Philippines? Are we referring to the same corporation, Mr. President, the People's Television Network Incorporated?
Yes, Your Honor, that you are correct. That is the aim. Last year's budget, that they aim to be the BBC.
Do we still aim to be
network.
the BBC? But what's the name of the head of the PTV?
The general manager is Ana Pood, Your Honor, Mr.
Ana?
President.
Is that still the medium-term or long-term vision of the PTV? PTN actually, PTN. Yeah, yun pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor, and likewise, they aim to be the number one in the country, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Ba yung number one? Number one is viewership pero yung BBC is really the editorial independence, the content, the quality of the content. Yun, are we still subscribing to that? Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, according to the
Is that
general
reflected
manager.
in your budget? How? What items in your budget what items in your budget reflect your adherence to the legacy of Secretary Martin Andanar?
Your Honor, according to the general manager, they just need the CapEx for them to be able to upgrade and to digitalize so that they can already compete, Your Honor, and stay on track on that aim to be like a BBC, Your Honor. So yung CapEx na talaga daw ang
Parang last year, I
kulang.
think we gave for cameras ba yun? Wala? Zero? Oh, okay. So, sige, just give us na lang, ma'am. Siguro your medium-term plan. If you're really sticking to that, vision of the former secretary, you're free to to come up with your own direction now or your own vision. But sinasabi niyo sa amin, you're sticking to that. Tama. So, we want to see it reflected in the budget of the PTN. Kung talaga. So that may direction po tayo. And then editorial content, yung independence, di ba? Yung hindi talaga kayo dinidiktahan ng you're not a presidential TV, actually. So, last, magre-react ako.
Your Honor, according to the general manager, that PTV just launched 16 new shows and programs regarding news, sports, education, and other programs, Your Honor. So they have 16 new programs, Your Honor.
Tsaka yung mga documentary, yan ang maganda sa BBC actually. But of course, that needs budgetary support. So with that, Mr. President, I'll thank the PCO family for their patience also and our sponsor for his direct response, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our minority leader. Mr. President, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao would just like to make a short manifestation plus one question of support, Mr. President. I move that Senator Raffy Tulfo be recognized, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, I noticed that in the General Appropriations Bill, we only allocated 203 million pesos for the budget of PTB4. Ito po ay nag-increase ng 75 million pesos mula sa proposed 128 million sa 2024 National Expenditure Program or NEP. And in our committee report, hindi po ito dinagdagan ng Senado. Although the budget of PTB4 already increased to 203 million from the initial 128 million proposed in the 2024 National Expenditure Program, ako po'y nababahala na masyado pa rin pong maliit ang budget na ating binigay sa PTB4. Nakita naman po natin ang kalunos-lunos na lagay ng PTB4, maging ang mga empleyado nila. Ako po mismo nakanotice nito during some hearings in the past. Yung kanilang mga kagamitan, yung kanilang parking, yung kanilang mga mesa, etc., etc. It really needs improvement. And how can they make improvement kung wala naman pong budget, Mr. President and Mr. Sponsor? May few questions lang po ako. Una, sa PTB4, sa palagay nyo ba sapat yung 203 million pesos na budget na inallocate ng GAB, Mr. Sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the GM, their biggest challenge is that the capex is zero. And for them to be able to really improve, they need to invest in transmitters and likewise new cameras para po makapag digital na po sila. And yung kanila pong request is about 400 million, Your Honor, for them to be able to modernize their equipment so that they can really compete and improve their broadcast, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Yan nga po kanina, binanggit ng ating minority leader, which I really totally agree, na dapat mag-aim ang PTV4 na maging ala BBC of the Philippines. So how can we achieve that na maging ala BBC tayo ng Pilipinas, na meron tayong quality shows, and then we have to have quality equipments, of course, cameras, bands, etc., kung wala tayong capital outlay. So magkano capital outlay ang kailangan para mapalapit man, kung hindi, syempre, hindi natin pangarapin na maging ala BBC tayo. Ano po? British Broadcasting Corporation. Malayong-malayo yan sa katotohanan. Pero magkano po ang kailangan conservatively na para kahit papaano, mapalapit man lang tayo doon sa tinatawag na magkaroon ng quality broadcasting ng ating government station, ang PTB4, na
Yes,
maging
sir.
maayos yung mga programa. Karamihan kasi recently, napapanood ko puro replay, siguro kulang sa budget. So, kailangan din siguro maganda ang equipment. Kung maganda ang equipment, ibig sabihin, maganda yung mga makikita natin mga programa. So, magkano, Mr. Sponsor, kailangan talaga ng support niyo from the Senate nang sa gayon ma-achieve itong tinatawag niyong ini-aim na maging ala BBC of the Philippines ang PTB4?
Yes, Your Honor, for that really to materialize, they really have to invest in equipment. You are correct, no? Kailangan mag-digital na tayo, but they are digital only in NCR as of the moment. That's why they wanted to invest in transmitters, digital cameras, etc. And they
And OB-BAN as well.
And OB-BANs as well.
Yes.
Likewise, Mr. President, Your Honor, ang dream budget po nila for this to become a reality is about 400 million. But according to our GM, kahit na 200 million daw muna, I think they will be able to have a good start in that aim to modernize, to have new cameras, to have a wider reach because of new transmitters, and have OB-BANs and other equipment, Your Honor.
Mr. President, yung 200 million, sapat na raw, yan ang conservative amount na hiningi para maging maayos ang pamamalakad takbo sa PTV4. Magkaroon tayo ng quality broadcasting dyan sa PTV4, isang government station na siyang nagpapakita ng imahen ng ating gobyerno, pinapakita yung mga activities ng ating gobyerno, ano pong ginagawa nating Pangulo, etc., etc. So therefore, I hereby appeal to my colleagues in the Senate and Mr. President na sana mapagbigyan po natin na mabigyan man lang maibigay lang itong 200, magkano, Mr. Sponsor?
About 200 million, Your Honor, Mr. President. Likewise, NTC already has an order to migrate to digital from analog.
200 million
Yes, Your Honor.
additional, Mr. President.
That is correct.
200. Kasi sa ngayon, zero ang capital outlay nila, tama? Walang
correct, Your
dinagdag,
Honor.
nada. So, again, matagal ko na po itong sinasabi noon pa na kung pupunta po kayo sa PTV4, kaawa-awa po yung kanilang kalagayan. Kaawa-awa po yung kanilang building, yung kanilang equipment, kaawa-awa po kanilang OV-ban, transmitter. So kung gusto natin mapaganda to tulad ng BBC, dapat ibigay natin. Tama ba, Mr. President? Yung pangangailangan niya, 200 million. Okay sa inyo, Mr. President? Bro, world class. Para maging world class, Mr. President, 200 million. Okay na ba sa iyo?
Basta sinabi ni Angara, okay.
Okay.
We will ask
200.
the
Go.
Chair of the Committee on Finance, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun lang po. Mr. President, maraming salamat. And the good sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, for the
Thank you
support.
very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate and consider the budget of Presidential Communications Office, proper Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services, Bureau of Communication Services, National Printing Office, News and Information Bureau, Philippine Information Agency, Presidential Broadcast Staff, RTVM, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Presidential Commission's Office, Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation, and People's Television Network Incorporated to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the aforementioned agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension? Mr.
Session
President?
suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Civil Aeronautics Board, Maritime Industry Authority, Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, Office for Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, Toll Regulatory Board, Davao International Airport Authority, Light Rail Transit Authority, and Philippine National Railways, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by our good friend, the DOTR Secretary, Secretary Bautista. May we move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Are distinguished, without there being no objection, the motion is approved. Now I'd like to acknowledge the distinguished sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, sponsor the measure, and the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, to interpolate. Please proceed.
Mr. President, ayaw yata ako pa-defend. Mr. President, before I begin, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to the Secretary of the Department of Transportation and to the DOTR family. Mr. President, it is my duty to present the budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies. Based on the Senate Committee report, the agencies' total new appropriations for fiscal year 2024 amounts to 171,834,034,000. With that, this representation is now ready to accept short questions, just questions from our colleagues regarding the budget of the DOTR and its attached agencies.
Yes, please proceed, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, I'd like to commence with our interpellation on the budget of the DOTR. We welcome the Secretary and this family, DOTR family, with that, to the Senate. Is this the Secretary's first stint in government, Mr. Secretary? Huh? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hirap, sir, no? Hirap. It's a thankless job, Mr. Secretary. Naramdaman nyo, no? May allegations pa against you. But I just want you to know, I never believed those allegations and never will, Mr. Secretary. And subsequent events confirmed my initial reaction na malabo ang kwento against our Secretary. So, that's how we trust you, Mr. Secretary. But we have to start with siguro accepting the fact that marami ring allegations of corruption, irregularities, and shenanigans in the department that you lead and the agencies and other offices attached to your department. So I hope you have an agenda of reform, and if that should be the case, then we will be fully behind you, Mr. Secretary. Ayusin natin kasi actually mga iba kong tanong dito before your time pero unfortunately ganun I mean you have to answer them because you're the successor as the leader of the department, Mr. Secretary. Sa bagon na lang ilan sa bagon, what na Tagalog yun, ano ba ang tawag mo doon? Rail carts ba? Cars, railway car. Rolling stock or railway cars. Ilan na yan? Ito na lang from memory, Mr. Secretary. We have Dalian, ano ba cars? Okay, rail cars. We have Dalian rail cars overweight specs, not in accordance with specs. Nandito na, tinanggap natin. We have rail cars with leaking roofs or not waterproof. Tama. Ano naman yun? Sa LRT naman yun. Yung Dalian would be MRT. Yung leaking rail cars mo would be LRT. And then you have railway cars then of PNR na ano naman ang diferensya doon?
Standard gauge.
Narrower standard gauge when the existing railways would be narrow gauge.
Correct.
So, Mr. Secretary, paano to? How will your reforms prevent all of these parang unfortunate events, pero parang Mr. Secretary, for example, anong problema? Sabihin, mabigat, overweight. Hindi ba public knowledge na po yung the weight that our rails, light rails can support? Di ba public knowledge yan? And yet the department accepts them. And then yung isa leak, di ba basic na basic yun, di ba natin chine-check yan, Mr. Secretary? And that, so, kung isuma total ko po itong tatlo lang na nabanggit ko, how much is the loss already being suffered by the government? Pera ng taong bayan po ito, lahat ito.
Mr. President, while we're getting the exact numbers, I totally sympathize with our minority leader. In fact, from the very beginning, since I've been on the Public Services Committee, we've already warned them about the long-term effects of this. Because right now, we have 9 light rail vehicles of the Dalian trains that are being tested. But after the test, remember that's about 65 kilometers of dynamic testing before we can finally accept it. In the meantime, all 39 LRVs still need to be tested and completed. So in total, Mr. President, none of the 48 Dalian trains worth 3.7 billion is in operation.
3.7.
So if we look at that, just by the number of the cost of the Dalian trains, that's already 3.7 billion. Wala pa yung mga administrative costs, and not to mention the cost that cannot be measured, which is the inconvenience to the public. So I'm sorry,
precisely.
I know I'm supposed to defend the budget of the DOTR, but this is just being transparent about it. That's why right now with our new secretary, I would like to relay that, well, this was something that was inherited, but they have to comply with the testing requirements, which is to run it for at least 65 kilometers, and we're talking about the Dalian trains, to guarantee the safety of our passengers. Now, when it comes to the PNR, or the PNR, which is the regular gauge, the standard gauge, as opposed to the narrow gauge, we are still waiting, because as of November 2023, PNR still hasn't come out with its own final assessment. So maybe right now we can ask the Secretary what the real status is.
Tatlo, gano'n na kaagad yung damage dun sa tatlong kalokohan lang na yun. Tanong natin.
Mr. President, going back to your initial question, so far this is what has been spent: 100 million to LRT1 on the liquidated damages, 130 million paid to CRRC on PNR. Ano ba yung CRRC? China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation, and 1.03 billion for Dalian, for the MRT3. That's the one that's quantifiable at this point.
These were most likely the amounts that we have paid out, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, lagyan na lang natin sa 1.2 billion pesos. Okay, so are we doing anything, Mr. President, to minimize the loss? Kasi I'm sure part yan of a larger amount committed in a contract. So are we Are we rescinding the contract? And then yung paid out amounts, are we trying to recover these amounts? Kasi unimaginable eh. I mean, the negligence here is unimaginable and cannot be explained in good faith, Mr. President. In my opinion, at least that's my personal opinion.
Mr. President, out of 30 trains for the MRT 3, LRT Line 1, 18 are already operational. So yung mga leaks, naayos na yan. And maybe because also that's Mitsubishi Corporation, di ba? Okay, so they're able to address it rather quickly. So 18 are operational out of the 30, and then the rest will be operational by this December. So that's the good news on the LRT, one. But the MRT, CRRC, the manufacturer of Dalian, our LRV, still has outstanding items to address, such as the tear weight, and then the 65 kilometers per hour dynamic testing. So far, they're still testing. Mr.
So we are honoring that contract with Dalian. Are we honoring it? I
Yeah.
mean,
Mr. President, yes. They have to comply with the safety test of running it for 65 kilometers. So the short answer is yes, we are honoring it because at this point, to begin again or to start again will actually be probably less cost effective and it will prolong the agony even more. Although, as a body, we already warned them in the past. Again, this was an inherited issue.
yes.
So right now we are at that point where, sadly, we just have to go through the process and hopefully learned our lesson.
Hindi, kasi very basic, Mr. President. Siyempre, ang specs nung rail car na in-order natin, well known na po yun. And then, if it's the weight, I mean, that can be objectively determined. And we still trust our supplier who cannot even comply with the basic specs, specifications, Mr. President. So,
Mr. President,
ewan ko if what is the plan? Is the plan to just dribble the ball? Bahala na naman si future Secretary of the DOTR.
We extended the contract with Sumitomo 25, 20, 20. We expect everything to be complete within the extended contract with Sumitomo.
Mr. President, if you recall, in the past, we didn't procure the services of Sumitomo. But with this administration, we extended the agreement with Sumitomo until 2025. So I'm being told that by 2025, all the Dalian trains will already have been tested and will be operational. So that's 2025.
So yung the feature of the delivered trains which are non-compliant with the specs can be curable pala.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, that's the reason why it's taking so long. They had to rectify the specifications, after which they can't just make it run with passengers. They had to run it for 65 kilometers before they can certify it as compatible and safe. That's also part of the delay. Hindi lang pwedeng ni-repair na, o yan na, by specs, hindi kailangan i-test pa.
Kasi naalala ko noong 2016 issue na ito eh. So,
Correct.
So can we put under the direction of the Secretary, what is that date when we will say na deadline na that we can use these idle assets, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, we're now in the fourth quarter, I believe, of 2023. They said by the end of 2025.
So, Mr. President,
Kasi-
imagine mo yun.
Ha?
2016 issue na to and then the end of 2025, they will be running and operational. Yun ba yun? Is that the statement?
We'll see. Iba na yung chairman ng public
Kaya
services by
titingnan
then.
natin,
So,
end of 2025. Pero at least nasa record po ngayon ito at maraming makakaalaala nitong commitment ng Department of Transportation. Are you committing that, Secretary? By the end of the year 2025, finally, the Dalian trains delivered in connection with MRT-3 project will now be up and running and in accordance with the safe specs of the system.
Mr. President, would the minority leader probably suggest also that they have a billboard of a countdown in every project that they have?
Grabe. Opo, pero katulad na sinabi natin, minana na ni Secretary.
May I add to the discussion? I have a billboard in the office of my airport since 2016, di pa tapos. That's something we will discuss up to the minority floor leader.
Pwedeng, Mr. President, pwedeng parang stopwatch na ganyan, no? Yung merong
Yung akin, naubusan na ng battery. Nakatatlong battery na yan.
dapat solar. Okay.
Actually, yes, tama po, Mr. President. Ito nga yan ang next point ko, yung COA report, delayed projects. Nako. Madami po yan. I mean,
Marami po.
so hindi na nasiguro natin isa-isahin, pero what would be under the reformist secretary that we have now na pinatikim na po sinampulan na ng buhay ng serbisyo sa gobyerno. Yan po ang mga intriga. So what would be our plans, Secretary, to address this yung finding na delayed project? So example ito, may example si Senate President, marami pa kanya-kanyang example siguro.
Mr. President, based on the reports that they've submitted to us, there are three things that they're doing. Number one is procedural reforms, and then I will expound on that later. Number two is also to talk to the OSG to be able to fast-track the right-of-way issues. And then number three is also their bidding process that they are streamlining. So those are the three things. Procedural, for example, let me give you an example, Mr. President. Yung super ng bayan, scholar super entrepreneur program, hindi natin na-distribute yung funding last time kasi yung mga list of beneficiaries and identifying them, may iba-ibang procedure kasi may procedure in Department of Labor and Employment, may procedure yung local government, hindi harmonized. So part of the reforms now being pushed by DOTR is to have a harmonized procedure on implementing projects. Number two is to coordinate closely with the Office of the Solicitor General to be able to resolve right-of-way issues immediately.
May right-of-way, may right-of-way
Pero
din po ang DOTR. Pero
may
hindi po
batas
ba,
tayo, dapat meron yung
hindi po ba sa
mabilis yun.
DPWH, ang reform natin sa DPWH noon na do not fund a project until the right-of-way issues have been resolved. Yun yung sa deliberations noon eh. Is that possible with DOTR projects, Mr. Secretary, Mr. President,
For future projects, prospective.
na ganon?
Opo.
Feasible ba yun? Feasible ba yung approach na yun na, right?
Feasible daw, sabi ng ating secretary.
Okay, thank you. Pero I think sa DPWH, more in theory lang din yung usapan na yun eh. Kasi marami rin yatang nade-delay because of right-of-way issues, Mr. President. Well, Mr. Secretary, organic part of your office yung di ba? LTO and then LTFRB. Yan. That's yung budget ng OSEC includes their budget. Tama po yun, Mr. Secretary. No? Daming problema po rito, Mr. Secretary. Let's proceed first with our LTO. I have been informed that yung land transportation management system natin, that is the name of a program behind vehicle registration, driver's license, plates registration, ano pa ba? Ano pa po ba? Yun po, yung land. Is it true that there are two systems comprising that land transportation management system?
Yes, Mr. President, in fact, there have been transitional problems because initially it was Stradcom. Sorry, kasi electricity tayo rin eh. May Transco rin.
Mamaya, after this,
Okay.
is Department of Energy.
Okay, so may Stradcom, tapos meron Dermalog. Okay, so pumalit na ngayon yung Dermalog. Si Stradcom, ayaw muna i-transfer lahat ng kanilang mga database sa Dermalog. Kasi Stradcom is claiming that they're still owed a certain amount by the DOTR. So they're holding it hostage. Now, DOTR already paid them already a sizable amount. So there's just a certain amount that is 3.8 billion left. A total of 5.6 billion was already paid. Because the total is 9.5 billion, meron pa pong balance na 3.8 billion. So now, Stradcom is already cooperating with Dermalog.
Is that a factual statement,
The
Mr.
transition.
Secretary? Cooperating? Dapat wala na tayong maramdamang issues sa inyong mga regional offices and other offices on...
Well, not necessarily because they only turned over databases that covers July 22 up to December 22. So, medyo maliit lang. So, hostage pa
Half a
yan.
year? Half a year's worth of data only?
That seems to be what it is here. I'm just being informed now that they're already up to date with the transfer of database.
There are two ways of registering now our vehicles and our licenses. Pwedeng online, pwedeng physical appearance, tama? Tama. And different systems govern each mode.
No, there's just one system.
Okay,
But during the transition, there was a tug-of-war.
And now we call this is now the Dermalog system.
Land Transportation Management System.
Because it's now the software, the entire system is owned by the government. Ngayon.
Yes.
And the supplier for that, the backbone, the
Is
software
Dermalog.
is Dermalog. Okay. But it's really now, unlike before, no? Unlike before, it was really, the system was being operated by Stratcom. Now we can say that the system is being operated by DOTR through LTO? Is that a statement of fact?
Yes, Mr. President.
Teka mo, si Director, si ED Mendoza, meron yata sabi. Tama? You confirm it? Yes, sir. Statement of fact yun. Sige. Okay, so this time, meaning to say this time, the database, there should be no problem with the ownership of the database. It's owned by the government of the Republic of the Philippines. Ganun.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sige po. But, okay, so we have ang claim ng Stradcom, mayroon pa siyang receivables from the government. Do we admit the claim? Do we recognize the claim?
Yes, they recognize the claim, Mr. President, and in fact, we included it Um, we included it in our 1 billion to be able to settle the partially
In the regular or in
commitment.
the program or in the unprogrammed funds?
in the program funds.
Programmed, ah? Okay, sige. I think this is a result of a court case ba? Is this a result of a court case, compromise agreement, or?
No, that's really what's owed them, but because we already had that goodwill of paying them about 5 billion, they have cooperated with us because the remaining balances of 3.8 billion we already committed to pay, and in fact now we already included it in the regular budget allocation.
Dahil yung sa Stratcom regime ba ay per use may fee na binayaran si user and yet the amount went to DOTR? Ganun ba? Or to the BTR, to the national government? Ganun po. And that's per contract that user's fee should be, or the specified percentage should be given to the contractor. Ganun po.
Yes,
Sige, okay, that's the hinabol yung amount. While in Dermalog, wala na po, walang ganong arrangement. Dermalog parang straight payment lang yun, a purchase of its system.
So yes, we have committed with Dermalog, the cost of which is about 3 billion.
But
It's
there's a
a
COA,
five-year
there's a COA
contract.
finding naman that we have paid. Have we fully paid Dermalog?
No, not yet.
Okay, but have we paid Dermalog for some features not yet delivered?
Well, it's a 5-year period, Mr. President, so they have to be able to provide their services within that time period, I guess maintaining the database, although in full ownership of the DOTR.
Okay, kasi
So
may-
that's why our commitment is not really to pay them all at once, the about 3 billion, because it has to be spread out within that time frame of 5 years.
yan yung parang stage ano yun, stage billing yun. Pero ang COA finding yata is nakabayad tayo for something na hindi
Yeah,
pa po
nakabayad
hindi pa
tayo
po
na-
na deliver. So has this been remedied? Hindi pa. May utang. May utang pa sa Dermalog. Hindi pa nga fully paid, pero ang sabi ng COA.
Okay. So, Mr. President, actually, although it's a 5-year contract and it has to be spread for that 5 years, their agreement already allowed the OTR to pay 2.36 billion out of the 3.19 billion owed to them. So it's a sizable amount already. The minority leader's correct. So now they are in talks with Dermalog to be able to deliver all and to complete all their deficiencies.
So I hope by next year po hindi na natin pag-usapan yung COA finding na yan because it has been remedied. Okay,
Yan ang mga pamana na hindi magandang manahin.
marami actually sa DOTR napakadami po ng ng mamanahin ng mga future leaders of the department and the various offices. Tapos of course, itong ating po mga backlogs po natin ng vehicle license plates, driver's license, meron pa rin, di ba? I don't think we can say na wala na tayong backlog. So what's our program? Meron nga nagreklamo sa akin, Mr. Secretary, bayad daw siya sa diplomatic plate kasi initially nasa yung vehicle, nasa one of the international agencies eh. Diplomatic plate, nagbayad siya, then nabenta na sa regular market, lalipat na sa kanya, bayad na yun siya for the regular plate. 2 times na siya nagbayad ng plates. Wala, ni anino nung plaka, hindi po niya nakita. So, nakwento sa akin yan, but siguro mga couple of months ago. So I hope we have improved the situation. What's the situation now, Mr. Secretary, Madam, Mr. President?
Okay, Mr. President, the good news is by November 15, there are no more backlogs for motor vehicles. But until 2025, there will still be motorcycle plates backlog to the tune of around 13 million.
Ang sa notes ko, 179,000 ang backlog dati for the motor vehicles license plates. So, mawawala na yan
Mawawala
in
by
2 days time. Ha? Okay na, zero na yan.
Kasi tapos na yung
Wow.
budget nila by 2 days.
Oo nga eh. Sige po.
Pero hindi pa naman na-approve.
Pwede natin, mag-press release po tayo kung talaga na-achieve na po natin na zero na po. Sa driver's license, ano na nangyayari? Para bang national ID na yan, na papel na? O,
Hindi naman.
print your own?
No. For the driver's license, Mr. President, okay. As of October 18, 2023, the backlog is 2.4 million cards and is projected to increase to 3.9 million by December 2023. Based on projections, LTO is expecting 4.6 million card supplies by next year. So considering the projected annual requirement of 6.6 million cards based on average license cards issuance of about 550,000 cards per month, this results in a projected deficit of 2 million cards in 2024.
End 2024. By the end of 2024, 2
Yes,
million.
2 million.
Okay, and then if you're able to replicate what we did in 2024 by end 2025, ano na, catch up na. Opo, mukhang...
Wala na.
Pero dun po yung, we're talking about the driver's license pa, no? Okay.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, we introduced amendments to augment the funding for the procurement of license cards in the amount of 297 million for our committee report to cover the projected deficiency and to assist expediting the production of the cards. We also funded the replacement of 23 defective laser engraver machines to the tune of 80.3 million.
Sige po, balikan po natin yung ginawa ng committee sa budget of the Office of the Secretary after this question of mine. Kasi ito po bang printing or generation of driver's license and then plate numbers, is this part of LTMS?
Yes, Mr. President.
So a part of the software or the system delivered by Dermalog?
Yes, Mr. President.
So where's the problem? Hindi doon sa system. Is it in the physical? Is it in the plate, the metal, the material that we use for the plate?
Mr. President, I think that's the reason why we added funding for the laser engraver machines kasi medyo decrepit na yung kanila kaya hindi makahabol. Ang daming sira when we actually did our budget hearing. So to augment and to rectify the situation, that's what we came up with, is to replace those defective laser machines.
Bakit? When was in what year did we buy the existing machines, Mr. President? How old are these machines?
It's 5 years old.
Sayang. Ganun ba? License plates lang po ito. I mean, or cards.
Cards.
Yeah. Cards. A 5-year-old printing machine is no longer useful and ano?
Ano bang brand yung binili mo? Tapos kinuha sila ulit.
Are we sure about that?
I'm supposed
Mr.
to be
Secretary?
defending the budget, Mr. President.
I know, pero
We can
well,
call for another hearing.
5 years. What's the book value of the machines which are decrepit, Mr. President? Pang-print ng driver's license cards.
Mr. President, ngayon zero. Ewan ko kung
Zero.
dadali
Yung
nila
ano pala,
sa raon.
Wag,
kung magkano
hindi pala
yan.
book value, mali. Yung acquisition value.
Acquisition value.
Book na zero na sa book.
So about 2.7 to 3.8 million per machine. How many do we have?
And how many machines? 2.8.
We have about 83 machines nationwide, Mr. President, that need to be replaced.
Yeah, 200 something, 200. Wow, so at least I mean yung mga kababayan natin nakikinig na may alam tungkol dito. So ang mensahe na binibigay sa atin ng DOTR, bago yung machines printing for driver's license cards, 5 years of use, hindi na, useless na, decrepit na, should be replaced with brand new ones. Yan ang mensahe ha. Yan po mensahe because nagmamatch 83 times 2 point something, around 200 ano yun, 200 billion, 200 million. Okay,
Mr. President, I hope that, again, with each administration, I hope we learn a lesson and correct our mistakes and and use the experience for the better. So hopefully they'll maintain it properly. I mean, even if we get the best equipment, if it's not maintained properly, of course, it will probably break down. So I don't know exactly what care they took to ensure that the machines can last longer. Hopefully this time you'll take care of it.
So that's the driver's license cards. Yan ang pinag-usapan natin. How about the license plates? Ano din yan? Printing, ano din yan? May printing equipment din yan. Same problem ba?
Same problem, Mr. President, I'm told.
How old are our machines?
Yun, 8 years old.
8 years old. And so to produce more, we need, nasa budget po ba, Mr. President? Na-anticipate ba natin yan sa... Kasi separate po yan, ano? These are not the same printing equipment, right? Different ito, yes. So, nasa committee report po ba natin?
Wala po sa...
Wala, okay.
Mr. President, I'm told that they still will be able to repair them.
And machines to print or to produce motorcycle vehicle license plates are different from the four-wheel.
Same machine.
Same machine.
Yeah.
Okay, sige po. So you will make do with the current machines. Kaya pala yung backlog ng motorcycle, wala kayong commitment na bumaba. Sa notes ko, 13 million na ang backlog. Ang sinasabi ni Secretary, 13 million pa rin yung backlog after by the end of next year. Tama? Nothing has changed.
It will drop by around 3 to 4 million next year.
So the backlog now is, you put it at 16 million? Yes, 13 nga.
Yes,
13 million now. Pero parang I heard na commitment next year, 13 million pa rin.
I stand corrected, Mr. President. 13 million backlog now, but we'll still have a backlog next year. But they said minus 3 to 4 million, so we'll have about 9 million.
Okay, 9 to 10 million. Sige po, but then there is also this report that we have 1.7 million unreleased plates. Unclaimed or unreleased plates? Magkano?
Mr. President, they're about from 1.5 million unreleased. Now it's down to 900,000. I guess there are variable problems. One of them is maybe they're not being claimed anymore because it took so long. Maka nga nabenta na yung ibang kotse dyan, di na nga nila kinuha yung plate.
So ano pala yan? The plates must be claimed by the vehicle owners. Ganun po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President, it's a replacement plate from the green plates to the white ones. And wala nang, siguro hindi nakaklaim pa yung iba.
So talking about the replacement of plates, ako actually kung foreigner ako dito sa bansa natin, umikot na yung ulo ko sa daming design ng license plates na nakikita ko. Meron tayo yung green na 3 letters, 3 numbers. Meron tayo ngayon na, meron pa, di ba? Marami pa tayong nakikita, di ba? Meron tayo tapos ano na bang, what is now the newest one?
It's a black and white.
Ilan yung 3 letters and 4 numerals?
Yes.
Oh, white and black. Halo siya sa green and white. And then meron pang marami pang ibang nakikita. So I have to put some order, Mr. Secretary, kasi otherwise ang impression sa Pilipinas, wala tayong order. There's no order. Iba pa yung traffic situation na yung traffic rules, disregard of traffic rules. But doon pala sa license plates, kita ko na eh. So what's the plan? What should be now the what should now be the legal look of the motor vehicle license plate?
So officially, right now, it should be black and white, 3 letters and 4 numbers.
Okay, so ultimately, yung nakikita nating mga green on white, dapat, anong procedure doon? They should apply? They will be issued a new, kasi definitely new di ba? 3 letters and 4 numerals yun. Iba na talaga yung plate niya. So what should be the procedure?
Mr. President, because they said that the backlog should be addressed by November 15, then
Listen, ano ba yung November 15?
so by the first quarter of the year
Sa motor vehicle.
of next year, all those plates should have been changed to the black and white plates. Kasi available na eh.
Oo nga, but it's dependent on the initiative of the motor vehicle owner. Hindi pala, the attention is not called by the LTO?
They will probably do an information campaign, and they are already doing it, I am told, for these vehicle owners to claim their plates. Because it's also difficult to mail it to a certain address because some of them may have moved already in the time it took for the DOTR to provide their plates.
Okay, pero meron palang mga kasuhan din pala yan, Mr. President, is the case one of the reasons why we have backlog in the driver's card license plates? Meron palang TRO issued against the LTO? Ganun ba yan? Hindi pa natapos ang kaso?
This
Mr.
one is,
President?
is the minority leader referring to the ID cards? The
These are the driver's license cards.
the license, yes. Yes, there is. This is the background. The RTC Branch 215 granted the writ of preliminary injunction prayed for by the petitioner All Card Incorporated. Ito yung losing bidder. The court then issued that WPI prohibiting LTO from proceeding with the pre-printed driver's license cards for 2023 procurement with banner plastic card. Kasi banner yung nanalo. So meron ng injunction. The hearing for the pre-trial of the main petition scheduled on November 6, 2023 was reset to, again, November 15, 2023. Prior to this wreath of injunction, LTO was already beginning to supply the first month of the backlog, beginning April 2023, plus the current demand. With the recent development, this will now be put on hold.
But I think earlier an importation of cards was mentioned. So if should these cards arrive, will they be covered by the injunction?
Yes, Mr. President.
So yun na nga. So hindi okay, basta the materials would be here pero we cannot address the backlog because of the injunction. So What agency is handling the cases of the LTO before the courts, Mr. President?
OSG ba? The OSG. That's why, hence,
Okay,
the
so-
cooperation with the OSG is really crucial, because there are a lot of legal impediments with the initiatives of DOTR, least of which is actually this one. There also is a right-of-way issue.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. President. So dapat ma-solve pala yan, Mr. Secretary, kasi yung ilang millions of cards yung narinig ko kanina na imported na darating. Yung pala, we will just let them also lie idle in our warehouse kung may injunction pa.
But they're going to make a decision November 15.
So, Mr. President, going to our committee report, ang ginawa po natin sa Office of the Secretary, we increased some items, we decreased some items, but the net effect is that we decreased the Office of the Secretary's budget by 1.65 billion. So, may we know the details of the increase as well as of the decrease? And then what's the comment now of the department, given that 1.6 billion has in effect been taken out of the GAB, at least the GAB version. I do not know the relationship between the NEP version and the GAB version, Mr. President.
Reduced. Mr. President, if I may give you a summary of what was increased. For the motor vehicle regulatory program, for this additional license cards, from the GAB, from the 954 million approved for the GAB, we gave them 2.3 billion. Okay, that's for the additional license cards. For the active transport and Safeway paths, GAB gave them 700 million. Tayo naman, we gave 1 billion. Ito yung mga bike lanes, yung mga end-of-trip facilities, etc. For the marina, GAB is 488 million. We gave them 500...
Excuse me, if you could limit it to the OSEC muna. The OSEC, that's not, Marina is the Maritime Industry Authority. That's different eh.
Okay.
Separate.
I thought I was already giving you
Because
all
the
all
Office of the
others.
Secretary, 1.6 billion po yung change natin eh.
Yung 1.6 billion.
Lessening it.
Okay, yeah, OSEC lang. Yung first three items that I mentioned to you.
Yun na ba yun? 1.2. Okay, if those were increases, dapat 2.25 billion ang ano nun. If those were the items, we increased 2.25 billion ang total nun. But then may ginalaw tayo rin na items na binawasan natin to the tune of 3.9 billion pesos. Tama po ba yun? And because the net effect is a decrease of 1.6 billion pesos, 1.65 billion pesos.
Yes, Mr. President, actually, yung mga items that were reduced in funding, one of them is the Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1. Malaki yung, actually, yung na-reduce natin doon eh. About 1 billion was reduced. 1.2 billion. And then in the North-South Commuter Railway, we also reduced it from 48 billion sa GAB, ginawa natin 46 billion. So that's 2.6 billion naman. And then PNR South Long Haul, we also reduced it by about 2 billion. And then the Maritime Safety Enhancement Project, we reduced it by 500 something million. Because, Mr. President, the reason why we support the rail projects, kaya lang yung disbursement nila at saka yung absorptive capacity, historically talagang mababa. So we are just basing it on how they were able to disburse in the past, and in fact still gave them a cushion. That's why we took it out and added it in programs that are really pressing, that we really need to be able to release those funds immediately, like for our license and plates, and also for the Philippine Coast Guard, etc.
Sige po. We will, wala naman tayo nakikitang reaction, wala tayong naririnig na request from the department for the from the affected programs na they will be much affected, Mr. President. The LTFRB has this fuel subsidy program. Am I correct? That's under the LTFRB?
Yes, Mr. President.
What is the amount for next year, for this fuel subsidy program?
2.5 billion.
2.5. Apo. Meron din tayo niyan for this year, fuel subsidy program. May we know the amount in 2023?
3 billion.
3 billion. Kumusta po? How has the implementation been? Dito sa 3 billion, magkano ang na-release? Magkano ang naibigay na?
Mr. President, 2.5 for 2023, we were able to disburse 1.1 billion. So less than half. But this is valid until December 2024. So apparently, they will be able to disburse more until then.
Pero kung ganun kasing thinking natin, overlap na sa ang excuse natin, we have time to disburse in 2024. Are these to the same beneficiaries who received in 2023 or to different beneficiaries?
Mr. President, I think there's really room for the new beneficiaries, because out of the number of those that can legally claim fuel subsidies, less than half have actually claimed. Kasi ito indicates that there are 658,666 beneficiaries, but only a percentage of them have actually claimed their subsidy.
Yun na nga, Mr. President, and then we're setting aside another amount for 2024, same program. Hindi ba because of we don't have any urgency in implementing the program, hindi ba nga nag-overlap ngayon yung mga amounts, same program, same beneficiaries? Because the PU, Public Utility Vehicle driver of this year is most likely also the same driver of next year. So,
Mr. President, I was informed that the funds were actually just downloaded to the DOTR in September. So they really had a very short time frame to distribute. So it's really, it's really a coordination also with the DBM to be able to release funding. So the three things: procedural, coordination with the OSG, and I stand corrected, coordination with the DBM for a timely release of the funding.
but during the budget deliberation for the DBM, ang claim nila, first few days of the calendar year, release na yung budget ng mga departments. So we are being informed now by the Department of Transportation that for the LTFRB's fuel subsidy program, DBM released the amount in September 2023 na hindi po tugma sa sinabi sa atin as a general rule ng DBM na early January release na po lahat.
Mr. President, I believe that there's actually a caveat, the reason why DBM couldn't release the budget immediately, because apparently the fuel subsidy can only be distributed if the price of oil per barrel is about $80 per barrel for 3 consecutive months.
Correct.
Eh, nag-umpisa lang sa June na 3 consecutive. Kaya sa September nila
Ngayon
na-release.
na nag-kick in, bale, yung
Oo.
condition.
So, ang pakiusap din ng department, baka naman kung pwede, kasi sa GAA pala nakalagay yung provision na yon na dapat 3 consecutive months. Perhaps in this case, baka pwedeng kahit a month lang muna ay mag-release na ng fuel subsidy.
Okay, thank you for that nuanced response, Mr. President. Tama, I remember that. So, meaning to say, kahit na more than $80 per barrel siya, but it's only for 1 month at sa susunod naman, wala. It does not comply with the, the conditions. No, for
Yes,
the
it's
release.
not an average per year, Mr. President. It's just per month, consecutive months.
So, I get it, Mr. President. So, thank you for that explanation.
And thank you also for asking to our minority leader, because then at least we know how to work out also certain provisions in the budget.
Tama yan, the department should give us some feedback din sa ano. Kasi masasaya if this sa hirap ng buhay, talagang may hirap naman ang buhay. Tumaas kasi talaga ang tumaas talaga ang presyo ng langis eh. Inflation pa. Bumaba pa siguro ang ridership. Mahirap ang buhay ng mga public utility drivers natin, including the tricycle drivers. And there is a program for them, may pera naman, but if the 2023 balance will not be released by end 2024, forfeited. It will be returned to the treasury. That is what is going to happen. Okay, so tapos nag-appropriate pa tayo ng 2.5 billion for next year for the same purpose, Mr. President. Now, how about this pilot study for TNVS? Ano ba ito? Oo.
Yes.
Sino po, who is conducting this pilot study, Mr. President?
It's shared by LTFRB, but it's a technical working group by the LTO and LTFRB. Yung
Combined.
Yeah, but until now, it's just they already submitted a study in our office, but it's still an initial study after how many years? Yeah, 5 years. So
5-year study? This is a 5-year study?
masyadong diligent eh. Pero 5-year study and it's still partial report. That's why hindi pa natin actually napapasa yung TNVS bill natin. Pero I think maybe we should take initiative, Mr. President. Tayo na lang mag-pass.
Who set the period that this should be a 5-year study, Mr. President?
It's not a 5-year study, Mr. President.
How long
It's
is the
just
study?
taking that long.
When did the study start?
5 years ago. 2019.
Kaya nga, so alam nyo ba na impression na binibigay nyo is number 1, it's a circumvention of the law. Walang law nag-authorize. It's just a pilot study na nag-authorize. Kung pinapatagal ninyo, de facto nagiging legal. And then, number 2, you're protecting the participants in the study. Kasi lalo kung ililimit ninyong number ng participants sa study, then sila lang yung parang may de facto license to operate or to participate, Mr. President. 5 years ago na pala ito. Huh?
Mr. President, they've actually accredited more participants. From 3 participants, they've increased it to 7. The problem is this is technology-based, and as in many countries, but more so in ours, we're always playing catch-up. But the market forces are actually the ones dictating for the government to act even in a temporary capacity to allow them to operate because, as you know, our public transport system is really very deficient. So without this TNVS, we'll really be struggling to provide transportation to the mass public.
Yeah, but the members of Congress, both the House of Reps and the Senate, should or are supposed to be sensitive to the needs of the public. Eh, 'di ba? In touch tayo sa ating mga constituencies. So
That's why,
we
Mr.
should,
President, I've already pushed for the passage of this bill, but before we can do so, we were asking for a study because if we keep drafting laws without the necessary statistics or numbers, we might just be making a law that will eventually be not really effective. But since they're taking forever, we might as well take it upon ourselves as consumers, ourselves, to just draft based on common sense and with the knowledge that we already have for the past 5 years.
if the study is to help policymakers in Congress, di ba, craft laws, your study is longer than the term of the entity that you're trying to help. So, what's happening here? Ano ba nangyari rito? Sinasadya ba ito? Ano ba to? Impossible. 5-year study, wala pa tayong posisyon. Rapture ba? Rapture ba?
What's your deadline for the next? When will you submit? No, the initial. So, in the next, yeah.
Ba naintindihan eh.
Okay, Chairman saying that just to remind us that he just began his term, no? But then, even if he just began his term, he already submitted a preliminary study. He said that the final report will be submitted in 30 days, of which the long and short of the report will basically the conclusion will say that they are in favor of legalizing the TNVS.
Sige. So at least may commitment na pala that the pilot is coming to an end na. Okay. Akala ko open-ended eh. Okay, so
Mr. President, perhaps it's also time to call this a priority measure together with motorcycle taxis for hire, etc.
sige po. Para yung policy malaman na natin, are we going to allow this or not, no? Given the dangers inherent to the mode of transportation. Andun po yung mga, siyempre, andun yung mga accidents yata. In the study, no, you took note of the accidents. Well, so, sabi ko nga kay Secretary, talagang maraming problema rito sa inyong departamento. Yung Jeepney Modernization Program, kanino po yan? Saan po yan? LTFRB?
LTFRB.
Ito po yung jeepney modernization natin na yung modern jeep mukhang bus na. Tama?
Yes.
Yan yung pinakita kami na image doon. Ang jeepney modernization program natin, ang bago nating jeepney ay minibus na itsura. Yan po. So, what's the status of this program? Are we funding it in the 2024 budget and by how much?
In our committee report, 1.6 billion was given by the House, but in my committee report, we did not fund it because, Mr. President, the committee found a lot of deficiencies on the part of the department, which
Sabi ko sa iyo
doesn't make it reasonable for them to roll this out by the end of the year, which is what they are proposing. And if I may allow the reasons why our committee report have come up with such a decision, of course, I will leave it to the body to be able to decide if we will continue with this. Here are the reasons. Number one, overlapping routes or high competition among cooperatives on the same route. Number two, drivers, operators who modernize their unit have to compete with traditional jeepneys, causing them to earn less and get buried in debt to pay off the new units. Number 3, expensive price of modernized units and poor after-sales service. So each unit is about 2.3 ba? Is between 1.6 to 2.5 million pesos. Now, DOTR is giving them about 260 million, 210 million subsidy. 210,000, sorry. I wish. Okay, 210,000 in subsidy. It's still not enough. Remember, for a driver to be able to get a loan from either Land Bank or DBP, they're being asked for their route their route plans, but it's not always available yet. It's not some of them haven't actually received a designated route plan from the DOTR. So paano sila makaka-loan? So paano ngayon natin i-roll out ito ng December? But I am told that DOTR will push through with the deadline. This is
Deadline.
But the deadline apparently is just consolidation. They don't have to phase out yet. It's a long phase out. They will just have to join a cooperative.
Consolidation in the sense that we are encouraging our jeepney drivers to form co-ops. Ganun ba yun? Okay.
Or corporations.
Cooperatives or corporations. Because our jeepney modernization program will actually, yung conceptually will only be feasible if the owner of the modern jeepney is a corporation or a cooperative, pooling their resources together. It's too much to expect na one single driver can afford it. Tama? Ganun. So marami pa tayong preliminary steps dito. Malayo pa po ito. So I think this will be... Yeah. Sige po. So what's the position of the... Okay, so we have conflicting positions dito. The House version, they fund it to the tune of 1.6 billion. Senate Committee Report, 0. So one item for the BICAM ito.
Kasi, Mr. President, yung subsidy, di ba sa Land Bank naman magagaling yung pera? Di naman DOTR. Tama?
Modernization. Is that the PUV modernization, my dear colleague? Is that the focus? Actually, with the permission of the sponsor and the minority floor leader, I just got out of the phone earlier with Congresswoman Claudine Bautista ng Damper yata. That's the party list for the PUVs, public utility vehicles. Ang sabi, apparently, it was a House-initiated amendment for the PUV modernization program. So, request niya sa akin kanina, and the Speaker asked her to call me, was sana maprotektahan dito sa Senate. Para kasi zero yung NEP eh. NEP zero. O zero din tayo. So, just for the record, for everybody's information, and they called me earlier, in front of the Secretary actually. The Secretary was with me when we discussed it. So, yun lang. I think it was an initiative of the House. Yeah.
So the 1.6 billion would cover the subsidy, the 210,000 per unit subsidy. Yan yun. Ganun po yun.
Mr. President, the breakdown is as follows. The equity, 1.2 billion, this is equity subsidy for 3,102 units for the Land Bank and the DBP, and then 1,033 units for private banks.
Ano sinabi ko sa subsidy? So, sorry Mr. President. So, but in bulk, it's subsidy. So is this the first year? For 2023, did we appropriate an amount for the jeepney modernization program? Wala.
No,
Wala. So,
but
okay.
Mr. President, that's also quite intentional because now we are having this debate and we can
Yeah.
hear exactly a commitment from the secretary that he's saying this is just for consolidation. And then eventually it's not really a phase out yet of those old jeeps, but consolidation into cooperatives. But it's also just to show you, Mr. President, that until now, the routes haven't been established in all these areas yet.
Okay. Tama.
That's why there was no basis for us to really be too supportive of it.
Kaya nga, in case we appropriate 1.6 billion, it will be spent for what? To encourage the formation of co-ops. Hindi pa ito yung actual subsidy for the units. Tama po ba? Kaya nga, 1.6 billion. What is the intention? Doon sa House version, as far as we know. Kasi zero siya sa atin. That's why I will understand if you cannot answer for the use of the amount. But
Mr.
yes.
Ito yung breakdown. As I mentioned, 1.2 will be equity subsidy.
Yun na.
Okay. 35 million is for communications, information and education, campaign materials for the drivers. Route planning, another 127 million kasi pag-aaralan pa pati sa mga probinsya. Vehicle useful life program, incentive for drivers surrendering old units for at least 10 scrapping facilities. Bibili natin. Tapos industry consolidation, 29 million, capacity building workshops for transport cooperatives, assessment and planning workshops, 2,859,000, strategic planning workshops, sectoral meetings, consultations, and project management office operational expenses, 160 million. That's 40 DOTR, National PMO, Project Management Office, 220 LTFRB Central and Regional Offices, 12 OTC PMOs.
Well, ang basic first step yata rito sa program na ito is the determination of the routes. So may nabanggit po yung sponsor namin na certain amount. Baka yun na lang muna, sir. I-fund natin dito so that the DOTR through the LTFRB can start rationalizing the routes and then which we will make available to the modernized jeepneys, Mr. President. Step by step kasi ang layo pa nito eh.
Well, Mr. President, yes, 127 definitely should go to the route planning already and the issuance of which routes it is. But there are already those, this is their rationale, there are already those that have joined cooperatives but have yet to modernize their Jeep or their fleet. That's where the equity will go. So they're waiting for the subsidy.
Okay, so we are at a crossroads here, Mr. President. Paninindigan ba natin yung committee report natin na ang positioning bali ng committee natin kasi kung zero yan is it's either we disagree with the program or we believe it's not timely to launch or pursue the program yet. Yun po yun. So we have to make a decision kung ganon. How many co-ops are ready?
There are about 1,700 co-ops, Mr. President.
When we say a co-op is ready, ano ba yan? 1 unit per co-op?
There's a minimum of 15 units
15 units per co-op.
per co-op.
And this
So
1,700
15
co-ops
times 700.
are ready, are ready. Okay, sige po. And we envision how many co-ops? If we organize all our public utility jeepney drivers, jeepney owners, ilang co-ops po sila? Projection. Existing, may marot ayun. Tapos,
With the 1,700 co-ops that are already formed, we are already 70% consolidated. Okay. So
17% or 70%?
70%.
70%.
1,700 tapos 70%. So yung math major natin, ilan pa yung natitira? Mga 2.5. Ay, accounting na. So we have an accountant here also beside Sec Jimmy's background. So
Teka
about
na.
2,500 more.
Hindi,
Ah.
more, hindi, 800 more.
Okay,
800.
100%, 2,500
Tama.
cooperatives.
Yes,
Kasi
more or less, that's the estimate. That's the estimate natin. Okay. So we understand, Mr. President. So yun, okay. So we have to make a decision there, Mr. President, as a body. Ready na pala sila sa kanilang program. We defunded the program in our committee report, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I just wanted it really to get the consensus of the body. But now after having heard that they are already consolidated at 70%, and perhaps we can help the others modernize their fleet, this committee is open to accepting amendments for the final committee.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our minority leader, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I remember during the March 2 Committee on Public Services hearing, this representation raised this particular issue, and LTFRB reported out that 985 out of 1,575 LGUs have submitted their local public transport route plans. Ito po yung LPTRP and evaluated by the agency. Of this, Mr. President, 648 under revision, 198 under evaluation, and 139, which is 8.8% of 1,575 LGUs ang na-approve lamang and issued notices of compliance. So, may we know, just to be clarified, gaano kalaki na yung improvement ngayon? I mean, because I have been supporting our distinguished sponsor on this particular issue.
Parang nagulat ako.
Ganun ba sila kabilis?
As of September 20, 1,064 LGUs out of 1,575 or 68% have already submitted their draft LPTRPs for the review of the DOTR and LTFRB. Of these, 151 or 9.5% pa lang were already approved and issued a notice of compliance or special NOC.
Mr. President, then it's just, we're still looking at 90% to be approved. That is the case, Your Honor. So that's very clear, and that's why I'm supporting Your Honor's recommendation and committee report. We should not be fast-tracking itong ganitong programs kung hindi din tayo ready, Mr. President. Just to put that on record, thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Yung equity sa route
Sige po.
plans, eh.
Ang ano ba yun? 9%? 9% is what?
remove that percentage,
Na?
then we're stuck. That's why we need that 100 billion plan.
Kasi sabi ko,
In 2023,
Ito na, ako na. 2023, zero ang budget. We move,
personnel.
right? We move, di ba? Zero budget. So we need that 100 billion plus to move further.
tama. So we are not.
Sinasabi, yung 100 million na lang daw ang ibigay.
Ano, pero wait, sorry. But there are thousands, or rather hundreds of co-ops waiting for the equity subsidy.
Okay, but can you commit to provide
Basta ang bottom line.
plans already?
Yes, ma'am. In Louisville route plan, we have an alternative certificate which we are issuing right now. Buys a LPTRP para mabilis, ma'am.
Paano? Pwede pa ninyong palitan yun.
May route plan. Kunyari, hindi pa sila na-organize. Hindi pa sila na-organize sa co-op. Pwede bang
Mr. President, they're saying that the 9.5% route plans will actually be increased by next year. But for them, what the step that they really need the budget for is because they have to be able to consolidate the remaining ones that haven't really joined a committee, a cooperative. Thus, by knowing that there will be subsidies given for them to acquire a new fleet, and then also there's capacity building on the part of the OTR to encourage more to sign up into cooperatives, they need the funding to be restored. Now, the LTPRTs are actually a joint issuance by the, I mean, it's something that the local government has to supply the DOTR with. So if the local government is not cooperating, it could also be one of the reasons why there is a cost in the delay is actually happening. So anyway, that's the rationale. In short, they need the money because otherwise the whole program might collapse.
Okay, thank you for the inputs, Mr. President. Yeah, ang aking suggestion is yes, they need the money to do the basic first steps for the program. Not really, wag muna yung ano kaagad purchase of the minibus looking jeepneys, Mr. President. Kasi the program should really be reviewed seriously, Mr. President. So yung basic step is yung number one, a route rationalization, and number two, the formation of the co-ops, Mr. President. Okay, Mr. President, siguro before I yield to Senator Alan Cayetano and suspend my interpellation.
Suspend.
Yes, Mr. President. Wala pa po ako sa kalahati, Mr. President. Ito pong OTS. Actually, in truth, no, marami sa kababayan natin talaga apektado ng mga ahensya under the DOTR family. Maraming reklamo. And I'm sure nagsusubaybay sa atin yan, nakikinig kung ano ba talaga ang programa ng DOTR para ma-improve po natin ang services natin sa public. There is an Office of Transportation Security. We found out it has confidential fund of 2.71 million. Is this correct?
Yes, actually, that's historically the OTS. Meron sila historically.
Hindi siya found sa GAA, no?
The Office of Transport Security, they do have confidential funds of about, it used to be 5 million. Now, it was reduced to 2 million. But we've also seen, and it's all been liquidated, it's all been submitted naman to the Commission. Ano to na-liquidate?
Hindi.
ODS.
Ano, wala.
Hindi natin nabigyan. Pero before that, nabibigyan. Magkano? 5 million. Pero naliliquidate ng COA. Naliquidate na sa COA. Walang disallowance.
Kasi di ba yung...
Okay. Mr. President, historically, there's an average of about, nung 2005, 15 million, pababa ng pababa actually, yung kanilang intelligence fund.
Intelligence pala ang tawag.
Confidential fund.
Confidential,
Oo.
yes.
Pababa
confidential
ng
fund.
pababa. Last year, nabigyan sila about 5 million, pero hindi ni-release yung 5 million sa kanila ng dating secretary. But before that, na-release naman. This time, we're giving them about 2 million for purposes of like identifying risk assessment and intelligence gathering, including purchase of information recruitment of informers, rental of safe houses and surveillance vehicles, maintaining network of intel cooperation with local foreign counterparts, training, drills, data, evidence handling, etc. Actually, this passes through the criteria that is necessary for a confidential fund to be approved by the Commission on Audit, like providing safe houses. Basta it's not actually salary to current employees or for other activities that are not approved.
So thank you. So meron pala siya last year but not, for this year? For this year yan?
Meron
Yung
sila this
5
year.
million not released.
Not released.
Not released, okay. Okay. Actually, I'm trying to understand the source of the appropriation for their confidential fund. Kasi it is it an automatic appropriation? Yun po,
No.
yun ang...
It's not.
So
Because we always have to put it
It's in
there.
the GAA, it must be categorically stated there and then plus the amount, no? Okay, tama? Okay, thank you. Thank you, I got the wrong impression. And then OTS is the office with this involved in this dollar swallowing incident, no? Ito yan? Okay. Which I find strange, ano? I mean, yung, hindi ako maniwala doon na you would get $300 and then you would swallow the dollar bills. How did it benefit you, that person? So, anyway, that's not my question. My question is, you have 173 million worth of X-rays not being used or which are barely operational. So, Secretary, yan na naman isa sa mga minana mo, Mr. Secretary.
Parang carousel.
Ano bang klaseng X-ray machines?
Pero yung ating mga X-rays all working.
But it so happened that pag nasira yun, hindi mo na magagamit po ngayon. Kasi
So kailan yan maaayos?
we do not have budget for capital outlay, so but we have requested for the 2024 if ever meron na kami capital outlay. Kasi yung
Anong tawag doon sa umiikot na ganun?
automatic play
Okay. Mr. President, the X-ray machines are still working to date, and only the automatic tray return system, ATRS, need reconfiguration. So yung automatic return ng tray, the reconfiguration did not materialize in 2021 and 2022 and up to the present, considering that there was no budget released for capital outlay during the years mentioned. The plan to repair and reconfigure the ATRS is already in the pipeline of activities in the ensuing year. The amount needed to put the ATRS in operation was included in the 2024 budget request. Meanwhile, the ATRS are temporarily stored at the NAIA Terminal 3 while the X-ray machine is still operational to date.
Hindi ba po pagpasok natin sa airport natin kaysa domestic airport natin, so we pass an X-ray machine. Ano ba tawag natin doon? Yung parang the frame of a door. I mean, di ba? Ano ba ang tawag? Papasok tayo ron, di ba? And then we are met, pagpasok doon sa airport na yon, we are met with this parang small room type area. Looks like an X-ray machine which is not being used. What is that, Secretary? What is that?
Ano yun?
Para saan yun? Sa tagal ko na rin nagbabiyahe, never ko nakitang ginamit yun, Mr. President. Hindi ko ma-describe.
Is this the one where you would? Yes, there are times. There are times, Mr. President, based on my experience, not all passengers pass through it. I guess they select certain passengers that need to pass through there. Like also in the US, if they feel that you need an extra X-ray, then you go through it. But it's working, right? It's working, Mr. President. Yeah.
What is the one? I will.
Final check, baggage.
This is the COA report, Mr. President. 5 units of final check type baggage X-ray machines. Yun ba yung sinagot natin earlier? With automated explosive detection system using computed tomography technology and tray return system procured by the OTS through the PSDBM in the total amount of 173 plus million were not fully utilized and have remained idle due to frequent defects and incompatibility with the automatic tray return system, etc. So was the response referring to this?
Yes,
Machines?
Mr. President. It's not being utilized because it works in conjunction with the automatic tray return system.
Which is the principal component there, Mr. President? This X-ray machine. Accessory lang yung tray return, di ba? Oh, so the accessory is now wasting the amount you paid for the principal component, Mr. President?
Mr. President, apparently, the X-ray machine can be used independently of the automatic tray system, but it has to be reconfigured with the regular.
Yeah, so how many years na pong idle? Cannot be
Since-
used, idle, tulog, or whatever. Oh.
It has been used for 2 years before the pandemic, and then since we don't have to be, do not have money for it to be repaired, hindi po siya nagamit.
So it's been used 2 years prior to the pandemic, so I guess until 2019. So since then, the pandemic until now, about 3 years, it's not been utilized
So iba,
because we have no budget.
no. And in order to utilize them, we just have to fix an accessory. Tama ba yan?
Oh.
That automatic tray
Yes,
return
magkano ba
system.
yan? Magkano yung hinihingi? Ilan ba yan? 5 million na kailangan nyo?
Hindi, alamin nyo nga, pinapicture ko kay Ariel yun. Yung pagpasok mo sa PSDBM, pero
1.5 each, but it should be charged sa capital.
Ano ba naman di kayo nag-ingay ng budget hearing? Mr. President, we were told that they only need about 7.5 million pesos to fix this, to reconfigure. So,
Mr. Secretary, marami tayong natututunan ngayong gabi. Siguro,
sulat nga yan, lagay natin sa amin.
medyo, yung pangil na lang siguro labas na natin, Mr. Secretary, nating.
Kaya nga, ilagay mo na nga para masama na.
We established, at the beginning of the interpellation, we established that our secretary is a reformist secretary. So, Mr. Secretary, galing naman kayo sa private sector. I mean, yung use of, effective and efficient use of funds. Kita niyo naman. Principal, 173 million. And then, idle because the accessory costing 7.5 million cannot be fixed, Mr. President. Is that what we get, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor?
Yun nga, Mr. President, di ba parang if you're managing your house and then you have several managers around you, the managers have to come to you and say, hey, these are low-lying fruits. We can fix this, and the effect is magnified. I hope that that will be done
Thank you for
in
the
this instance.
input. Okay, siguro before I suspend and give way to Senator Cayetano, what happened to that female employee? It's good that we did not identify her. Na caught. The allegation is that she was swallowing some dollar bills. Did we give her Did we give her due process? What happened? What did we do to her, Mr. Secretary?
Pero may case ba? She was already terminated.
Oh, bakit?
Dalawa sila, di ba?
Bakit? You believe the video?
There are 4 of them, and they were all terminated. And are there criminal cases filed? Okay, Mr. President, they were after the requisite administrative proceeding, a decision was drafted and recommended the following liabilities. Number 1, these are administrative: serious dishonesty and grave misconduct. SSO who swallowed the money. Grave misconduct for the 3 others.
Okay, sige. Okay, just to prove to us that you conducted a thorough investigation, can you tell us the reason why a person would steal $300, siguro three $100 notes, and then swallow them? Why would the person do that?
Because he was already being accosted, Mr. President. Kasi may nagreklamo na. So,
That's
to
it.
hide evidence.
Correct, okay.
Wala siyang bulsa,
Because
walang
so takot siya sa search for so destruction of the evidence. Yan pa. Because that's also my theory kung totoo man nangyari yon. Hindi po yun modus operandi ng mga nagnanakaw ng dollars na sa bahay na niya papakinabangan. Ganun ba yun? Hindi yun, ano? In the sense na, no, sorry, because of we seem to be all tired already, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if I can suspend my interpellation and give way to Senator Alan Peter Cayetano's interpellation.
Yes, the interpellation.
I think Senator Alan needs a break. Something.
Yes,
Okay.
we'd like to suspend the interpellation of the Minority Floor Leader and recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
I think
just two
Senator Po
questions,
for her
Mr.
concern. This is
I
not
have
dollars,
some-
it's asthma.
I have some lozenges from our good majority leader, if you would
Thank you,
like
late.
some.
Sir President, good evening. Good evening to the DOTR family and Senator Grace Po from the start of her Senate career has focused on public services, transportation. So it's a privilege to be able to ask some questions. Will the lady senator yield to some questions, please?
Of course, it's always a learning experience and sometimes a very entertaining experience to be interpellated by our senator from Taguig and Pateros.
I know you are from MTRCB, so I will keep the entertainment general patronage.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. President.
Sir President, let me start with a biblical principle that I think we can all agree on. Kung ano ang ating itatanim, yan ang ating aanihin. No? So, better airports, better highways, better buses, transportation, more efficient transportation, cheaper cost, better for everyone. Let me start with, this is more of just a comment that I'd like to both the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services and the DOTR to resolve with the DTI. I think I'll take it up more exhaustively with the DTI, but while we all have complaints with airlines, regardless kung anong airlines yan all around the world, I pay special attention pagka flag carrier yan eh. 'Di ba? Kasi nga ang dala mo na pangalan ng bansa. And to be fair to the officers, the pilots, the stewards, stewardess, ground crew ng PAL, they do an excellent job. If you had the privilege of being on a presidential flight, you would see that given the right resources, right motivation, the right plane, pwedeng lumaban ang PAL sa pinakamagagandang airline sa buong mundo. And kahit hindi apples to apples, kahit na yung Sa kanila yung best na malalaking plane, sa atin mas maliliit. But from the food to the kindness of the people, the smoothness ng flight, nandun lahat yon. No? So I'm not commenting on the... Excuse me. Medyo suffering from... I'm praying to be charismatic, but I'm also asthmatic. So... So the comment that I want to make is that grabe na yung complaint sa PAL. No, and Senator Pia, I'm not sure if she went to Australia during the World Cup ng women. Alam na pala na sira yung entertainment system, sira yung silya. Pinasakay pa rin, wala pa rin alternative seat. And ang attitude, wala tayong magawa, bahala ka na lang. Even before the flight, they could have already said, walang gagamit ng seat na to kasi sira. Numerous celebrities have been on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram about their complaints. Personally, sa akin, I was in Cebu for a conference. Mga kasama namin got an email. Ako, I didn't get an email. Kung meron mga senior citizen na they want to make sure na may flight, for example, na mas malaki yung airplano because they want to be in front, importante sa kanila banyo, halimbawa, magpapalit ng flight na hindi sasabihin ko ano yung airplano and everything. No? So I want to take it up with DTI because it's also a consumer protection issue. But I think that the OTR, and all of us have special memories with PAL, di ba? But I think there has to be an ultimatum with them. If you want to be flag carrier, there's a certain standard that you have to follow. If you cannot follow that standard, you can continue operating, but don't use Philippines or Philippine Airlines, di ba? Kasi nga, pangalan natin yung nandun. So, I don't know pa rin yung feeling ko na ngayon na meron American airline that will be catering to the Philippines and to the US. Kasi I felt that isa nating pride yun na basta't San Francisco, LA, and New York. Their New York flights are always really, really good. And if you go on a San Francisco, LA, or New York flight, I don't think you'll see much complaints. Kung meron man, it's, di ba, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, di ba? But yung regular, yung everyday to Bicol, to Ilocos, to Cebu, parami ng parami. So, I know everyone's working hard, but can I bring this issue to the DOTR family that if they need 6 months or 1 year or 1 year and a half, whatever it is, but hindi pwedeng hindi sila conscious na flag carrier ka, so may higher standard ka, dapat mag-ayos ka. Kung hindi, so maybe the DOTR can put a certain criteria and say if you don't meet this criteria in the next 18 months, we will open up giving the flag carrier entitlement to someone else. No, that's just a suggestion and for discussion, Madam Chair.
Mr. President, I'm glad that our colleague from Taguigan Parteros has mentioned that. In fact, I did call representatives of Philippine Airlines to discuss with us privately what is going on. Because there are a lot of problems. In fact, mga overbooking, o kaya yun nga, hindi gumagana yung mga facility, yung mga seats or yung TV. In fact, Mr. President, may isang silya doon row A, number 1, or whatever, basta near the window. Sinabi pa sa akin ng stewardess, and this was a flight I just took last year, sabi niya sa akin, alam mo, panahon pa ni Pinoy, hindi na nare-recline yung chair na yan Kasi dyan umuupo si Pinoy noon. They have to manually recline it. So, they just posted, I don't know how many billions in gains just for this last quarter. Ano ba naman yung ibalik nila sa mas magandang Sinasabi nila kasi matagal ngayon mag-order ng parts, matagal yung repair. Obviously, they didn't really have a schedule. That's why now everybody's doing a last-minute catch-up. I don't know if you can change the name because that's probably copyrighted for them. It has nothing to do with the flagship carrier. Kanila yung pangalan na Philippine Airlines. But they enjoy certain privileges like probably more slots. Because nga there are supposedly our flagship carrier. dapat siguro bawasan yung kanilang mga slots na ganyan. Ibigay dun sa mga eroplano na nakakapagbigay ng mas magandang serbisyo. But I know that DOTR already is coming up, or the Civil Aeronautics Board is coming up with a limit on the number of overbooking, parang not more than 10%. Am I correct? Kasi minsan, overbooking is 50%, di ba? Okay, now, what is the cap now before the 10%? Okay. Mr. President, kaya pala nagkakaproblema, katulad na nangyari nga nung isang celebrity, di ba? Na downgrade yung, basta na overbook, hindi nakasakay yung kasama niya, siya naman na downgrade. Kasi pala, there's no limit on the overbooking that they can do. Now, the CAB is telling us hanggang 10% overbooking lang, but not during the holidays. So no more overbooking. Kung hindi nagpakita yung passengers, pasensya. Kasi ako naman nakikita ko, whether you show up or not, babayaran mo naman yung ticket na yun eh. Di ba?
And Madam Chair, may I clarify that point? No? Yes, may overbooking, pero pag nag-overbook, the airline negotiates, hindi yung alis ka dyan, di ba? Usually dyan, sa ibang airlines, they go in, sino yung gusto ng voucher, or may $100 dito, sino may gusto, di ba? Hindi yung parang arbitrarily, sino ba matatanggal, sinong hindi. Kasi people are reasonable eh. So for example, kung I have a ticket overbooked, but sabihin, sir, 100% na ha, ikaw ang pang 1% or 2% overbook. So kapag ka overbook, tanggal ka, that's my lookout, di ba? Pero kung wala akong kamalay-malay, tapos I'm attending a wedding, I'm attending a funeral, I'm attending whatever, bigla akong tanggalin, wala akong kalaban-laban sa airlines. No? And it's not like pre-pandemic that you have many flights, you just take another one, this one, di ba? So I think, to put it another way, yan overbooking na booking na. So, can we have rules?
Wala, hindi, G naman eh, general patronage.
Yeah, can we clarify those rules? Because incentives and disincentives, sir, works eh, di ba? So,
yes, Mr. President, going back to the observation of our colleague, that's true. Usually the airlines will offer so that you can voluntarily give up your seat for a certain amount of compensation. Sadly with PAL and other airlines sometimes, they'll say, sorry, hindi ka pwede. They don't ask,
yes.
They just choose. Ikaw hindi ka pwede.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Madam Chair, di ba?
Yes.
So, in terms of business-wise, again, sa DTI ko ito i-bring up. But for example, sa amin sa sulok kasi kami ng Taguig 2-3 times a week, namamatay yung Sky cable, yung internet, di ba? One time, namatay for 3 days. I see one of our officials there na ganun din, no? But pagdating ng bill sa amin, buo pa rin yung bill, di ba? Hindi nila binabawasan. So, ang point ko is if the regulators or people overseeing them make sure na masakit sa kanila to overbook, then it will become not a matter of kindness to them, but a matter of a business decision na, uy, mas mahal sa amin mag-overbook kasi pag nahuli kami or ganito yung overbook, mas maganda pa nga sigurong may isa o dalawa mag-cancel, may fee pa rin, eto lang lugi namin. Pero pag 10% in overbook at dumating yung 100%, yung 10% pag binayaran namin yan, mahal yan. So in reality, incentives and disincentives really work. So may I just suggest that as they are preparing that package, how do I put it? It benefits them when they're very efficient, but masakit sa kanila financially when it's not. And that will also prevent litigation in the future, di ba? That will prevent people, filing suits against them dahil na offload sila, na cancel yung flight nila or whatever, di ba?
Mr. President, actually, airing airlines are penalized in accordance with the provisions of RA 776. However, given that the penalty is limited to 5,000 pesos lang per violation, the CAB is in the process of amending penalty provisions in accordance with the Public Service Act signed into law. The amendment includes the modification of penalties for violations of the PSA, increasing the penalty from 200,000 to a range of 5 million to 2 billion? From 200 pesos to a range of 5,000 pesos to 2 million pesos
But Madam Chair, that's
per
the-
violation.
Yeah, I agree with that and I'll support you when you take that up, no? But iba siguro yung penalty at saka yung compensation, di ba?
Oo, iba.
So pwede namang meron din tayong rules on how you will compensate a passenger, but it is not in the nature of a penalty. So yung penalty kasi may rules kang hindi sinunod. Ito naman, it's more contractual. Dahil hindi mo nasunod yung kontrata, ito yung bayad mo. Di ba?
Mr. President, if I may, this is just a draft that they plan to give to the airlines. For overbooking, the compensation is the carrier shall pay to the passenger higher or either the full value of the fare or an amount of 5,000 pesos for domestic and 10,000 pesos for international flights.
Yes, Madam Chair. But if you're just going to return, kailangan pa rin niya mag-travel eh. So mas masakit yun sa passenger kaso doon sa airline. Dapat masakit sa airline. So kung sasabihin mong isosole plus may libre kang ticket, masakit sa airline yon. So I don't want to dictate, Madam Chair, because of course we want their finances to be also healthy. Hindi naman tayo pwede mag-suggest ng outrageous na compensation, then malugi, magsara din naman yung airline. So I leave it up to the authorities, but I'm just saying it should be painful to the company, but feasible na bayaran. And then for the passenger, inis man siya na hassle siya, but enough yung compensation na natuwa siya. 'Di ba, na nangyari. In fact, minsan katuwaan yun sa abroad, eh, 'di ba? Pagka na yung short flights na tanggal ka pero may $500 ka kasi may pang-shopping ka.
Kung abroad ka.
Abroad, yeah, 'di ba? Last point on that, just the attention to details because even if you watch movies, no, people value yung yung loyalty at saka yung miles program. So I remember this pastor that we invited to the Philippines. Tapos sabi ko nga, if he can go to San Francisco or LA, I'd really love him to try PAL. But since may miles program siya sa isang American na airline, sinunod niya yung sa kanya. So if you look at the last 20 years, for example, ng PAL, may expiry, wala. May expiry, wala yung miles. And then, sasabihin nila, ganito kadali. And then sasabihin nila, pag peak season, hindi pwede yung miles. Tapos pag 2 weeks before, hindi pwede, etc. I mean, in a day na may apps ka and everything, why don't we just make the rules simple? Bakit yung miles hindi as good as cash? Kasi property mo na yun eh. No? So meaning, if titignan ko ngayon next week to Cebu at 10 yung bakante and it's 10,000 pesos worth yung ticket and I have miles for that, you know, why all of this these rules? But this might be sa DTI muna, but I'm just saying it is one reason why people are loyal to either their credit card, to Visa, American Express, MasterCard. It's one reason you're also loyal to your airline. So because you are a flag carrier, your word matters eh. So they don't have to follow yung sinabi ko na good as cash, but pwede bang your yes is yes, your no is no? Hindi yung na biglang sabihin nyo, biglang may expiry yung miles, biglang wala, etc. So parang you lose faith on the airline. And problema, it carries the name of the Philippines eh. Diba? So it's not that I'm harder on them than yung Asia Air and Cebu Pac and etc. All of those airlines I think should also be held to a high standard. But I'm saying when you carry the name of the Philippines, medyo dapat just like Singapore, di ba? They followed that na in the end everything about Singapore government is integrity. So let me just throw that to you, Madam Chair, and to the DOTR family, please. The next is just, maybe we can take up in your committee the details, but just concept-wise, I just want to understand this concept. If you look at the TRB website, sa Southern Luzon Expressway, it starts in February 1, 2006. But way before that, you already had the South Luzon Expressway. And I remember when my dad was teaching me to drive, wala pang Skyway nun. Sinasabi nga niya na eventually, anak, libre na to o kaya mura na. Kasi ang concept ng tolls is that the government uses private money to fix the road, then they give you X number of decades or years to recover, and then afterwards, pag recover, pang maintenance na lang. So the question I want to ask DOTR, do we still follow that 70s, 60s, 80s philosophy sa toll road or nagbago na ba?
So, hanggang kailan yung mga toll, yung mga
Yeah.
There's a concession agreement, an average of about 30 years for the concessionaire. So it's still the same principle, but I would assume that the reason why some of them have been there forever is because aside when their term is about, or their franchise is about to end, or the concession agreement, they add something like repairs or they extend the line, kaya they remain.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Actually, you read my mind. So, my first question, if ganun pa rin ang principle. Kasi it's the same as yung sinabi ng economic team sa PPP, di ba? That you encourage private money to come in for infrastructure para yung limited ng gobyerno magamit din doon. And there are certain roads, for example, like farm-to-market roads, that if you charge farmers, babalik din sa atin kasi magtataas ang presyo ng pagkain, or we become uncompetitive, so you promote import from China. So, but there are certain roads, NLEX, SLEX, SETEX, that if you build it with a private partner, you can actually make the money back. So, I'm glad they said yun pa rin, because moving forward, okay. So, I was, I think, President Ramos, 92. So, I was about to graduate from college, and then nagkaroon ng Skyway. No? So, sinabi nila, ma-extend ng konti yung sa ilalim. And then, pero mas mahal yung sa ibabaw. Pero tinamaan tayo ng Asian crisis, right? So nung ginagawa yung Skyway, nung umpisa, if you wanted to use yung ilalim, yung present SLEX, yun pa rin yung presyo mo. So, hindi ka na-hassle. Pero somehow, nung hindi pa San Miguel, somehow, nung nag-metamorphosize yung contract, naging part ng contract na rin yung ilalim dun sa ibabaw. So, parang priniprito din tayo sa sariling mantika na habang ginagawa yung sa ibabaw, yung Skyway, pinagkakakitaan yung ilalim na dapat patapos na dapat yon. Diba? So the original SLEX from Nichols to Calamba, if we didn't build the Skyway, kailan dapat natapos yung concession nun? Wala sa website eh. Sa website, it starts at February 2006. Yeah, before the supplemental, kung walang Skyway, kailan dapat natapos yung sa ilalim?
Kung walang supplemental, anong year? From when to when?
Around 90s lang po yung mga 2020, dapat expire na po.
So anyway, Madam Chair, sorry, but narinig naman ng lahat. Sabi niya, dapat expired na. So yun yung point ko.
Lakasan nyo na lang.
So yun yung point ko. Theoretically, and I'm not blaming you right now, lahat kayo dito, you are already executing contracts that have been there. I'm just for future reference to. Theoretically, kung hindi natin sinama yung ilalim, yung dating SLEX, dapat libre or very cheap kasi pang maintenance na lang yung ilalim. So that's why nung ginawa yung Skyway, ang sinabi sa amin, my dad's from Pateros, but we grew up in Parañaque, then moved to Alabang, so south talaga kami. Then of course, he worked in Makati, then later on kami sa BGC Taguig. So, but ang concept nun is that kung gusto mo mabilis at may pera ka, mag-Skyway ka sa taas. Di ba? Gusto mong medyo may traffic ng konti, sa ilalim ka. Wala kang pera, may service road. Di ba? Pero nagbago lahat yon. So whether ilalim ka ngayon or ibabaw, mas mahal pa rin yung ibabaw, pero mahal pa rin yung ilalim. And for me, it doesn't make sense because the President, pinagbawal ngayon yung mga LGUs from the stickers and the fees. Pero kung titignan mo yung increase ng SLEX at NLEX, mas malaki pa yon dun sa sinisingil ng mga LGUs. And ang pinaka-price sensitive is Calabarzon, Central Luzon, and Southern Luzon. Di ba? So, makikita mo, on one hand, you're telling all the LGUs, don't charge your 500 peso sticker. That's 500 pesos one time. But eto, panay ang increase natin. And Senator Joel Villanueva was saying, ang laki ng increase sa NLEX. Is it correct? Hindi ko kasi familiar sa buong NLEX, but is it correct, many parts of NLEX walang service road?
That's correct.
Yeah. And is it correct, what the government did over the last 20, 30 years is that ang pinagaganda na lang yung MacArthur. So yung alternative mo sa NLEX is yung MacArthur. Yeah.
But actually po, meron po kaming ilang service road na pinayagan sa side ng NLEX.
Okay.
These few
Yeah.
years.
So for the record, Madam Chair, dahil narinig naman din natin lahat na meron pinayagan. I'm happy na pinayagan nyo. This is my point lang. In future toll roads, dapat kasama sa kwenta yung service road. Because it's a win-win. One, it allows people na wala talagang pera, those using jeepneys, doon na yung jeep puno ng mga manok or puno ng mga goods. So it allows them to do business kung hindi nila kaya magbili ng toll. Secondly, it actually develops the land beside the service road. So as you develop the road beside the service road, subdivisions, commercial, etc., it actually generates jobs and it actually generates taxes. If you look at the local government code, actually, parati tayo yung pagka may kinuha kang lupa, yung just compensation because that's in the Constitution. But actually, if you look at the local government code, pag kumuha kang lupa and yung may-ari napakalaki ng lupa and kumita siya, you can actually charge him. Him or her or the entity dun sa kinita. So there's so many areas around the Philippines na kung tama yung pagkagawa ng tollways, you can still have a good service road na mura, you can still have the businessmen make money from the toll road, di ba? But then may development din sa tabi, no? Which I'd like to go to the next point, no? Are these concession agreements confidential?
No.
May confidentiality clause po yung mga stores.
Okay. So again, for the record, Madam
heard the
Chair,
same thing.
and I thank you very much na magaganda boses ng mga taga-DOTR. So naririnig natin lahat. I'll not go into it right now. I mean, deep into it, but I have a problem with that. Parang may mali na kasi nga chinek namin yung supplemental agreement for SLEX was denied under the Freedom of Information, denied na bigyan ng kopya kasi may confidentiality din. Kasi the agreement, you're supposed to be able to compute. So let's say if 1 billion yung investment niya, and then you allow him to make 10% of that or 15% of that. So, sir, you're allowed to 1 billion. At the end of the 10 years, you can make, let's say, 30%, 1.3 billion, di ba? And that's how TRB will compute the tolls. Hindi hindi arbitrary ang pagko-compute ng toll. Ang pag-compute mo ng toll is ano yung cost para mabawi plus yung allowable na tubo plus yung maintenance ng lugar. Pero kung yung agreement mo ay confidential, how do we know kung 2036 pa tayo maghintay? Baka naman 2028 bayad na yan.
I think when it comes to the dates of the concession agreement, that's available for the public to know, right?
Yes,
But,
Madam
I don't
Chair,
know
but the date has to do with the authority of the concession vis-a-vis yung recovery niya. So kung hindi...
What is the question again?
My point is that kung confidential yung agreement, how can we as ordinary consumers know that tama yung computation nung toll?
Mr. President, I think at the proper time, we can clarify which parts of the agreement are confidential because I know that it's not totally confidential. So, ano yung confidential?
Yun po mga business.
So just business model. Pero yung actually, yung income, hindi naman. So yung business model lang daw.
No, but they don't give a copy. I mean...
I guess we can request.
Hindi naman Coca-Cola yan na meron kang formula. Di ba? Hindi naman yung Kentucky Fried Chicken na hindi mo pwedeng gayahin yung recipe. I mean, anyone running tolls around the world naman, halos pare-pareho yan. So the point is, Madam Chair, is that halos any infrastructure in the country, including for example, no, yung underground, yung ating subway, if I ask for copies of the contract, is that confidential? O if I ask for the Bulacan Airport, private pa yon, ha? That's not confidential. But somehow, yung sa toll, confidential. And then people umaangal na pataas ng pataas. But I will follow the chair and not belabor the point, and because I'm quite sure she will take that up in the committee or we'll look into it together. So my point lang, Madam Chair, is let me close with this point sa tolls. No? Number one, kung ano itanim natin, yun ang ating anihin. So let's stick to the original concept ng toll. Na para magamit natin yung DPWH money sa iba at para DOTR magamit natin sa railways, magamit natin sa RORO, magamit natin sa port, sa airport, let's get investors doon sa toll. But since, am I correct, by the way, last question on that, Madam Chair, am I correct, ang may-ari ng lupa, gobyerno? Yes. So since ang may-ari ng lupa ay gobyerno, di ba, you're just allowing the concessionaire to make back their money and make a profit, di ba? Then, if they want to make more money, hanap pa sila ng ibang lugar sa Northern Luzon, Southern Luzon, sa Mindanao, na pwede silang gumawa ng ibang toll using their expertise at doon naman sila kumita. Because it's win-win. Habang kumikita sila, gumaganda din yung ekonomiya. But katulad nun na since I was born, we were paying toll sa South Luzon, I don't want to die na nagbabayad pa rin ako ng toll doon. Tingin ko hindi pa naman ako mamamatay ng 2036. Ano pa lang ako noon? 65. But you never know. But ang point ko, it
65?
was... Remember, compared to Enrile, we are all very young. Diba? So we have to find his secret. So having said that, Madam Chair, so first point, yun nga, sana yung original concept ng toll, di ba? And then sana sa concession agreement, nakalagay na doon, na sa 2036, pagkatapos, maintenance na lang ang sisingilin. Magkano yon? Kasi kung hindi, there will always be someone na isama mo sa kontrata, isama mo. But I have this, by the way, I don't take it against the concessionaires right now, na napriprito tayo sa sariling mantika in the sense that yung kinikita sa ilalim ginagasto sa taas because we approve that business model. They're businessmen, they're capitalists. They want to make money on their investment, no? Which I will now go to the train. Somehow, ang maganda sa, I'll say yung maganda naman sa toll. Ang maganda sa toll, nakahanap tayo ng models na kumikita. So our biggest businessmen and maybe Maharlika Fund in the future would like to also fund some of the tolls. Di ba? Kasi alam natin for sure na kumikita. And alam natin na ang toll regulatory can be sensitive to the public but also give enough leeway na kumita. Unlike, for example, sa train, I've been in government for 30 years. I've known that pag may crisis sa gobyerno, minsan tinitigil yung increase sa train kahit na malulugi because masyadong sensitive ang publiko. So ang problema natin sa train, if the chairperson agrees, we haven't found a good economic model ng train, so much so that kailangan panay concession, panay utang sa Hapon, sa Chinese. Kasi kung maganda ang model ng train at economically feasible business-wise, dapat our biggest businessmen nag-unahan na mag-propose ng mga trains. So my first question regarding that is, nagbago ng konti yung deadline ng pagtapos ng subway, right? By about 6 months or 1 year, correct po ba?
Hindi, medyo matagal. It was supposed to be operational by 2027. Tapos ngayon, it's 2029 na.
Okay, so more or less 2 years. So may I ask, on the financial side, mayroon din bang malalaking pagbabago? Hindi naman. I won't go into the details, but more or less lang on the financial side. Hindi masyado. Hindi masyado.
Still the same investment costs and
Yes.
fares when it starts operating.
Well, for 2 reasons, I will accept that answer. First, I heard your answer. Secondly, inaanak kita sa kasal, so I believe you. Okay. Okay. So, assuming we're able to meet the deadline, assuming wala pong fortuitous events and God forbid, di ba, may mga problema sa in the first year of operation, how much subsidy under the present financial will the government have to pay?
No, I know that there's a subsidy that we give. Basta they need about 10 billion for operations, but the actual portion of the subsidy,
Madam Chair, may I clarify my own question? So, 10 billion, dun lang sa first phase na i-open? So, 2029 ba, lahat ng stations na in-announce or lahat open na yon? Okay. 10 billion, kasi I remember when that was being discussed, there were amounts like 25, 50, 100 billion possible subsidy in the first few years, and then it will taper off. So, hindi na yon? So, at most, it will be 10 billion ba?
first year.
No, but that's only operations. And you have to pay the loan. Oh, di ba, Madam Chair, so what I meant by subsidies, if you have to pay 10 billion sa loan, and my income...
Indulgence of our colleagues, can we state the answer given to our colleague? Because we can't hear the answer, and we're having a hard time in recording it, Your Honors.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you move closer, Your Honor, you will hear the...
No. We have the transcript.
Yes,
We're just,
I'm just being...
and I'm also reminding of our...
Yeah.
Of
so,
the gentleman's commitment.
Okay, I will speed it up. No, I will end sa trains. I'll just make my point, and then to follow na lang yung financials, no? So my point is, let's say if you have to pay 20 billion in 2029, and ang kinita mo lang is 5 billion, so yung 15 billion na bayad mo is a subsidy, di ba? So my point is this. Been researching, limited time, limited research. One of those that are making money is the MTR in Hong Kong. And the MTR kasi, they own the real estate. They own the malls. So part of the income. In the Philippines, the mall owners lobby na maglagay ka ng connection. Rather than, part nung plano is either to bid it out to one of them or for the train corporation to own it. I think the other one na is break-even or kumikita is the Japanese. And when you go to the Japanese, even yung pinaka-ordinaryong overhead na train, yung ilalim are mga kainan, bentahan ng mga old records, etc. Then, yung magaganda parang central station is a real mall. Diba? And, of course, very commercial. I mean, even New York Central Station, ang ganda ng Apple Store doon. Diba? Kasi nga, prime siya. So, I don't know about the subway, kung anong tapos na doon at hindi sa usapan. But, you know, I'd like the DOTR to take that as a mission to find a way to make trains economically feasible. And whether you say it's the advertising revenue, whether it's the real estate component, etc. So even yung so kung titignan mo ang DPWH ngayon, may convergence projects. They will build the road going to the airports or the train stations, etc. All of this should either be government or babayaran nung gustong magtayo ng commercial doon, no? I mean, I'd go so far as di ba nang mag-increase yung cost kung halimbawa sa isang train station may katabing 5 hektarya at binili din ng gobyerno. Babayaran nyo na naman yung right of way ng buong ano. So kung dun yung terminal at katabi ng terminal is available for commercial, ang point ko, I'm not suggesting that government can run the malls and real estate better than the private. Nandun pa rin ako sa private. Ang point ko lang, integrate it into the plan para maging feasible economically yung trains. Hindi yung paganda ng paganda yung sa stock market nung pinakamalalaki, pero at the expense of the
Mr. President, there are about 11 stations that they have identified for it to have a mixed-use development that is accessible by the passengers of the train. It's an initiative with the local government, but the government owns the land, and then the private sector will develop the.
No, I appreciate very much the work you're doing, and again, ano na yung kontrata na yan eh. So there's just so much you can do, di ba? But as we know, sa ilalim, may stasyon yan. So lahat ng concessionaires doon. We know advertising is very valuable. Yung outdoor advertising, yung LED, etc., bumabalik na yan. So ang point ko lang, Madam Chair, is whatever we can do with the present contracts so that lumiit yung subsidy. But what I'm saying is that for the future na plano nyo na mga whether it's a light railway, whether it's the Chinese-funded na hindi na matutuloy, you know, I'd like to see DOTR be creative and think like a business person. And again, I'm not suggesting you run it. Kasi the people who are running the real estate in the country know what they're doing. But I'm saying is that hindi pwedeng angkas na lang sila. Di ba? Dapat partner yung gobyerno sa kanila, di ba? So, kasi remember, inaasahan natin taxes eh. But if the trains report a loss, mababa din yung tax mo. Di ba? But walang problema kasi if all of this kumikita ng malaki, mataas ang income tax natin. No? Third point, very quickly, bikes. We were taking this up, Madam Chair, but we had limited time during the committee. Are we integrating in all of the DOTR projects? You know, I'll ask the same question sa DPWH or I'll forward it to them. We integrating yung mga gumagamit ng bike. So whether it's an airport, the subway, so like sa subway, you can, if you bike to the subway, then go in the subway, pwede mong dalhin yung bike mo. Or are there areas where you can park and leave your bikes and everything?
Yes.
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 Yeah, thank you for that. Local concern, LTO, LTFRB, and I don't mind the huddle mamaya sec. tinatanong sa akin ng mga taga-EMBO, under their license, it's all EMBO Makati. They have to change it to Taguig. So is there a way that they'll change it na hindi sila i-charge? Can we work on it? LTFRB and so LTFRB for the anyone with franchise in that areas. Kasi mahirap sa kanila kung yung passport nila Taguig tapos lisensya nila Makati tapos, and since final naman yung Supreme Court decision, my question lang naman is, can we work on it? Is it feasible, di ba? Yeah. Okay. I don't know kung
They will work on it. Right now, they have no objection, but they have to work on the guidelines.
Okay. Yes. So we'll work on it with you. DBM has already issued a memorandum that anything that is EMBO in the GAA should be under Taguig. So, last year, I spent so much time with DPWH on the ramp from Arca to the Skyway. And finally, they promised na matatapos to. But then during this year, they were quoting TRB na may kulang pang sa right-of-way. And several buildings have suspended their construction. So I just met Secretary Bunoan. He said they'll do their part. Can I just get assurance from TRB na totoo na talaga? Kasi 10 years na to. 10 years, no? 2014, 20, yeah, almost 10 years.
After.
Yeah. Put it this way, Madam Chair, can they tell me now kung may problema? Kasi kung right-of-way funds lang at walang problema, it's okay.
They're waiting for the memorandum of agreement between SMC and Ayala.
Right. They've been telling me that for the last 5 years. Eh. Nung speaker ako, kinulong ko kayo lahat except for TRB in my office. San Miguel said okay, Gan said okay. Last year Ayala wants it. Mr. Ramon Ang himself told my wife, Mayor Lani, tuloy na yan, wala na makakapigil dyan. So, you know, I mean, kung yun talaga ang factual report niyo, wala akong magagawa. But do you have the assurances that in 2024 you'll get that ramp done? There's no problem with
it's the right of way issue. With
yes,
the
there's
veterans.
no the Madam Chair, hindi ako allowed na magsabi ng bad words, di ba? But pwede bang initials? BS. Don't give me that BS about the veterans Philippines kasi very clear yung law sa expropriation. Last year sinabi nyo na sa akin yan na ayaw ng veterans pero pwede expropriate. Nasa budget na ng 2023. So hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin ayaw pumayag ng MOU kasi meron na tayong batas. Tatay ko pa ang author ng batas na yon. Na pag diniposito nyo yung pera, you can enter in their property already and build it. So that's why I'm asking diretso TRB, gagawin nyo ba yung rampa ng 2024 or hindi? I'm only asking for a promise. Malamang hindi nyo namang gawin eh.
Nangako na, tutuparin pa, di ba? They will commit. You know, we have a list already, yung mga commitments for...
No, Madam Chair and TRB, no, again, minana nyo yung problema. This is good for everyone. Do you know how much per square meter ngayon ang binebenta sa Fort Bonifacio? May condominium na nabenta sa Fort Bonifacio. Condominium, hindi Roland, at 880,000 per square meter. Yung Roland is at 1.7 per square meter. Ang Arca South is 400 to 600,000 per square meter without the ramp. With the ramp, easily 800 to 1 million. So, any way you look at it, it's a win-win for commerce, for taxation, for ganyan, di ba? So, I don't know what the real story is behind that, but nagsawa na ako asking the solution eh. So, between DPWH at DOTR, napakaikling rampa from FTI to Skyway, hindi natin kayang gawin. You have the power, you have police power, you have the power of taxation, you have the power of eminent domain. So what's keeping us from this is literally, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, building bridges.
Kailan matatapos yun?
Later on, issue na under opinion not compensable. So, nang umupo po ako, nag-request ako sa DPWH to ask OSG for clarificatory opinion kung talagang compensable or not. Nagpadala naman po sa DPWH until now, kaya lang wala pa yung clarificatory opinion ng OSG.
So just for the record, they've been coordinating with the OSG, but the OSG has come up with two different opinions. Number one, it was compensable. Number two, it's not.
Okay. Madam
So-
Chair, may I warn the TRB, hanggang 3 bullshit lang kayo ha. Sorry, 3 BS lang kayo. 2 na yan. Pag pangatlo, wag muna natin tuloy yung budget nyo. Kasi inupuan ko sila, ng DPWH last year. Sinabi nila, sir, kailangan natin ng OSG at DOJ opinion kasi ang gusto ng veterans, may share sila sa toll. So, tinanong ko sila, anong stand nyo? Kasi kung yung stand nyo, lahat na lang ng may lupa, si Senator Bato, di ba, may lupa na tatamaan ng Mindanao Railway? So lahat na lang magsasabi, pengen din kaming share. So ang sabi ng DPWH, sir, kailangan na may opinion. So sabi ko, bakit nyo kailangan ng opinion? Alam nyo naman yung batas. Ano ba yung batas? Pag meron kayong gagawin, pwede nyo expropriate. So pagka in-expropriate nyo, ano yung batas? You deposit the money, tapos. Ang problema, abogado din ako ginagamit nyo yung OSG sa gusto nyo at hindi. So I asked the DPWH, sir, kung opinion ng DOJ, hindi pwede, hindi natin pwede ituloy, pwede sir. O pag ang opinion nila pwede natin, pwede sir, opinion lang yun eh. Diba? So ang ganda na ng takbo natin ngayon, but don't give me BS. Ano bang nasa likod ng rampa na yan na ayaw nyo ituloy?
Actually, the OSG is supposed to be, it's not really a decision that they cannot. Kasi the OSG is just representing the government.
That's right, Madam Chair. And there's a single issue, Madam Chair. Whether or not you can expropriate. And the Supreme Court, in a line of decisions, have said that even property that already belongs to the government or any government entity or any quasi-public entity can be expropriated for public use. You are not expropriating the whole 60 hectares of veteran center. You're getting a hectare or two to build a ramp na kalye.
Okay. Is
So,
there a question?
because I don't see any reason in giving you a budget or tolerating the TRB's attitude if bobolahin nyo kami dito. May kalokohan dyan na ayaw nyo ituloy yung rampa eh. Ang Ayala, sinabi tuloy. Ang San Miguel, sabi nyo tuloy. Ang una nyong sagot sa amin kanina, wala pang MOU. Ngayon nung sinabi kong kalokohan yung MOU na yon, sasabihin mo, ayaw ng veterans. Nung sinabi ko sa inyo ngayon, na wala naman choice ang veterans dahil you can expropriate, sasabihin mo naman yung OSG.
Mr. President, do you think our colleague has a suspicion on who might benefit from the non-implementation of this project?
Actually, Madam Chair, I'm really baffled kasi all of them are saying meron. Pero meron sigurong konting rivalry. I know the history Bakit hindi natuloy yon? But ang point ko, anyone I talk to, sinasabing tuloy, but every year sa budget hearing, they come up with another excuse. So let me ask, through the chair, Madam Chair, unless gusto natin magpasalitain diretso yung DRB, do you need an opinion or not to expropriate property to build a ramp? Because if you tell me you don't need the opinion, I'll ask you to resign. Any lawyer will tell you, you do not need any opinion. Lahat ng may-ari ng lupa sasabihin sa inyo, ayaw nilang daanan ang property nila. Kaya nga may batas ng expropriation. Subway nga, laki-laki ng mga problema, nagagawa nyo ng paraan. Ito, rampa lang. Ang dami-daming rumarampa sa Pilipinas, rampang isa lang, hindi nyo mabibigay. Oh, so for the record, Madam Chair, do they need an opinion or not?
They will commit to acquire, Mr.
To
Acquire
the land.
this year.
Okay. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. But, Madam Chair, I don't know who's telling, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair,
2024 pa yan.
Mr. President, please look into this. Hindi dapat ganyan. Lahat ng presidente, President Marcos, President Duterte, President Aquino, ang gusto nila transparency. So kung ayaw niyo yung rampa, sabihin niyo na lang na ayaw niyo. Kung gusto, gawin natin, di ba? And please stop using that na kailangan ng opinion because tumanda na ako dito sa Senate Di ba? We know that you do not need that opinion. Lastly, Madam Chair, i-manifest ko na lang kasi ayokong tuloy-tuloy uminit ang ulo. May I just request the Secretary to take a look at the Laguna Lake. Alam mo, ever since na sinabi sa akin ni Architect Palafox na, Alan, alam mo bang ang buong Singapore ay kasya sa loob ng Laguna Lake? You know, nagbago ang tingin ko sa Laguna Lake And unfortunately, tinamaan tayo ng pandemic, but after the Boracay cleanup, and then after the development of Clark and the airport, yung tinutulak na namin kay President Duterte kung hindi tinamaan yung pandemic is a development plan for the Laguna Lake. But I don't think you need a total development plan. Yung magkaroon lang talaga ng way to get from point A to point B around Metro Manila, Laguna, Rizal. Kasi we've tried ferries in Pasig River and I think that's going well and I think there's going to be a Pasig River highway. But I think there's so much potential. So it might be something this administration would like to look at. And I think there's so much potential there, no? So tingnan nyo lang from the point of view of transportation. Madam Chair, thank you very much for your patience on this issue. I would have, maybe in the next time I'll take it up directly. But, you know, I've been assured by so many people that wala nang problema to, ayos. So nasashock ako pag biglang may bago na namang, if I talk to 10 people, 2 of the most head says wala nang problema to. And then the 8 other people biglang sabihin, sir, may ganito, may ganito, may ganito. So kung ayaw, sabihin na lang na hindi gagawin, we'll make na lang other plans, di ba? But anyway, since pre-namis na, so, you know, I'll babantayan ko yan. But just for the record, no, this ramp is a win-win for everyone. This ramp, by the way, Madam Chair, will not only benefit the Arca South, it is the location of the 5-hectare transport hub that will connect the Skyway to the train. Kasi yung old FTI ito Nandyan talaga yung train. Ang problema, hindi siya nakakonekta sa C5 or sa Skyway.
Matagal na yung FTI na yan Kasi nga, yun pala yung problema, yung ramp.
Yes. So, 2015 pa yan. I'm familiar with the problem between 2015 to 2018. But simula 2019, it's been passing the ball between DPWH, mostly TRB. Sa upper levels ng DPWH, wala daw problema. But anyway, Madam Chair, I leave it that. And I hope na whatever misunderstanding we have here, ma-implement naman kasi kawawa yung mga investors in that area. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to guarantee our colleague here that if the TRB does not honor their commitment, that they will definitely not have an easy time come next budget season.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the short but long interpellation, manifestation.
May I suspend my interpellation till next year?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
May we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. President, with the indulgence of our minority leader, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just ask one question?
We'll ask everybody to
Mr.
settle
President.
down, please, for the DOTR family to settle down.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to ask one question to our distinguished sponsor, Mr. President, distinguished colleague? If the sponsor would yield to just one issue that I'd like to raise, Mr. President.
Yes, to the quote-unquote best majority leader. No insult intended to our Senate
I will no
President.
longer
Because there's
pursue these
only one
questions, Mr.
majority
President.
leader at this time, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Ano, may mga deputy pa pala.
may mga deputy. But please proceed, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, this year, 2023, we started 2023 with a bang. But unfortunately, sa halip na liwanag at saya na dapat sineselebrate natin yung New Year, Mr. President, kadiliman at stress yung sumalubong sa ating mga kababayan dun sa naiya noong bagong taon. Malapit na po ulit matapos yung taon ngayong 2023, kaya gusto nating malaman sana, Ginoong Pangulo, kung ano po yung plano ng DOTR upang maiwasan yung mga ganitong pangyayari. Napakalaki po nung economic cost ng power outage at malaking dagok din ito sa reputation ng ating bansa, lalo na po sa larangan ng turismo. Bukod pa po dito, walang katumbas siyempre, Mr. President, na salapi ang dulot na stress at pangamba sa ating mga kababayan. Which means, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, yung power outage in NAIA did not just happen once, Mr. President. It happened again in May 1, Labor Day. In June, nangyari ulit. And these are just reported incidents, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Hindi pa na-report yung iba na nabanggit ng mga nakaraang hearings. Mr. President, during the hearings on NAIA power outages, we discussed its privatization as a possible solution to this problem. Ilang administrasyon na rin po yung pinag-uusapan ng NAIA privatization. 2014, nung una po nating marinig ito, inaaral po natin yung sa PPP Center, if I recall. In 2018, we got promising proposals, but the ball was dropped again, Mr. President. In September this year, sabi po, merong in-announce ang DOTR that magkakaroon ng deadline for submission, Mr. President, of bids for NAIA privatization. Tapos, na-move na naman, Mr. President, from September, naging, if I recall, naging November, tapos ngayon, December 27 na daw po. And that announcement of winners will be done by the first quarter of 2024. So, Mr. President, to date, there are already 8 bidders. I remember, Mr. President, your airport, Mr. President, since I became a member of this August chamber, I have been hearing of your airport. I'm sorry, Mr. President, for the record, na highly disappointed ang ating leader ng Senado sapagkat 2016, nung marinig ko po yun, Ginoong Pangulo, and I was informed, I was looking at several airports in our country, and unfortunately, Mr. President, talagang glaring yung nangyayari doon sa airport sa Bukidnon, kung saan galing tinubuang lupa ng ating leader ng Senado, Senate President Mig Zubiri. 9 bidders po yung nandun, March 2023 pa. 6 months na po, Ginoong Pangulo, ngunit wala pa rin na-awardan. Dito po, sa airport natin, 8 bidders na, Ginoong Pangulo. So, ang sa akin lang po, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, yung deadline namumove until a later date. And because of that, people are speculating. And you cannot blame them. Meron bang hinihintay ang ating departamento? Ano po ba yung polisiya natin sa bidding, Ginoong Pangulo? Pagdating po sa mga ganitong tinatawag na urgent and priority projects. Hindi po ba dapat pag sinabing priority, meron po tayong sense of urgency? Hindi po ba, Mr. President, hindi na po ako magpapaligoy-ligoy pa. Ito ho, 8 taon ko nang naririnig po sa inyo, yung sa airport po ninyo. E di how much more, Mr. President, yung ibang airport na kung sino-sino yung nagpupush at alam din nating priority. Eh kayo nga ho, yung airport nyo, meron na pong 8 bidders. Ang deadline was set since March 2023. Eh di lalo pa itong nandito po sa Metro Manila na kung saan lahat po tayo naghihintay ng kasagutan. So again, Mr. President, this is just one issue that I'd like to raise. It appears na parang may hinihintay yung ating departamento. Sino ho ba ang in charge nito? Ihintayin ba natin na pumuti lahat ang buhok natin dito bago mag-move itong priority projects na ito? Mr. President, is this a normal practice of the department to move the deadline when there are already bidders? So dito, 9 na bidders na. Doon sa Bukidnon, 9 bidders na sa Bukidnon. Dito, 8 bidders na. Hihintayin ba natin maka-20 bago tayo mag-proceed? Ito ba ay normal? Eh, ano po yung hinihintay ng ating department to finally award dun sa winners? Why can't we just proceed dito sa mga deadlines na sineset ng ating departments? Otherwise, Mr. President, ito ay magiging malaking questionabling proyekto para sa ating mga kababayan. So I hope that we can get the right answers and clear answers, Mr. President. Otherwise, talagang ganun pala talaga, business as usual pa rin.
Actually,
Sorry,
dahil
Mr. President.
binanggit mo, uminit ang ulo ko. Usually, hindi ako, alam niyo naman ako, I'm Mr. Cool, hindi ako nagagalit. Pero, since binanggit mo na, sasabihin ko na rin, I actually had a meeting with the Secretary. Secretary is a good friend of mine. We're very close and nag-meeting kami kanina. Hindi ko na nga binanggit yung airport secretary. I discussed with him other issues. Hindi ko na binanggit yung airport ko kasi akala ko tapos na award na. Kasi yung usapan namin 2 months ago, in my office also, na-award na, i-award na. Sabi mo, huwag kayo mag-alala. Sen, i-award na. Let's put this in proper perspective so that the minority leader, the majority leader know about this. Since March, natapos na yung bidding. Okay, they're not waiting to bid. They have already bidded. Tapos na. Binuksan na lahat ng envelopes, nalaman na yung mga bids. Okay. Siyempre, meron naman yan post-qualification. And we understand what post-qualification is kasi baka naman nag-dive at hindi naman sapat yung pondo para matapos yung project. Makikita naman nila kung sino yung nagda-dive ng ganun. Okay po yan. Pero ang sabi ko nga sa kanila, I don't care who wins as long as it is awarded and we can finally finish the project because this is the last phase of the Bukidnon Airport, which I've been pushing since 2016, Mr. Secretary. Nandito ba yung CAP? May I ask the CAP people to stand up, please? All the CAP people to stand up. Yes, is that DG Tamayo? DG Tamayo is there? Wala. Why is he abroad? Why is DG Tamayo abroad? Isn't the head of agency supposed to be here during the public hearings of your budget? Madam Sponsor, may I know why DG Tamayo is not
Well,
here?
he's supposedly on vacation right now in the U.S.
Oh, really? Should we also put their budget on vacation or their
I
approval
know,
of the...
I mean, it's
How convenient that my dear friend DG
hindi
Tamayo
dapat
is not here.
pinapaalis yung head of agencies pag
There is a rule within the senators that if the head of agencies are not here, their budgets are deferred to a later date. May we ask the sponsor who other agencies are not here? Heads
Mr.
of
President, I
agencies?
think malakas yung loob nila kasi wala silang subsidy eh. Pass their own funds from
Baka ma-defer
revenue.
yung buong budget ng DOTR niyan pagka ganyan.
I'm not thinking twice, Mr. President. I can formally move right now, Mr. President.
Maybe you can hold that motion
Because,
muna.
Mr. President, that is unacceptable. They will give us the reasoning that they are on vacation during budget season.
Anyway, allow me to finish my train of thought, my majority leader, on this particular issue. is it proper that it would take so long to award a bidding or a bidder of this contract? That happened last administration, the tail end of the Duterte administration. I raised hell with then Secretary Tugade. Alam po ni Attorney Dan yan. Alam na mga USEC niya yun. Sino yung mga USEC nung panahon nito sa Secretary Tugade? Si the young guys. Si Bobby Lim was there. No, Bobby Lim was not there during the latter part. Si John June ba? Sino yung Dan June, nandyan. Then yung isa kasama mo, yung kanina, sa office ko. Yung matangkad, yung mistiso. Nawala, he was here. I was so mad, I was so upset with that. Right away, they awarded the contract to the bidder. Ganun din nangyari. Binuksan lahat. Mr. Minority Floor Leader, you're a top-notch lawyer. Binuksan na lahat. Ang tagal. Ano ibig sabihin po niyan? Diba, there's ease of doing business nga kasi yung ease of doing business, pag tinanggalan mo yung transaction at yung request or requirement or whatever, nagkakaroon ng transaction. Eh, tama-tama, bukas pa naman yung budget ng Office of the Ombudsman. Ombudsman Martires. Now, my point is, that is irregular as far as I'm concerned. I don't care who is going to win. This is not only for my airport. Apparently, this is a phenomenon to, nandyan din si Senator Legarda sa airport na sa Antique na aswang na lang po ang, hindi na, I take that back. Pero yung wala nang lumilipad doon sa kanya. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Senator
may I be
Legarda is
recognized? Yes, may I be recognized, Mr. Yes. May I?
Yes, you're recognized. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you. No, I commiserate with the Senate President on the delay of the airport because you raised it, yes. All of us have problems with the DOTR, particularly the very slow and ineffective implementation of projects. Because if I may, Mr. President, remind you, I was still on my third term, and as chair of the Committee on Finance, I knew the need for an airport in Bukidnon because by land from Cagayan de Oro Airport, it took you, 3-4 hours,
Yes.
to Bukidnon. And so we put the first tranche of your
600
airport.
million you put
Yes,
there. I
yes,
thank you for that.
On my first year as chairman of finance.
Yes.
Naka 7 years na po, hindi pa rin tapos yung sa inyo. At ganun din sa Antique, alam naman to ni Secretary Bautista, I always call him the delay. I think that was pre-pandemic yet. And now they're texting me details on, suddenly there are details now, Engineer Eduardo Mangalili, thank you sir, Engineer Art Baderas, they're texting my staff on the completion of key buildings, but so thank you. It's not the fault perhaps of the two engineers who I mentioned, I'm just reading the report of my staff, but this has taken so long, 2016 I think as well,
Yes.
the same time.
Yes.
I don't understand why it takes so long. We demand that the DOTR explain to us so that we can explain to our constituency and the Filipino people the delay in the implementation of projects which are completely funded, obligated, allocated by Congress, and it takes 6, 7, 8 years and still not complete. Madam Chair, it is not an affront to you as defender of the budget. But I think we owe it to the Filipino people because pag kami po humaharap sa mga tao sa lokal, titignan nila, ba't ang bagal naman? Subiri project? Parang Maligarda project. They may think.
SP na yan, ha? I'm
Yes,
the
Senate President
House
and
Majority
pro tempore.
Leader, and House Senate
Yes.
President. Hindi ko nailusot.
But of course, all of us know we have nothing to do as lawmakers with the implementation of the project. So I also want to understand why it takes 5, 6, 7, or 8 years for an airport to be built and still not complete up to this point. Then I received a text message on an update that the Antique Airport, however small, will not be operational until the third quarter na naman of 2024. When I was Congresswoman in 2019, they said in 2020, patapos na. Now they find a convenient reason and they say it is because of the pandemic. O, tapos na ang pandemic, ganun pa rin. Now December or the third quarter of 2024. So what do we tell the people? But there must be a reason why we in government tolerate such delays. So yun po ang gusto ko malaman. So I second the manifestation of the Majority Leader and the Senate President on the explanation of this very important department of government that is in charge of ports and airports and transportation and all of that, to explain to us so that we may also communicate that to the people who are waiting for such services. So thank you. I know I didn't have the floor, but I was quietly and patiently listening, and I was not going to put it on record. Because to be fair, Secretary Bautista is trying his best. And it was not all the while during his term. He's a very kind man. I feel his frustration. I know it can be exhausting sometimes. But we owe it to our people to explain. At ako po, nandito ako since 1998. Ang palagi pong problema, sa maraming problema sa gobyerno, isa na yan sa pinakamalaki. Hindi lang po ngayon, Mr. President. Dati pa, DOTR, hanggang sa mga sa unang administrasyon, mga airport na naglaan ng pondo, hindi ko nababanggitin kung sino ang secretary noon at inong administrasyon, sabihin nila baka blaming, tapos hindi na natatayo yung mga regional airports. Eh bakit ganun? Hindi sa walang pera, hindi sa walang need, naglagay ng pera kasi na-vet, kasi may pangangailangan. Hindi lang na itatayo. May problemang malaki.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Mr.
having said
President.
that, thank you.
No, thank you. May I just continue, dear sponsor? Thank you very much, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore. And I apologize the use of the word aswang. I'd like to withdraw that on the record. But it just shows our frustration. I was just very angry earlier. And we just need to be able to fast track these projects. So, what are our commitments, Madam Sponsor, for these ongoing projects that are very important in nature? You know, the Bukidnon project is a gateway not only to Bukidnon, but to North Cotabato, to Llano del Sur through Wao, to Buda, Davao City. Alam ni Senator Coco yan, central yan. Tignan mo yung mapa ng Mindanao, yung Bukidnon, nasa gitna. Nasa sentro yung Davao, yung Don Carlos. And as a matter of fact, ang Lagindingan Airport, when they did a survey, about 40% of the passengers come from that particular area. So it can be a hub for the center of Mindanao, central Mindanao. Kaya, Madam Sponsor, ano ba talaga mangyayari dyan? Once and for all, kailan po nila i-award yan, tapos na yung bidding, please don't tell me there will be a failure of bid because I'm really going to blow my top. We've been waiting for 6 months. Can they be awarded as soon as possible time? Wala akong pakialam kung sino manalo dyan. Basta may manalong na tapat at yung efficient, effective contractor that will be able to do the work of the completion of the airport. This is the terminal. We have no airport without the terminal. Pwede ko lagyan ng bahay kubo dyan. Ako nagagastos. Pero yung terminal, kailangan natin dyan.
Mr. President, there are 3 distinct questions here. Number 1, NAIA. Number 2, Bukidnon. And number 3, Antique. Okay.
Yes.
So let me take it up one by one. When it comes to the NAIA one, according to DOTR, there are two bidders have requested that the bid submission date be moved 1 month from December 27 to January. Requests are from foreign prospective bidders who are saying that considering the magnitude and scope of the project, they will need additional time to do due diligence, secure approvals. And then, however, as chairperson of the Public Services Committee, I would rather not see any deadlines moved. Kasi it's been moved so many times. Why are we accommodating these particular two? Wag naman natin sa hayaang ma-postpone hanggang hindi na naman ito matuloy. Kasi eventually, mas mata-turn off yung mga magpa-participate. Bakit yung mga nakapag-submit na, nagawa nila, samantalang ito, iintayin pa natin. So, December 27. So apparently they're not moving anymore the deadline. It's already December 27, Mr. Bobby Lim? Okay, yes, okay.
So, Mr. President, if I may, because I raised that question, you are not moving the deadline anymore, Mr. President. Is that the correct answer that we are getting from the department?
Sir, they're sticking to the original deadline.
Sticking to the original.
Oh, kasi kung
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for asking that, Majority Leader. In fact, they're not just liable to the legislative branch, but to their own executive branch because the President already said, bilisan na natin ito.
Yes, and just to point out, Mr. President, I think it's a matter of policy. And that's why I'm asking and raising this particular question. Because it's a matter of policy. We cannot have a policy na pwede all of a sudden we just move deadlines, Mr. President, considering na meron ng mga nag-bids, parang ine-extend natin, it gives a wrong perception that we are waiting for someone else to come in, Mr. President. So I just wanted to raise that and put that on record na it will no longer be moved and we will proceed with the deadline set by the department.
Yes, I agree because we don't want changing goalposts in the middle of the game. That's exactly we want, diba, predictability also. So anyway, going back to the Bukidnon Airport, apparently Secretary Jimmy already spoke to some concerns, maybe a local concern that can be resolved.
On the Bukidnon Airport, Madam Sponsor, what date are you looking at? Kasi narinig ko na yan, end of the month, 2 weeks from now. I've been hearing that for the last 6 months. So, what date? Kasi the budget is until first week of December. So, pwede natin, di ba? Ano ba, Sec, ano bang ano natin? Ano bang pwede? Kasi na-bid out na, tapos na bid out na yun. It's just a matter of awarding. So, you're looking at 6 months of post-qualification. Magkano bang Office of the Secretary na budget, Madam Sponsor? Madam Sponsor, magkano ang Office of the Secretary budget?
171.8 billion.
That's for what use? For what is that? To be utilized for? Personal services, capital outlay, what is?
Office of the Secretary, 140 lang. Meron rail, ang total 170. For the Office of the Secretary, ang kasama, rail, roads, and maritime.
Hindi, sa office lang niya.
Yung office lang mismo.
Sa office lang ni Secretary. Secretary, magkaliwaan tayo. Pag hindi na-release yun, lipat namin sa Coast Guard yung pondo mo as CIF. Pwede.
Wala talagang breakdown na ganun, kaya nag-yes si Secretary. Hindi natin nakikita yung breakdown.
No, I'm just
na yun.
kidding, Secretary. You know my frustration, Sec. You know, I just want the President to finally inaugurate it. That was a campaign promise in 2022. It's now may campaign promise in 2025. So please don't make it a campaign promise for 2028 because hindi ibang presidente na mag-turn over niyan. No, that was a campaign that was ano pa. No, that was my campaign promise. So, yun lang, Secretary. So, when can we, you mentioned earlier, November, was it November 15 or 2 weeks from now? Sabi ng attorney mo, Attorney Dan, ano bang pwede natin ibigay dyan? Para, for the record. Let's put it on the record.
As I can hear, Mr. President, the Secretary is saying end of the month.
End of the month.
No, what day? What day end of the month? Kasi APPF tayo dyan.
End of the month 2023, Mr. President. Not 2025.
Which month? This month. So end of November.
November this year, 2023.
Sec, huh? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Do you want to put that on record? We will suspend rules with the permission of the minority leader. He agrees. Session that rules are suspended. May we hear the answer of the good secretary when that will be finally awarded the last phase of the Bukidnon project. Madam Sponsor, we suspended the rules. You can allow the secretary to sit down for a few minutes
Okay, yeah,
to
take your time.
give his commitment.
Your Honor, November 30,
November 30, of which year, Your Honor?
2023.
2023. So maraming salamat, Secretary. We hear that loud and clear. So, Madam Sponsor, you're recognized. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm doing this not only for my constituents, but for the rest of Central Mindanao. Matagal na po ito, and this is not only for this project, but for all projects, Mr. Secretary, I suggest you review the policies for that because nagkakaroon po na tayo ng black eye. Meron akong project for Camiguin to expand the Camiguin Airport because I'm looking out for my region. This Camiguin Airport expansion, with due respect to the DOTR, I'm going to ask the DPWH, who's the next agency, to be the one to implement it. Pasensya na lang po.
Sir President.
Yes, Senator, with the permission of the sponsor.
Just
Senator
because
Cayetano.
I feel your pain. November 30 is a holiday, so they'll award on a holiday.
Tama.
It's Bonifacio Day.
Bonifacio Day. Well, with the honor before November 30 naman siguro yan.
Mr.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Madam Sponsor.
Yeah, Mr. President, there's no need actually for you to remind us that it's just a very local concern. In fact, connectability in the Philippines is really important to also boost our revenue, tourism, diba, and even local travel. Okay,
That's correct, Madam Sponsor, because our plan sana is to expand the Camiguin Airport. Because I'm looking out for my region, as Senator Joel is also looking out for his region. The others here are looking out for the regions. Imagine you can fly to Bukidnon on a Thursday and then proceed by land to Camiguin Island, enjoy the beautiful Camiguin Island on the weekend, and then fly home to Manila from Camiguin Island. That's the whole idea. Alam ni Yusek Lim yan because he used to be with tourism. Diba? That's the best interconnectability of all these areas. Interoperability, interconnectability. So that's the reason why we're doing it. It's not for personal concerns. It's for tourism to come in, more investment opportunities. I remember when the good sponsor went to campaign in Bukidnon, what did she tell me? Ang layo ng probinsya mo, Migs. Remember, you told me that. Ang haba-haba ng biyahe namin. So, buti sa eleksyon lang ako nakakabisita. So, she told me that. But that's true because if you're coming in pa from Laguindingan, it's a 4-hour travel to Maramag, my hometown, 4 hours. And 2.5 hours to Malaybalay. Kasi mas malayo na yung airport from Lumbia. Kaya, sana maawa naman po kayo sa mga tao na nakatira doon sa mga lugar na yun. It's about time we have an airport as well that is functioning. So yun lamang po. Thank you, Secretary. Maraming salamat. Buhay po kayo. And to the members of the CAP, thank you.
Mr. President, before we recognize the Deputy Majority Leader, do you want me now to move that we lift the
Yes, yes, may you move and I approve it.
Yeah, to lift the rules, Mr. President, the suspension of the rules so that we can go back to our
Yes, regular programming.
regular deliberation of the budget.
Yes,
So move,
please.
Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion approved.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I'd
I
like to thank the
recognize.
minority floor leader for allowing me to do so. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, now that we are all talking about the airports, I remember also a few years ago when I was the one defending the DOTR that we also added, we put up some funds for the Davao Oriental Airport in Mati. That's very important, Mr. President, because that area, Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, or Conval before, Surigao del Sur, it takes about 3.5 hours from Davao City. And those areas are very nice tourism areas, Your Honor. And we, from what I remember, we already allotted funds for the development of the expansion of Mati Airport. So I would like to also request the DOTR to put this also on the program because I think this will greatly help the tourism and the economic development of that region, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm happy to say to our Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services that there's about 100 million pesos that's allotted for the development of the Mati Airport. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. May runway na po siya? May runway na po siya, no? Meron na.
Wala pa.
Wala pa?
Mr. President, there is an existing runway, but it needs to be expanded so it can accommodate bigger aircraft, Your Honor.
Okay.
So it's just a runway extension
Makada. For
and
Gen App.
terminal.
So, Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, to continue with these interpellations, the minority leader just mentioned to this representation that he will only ask two more bureaus, Mr. President, the Philippine Coast Guard and the what's the other one? And the Marina, Mr. President, to continue his interpellations because he will be asking questions also to the Department of Energy and the DPWH.
Yes.
I move that the minority leader be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. But with the development with CAAP, allow me to insert a few questions for CAAP. About the presence of the heads muna, is the head of the Philippine National Railways here with us? Who is the head secretary? Regino.
Regino.
Jeremy Regino.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling well, so... Tama ba yan? Nag-CR. Nandito na siya. Kumain.
Okay. Sige po. So they're all here except the CAAP head, and the reason is that they're not asking for any hindi to subsidy but is this a subsidy? When CAAP asks for a budget, is that a subsidy or a regular programmed appropriation? Can you explain CAAP's nature to us? Okay, so it's a okay, the answer. The answer is it's a subsidy. So for this year, 2023, we gave CAAP 100 million in subsidy. 2023 GAA, tama?
Yes, Mr. President.
So for 2024, it's not asking for any subsidy. So
It's not, but it's asking for support for the upgrade of their CNS ATM, their communications navigating surveillance and the air traffic management system. So in short, kung may malasakit yung head, siguro dapat nandito. Di ba? Kasi equipment nila yun eh. Pero what they're saying is, I guess for their operations, they don't really need subsidy from the government.
but saan po nakalodge yun? Yung amount for those equipment.
That's the OTR kasi naka-lodge yun.
It's in the
department itself. Not,
is that capital outlay?
yes.
Si
capital
durable ano
outlay,
yan eh.
yes.
So capital outlay in the DOTR budget. Okay, capital outlay. Okay. But who bids it out? In the procurement of that equipment, who bids it out?
DOTR.
DOTR, not CAAP. Okay. Sige po. So, may we know the sources of revenue of CAAP?
The sources of revenue is actually from the commercial flights, the takeoff and landing, and then the airport concession fees, passenger fees, and air navigation charges.
Did
So marami
CAAP
silang
submit?
sources.
Did CAAP submit its corporate operating budget to the committee or to the subcommittee for 2024?
The corporate operating budgets for 2024 have not been approved yet, has not been approved by the board.
Okay, can we ask, when is it expected to be approved by the board?
November 22.
So can I just make parang our standing request that as soon as the corporate operating budget of the CAAP is approved, that it should be submitted to the subcommittee and to the rest of the senators so that we can take a look at it. Kasi in lieu of, wala sila sa GAA. So we can take a look at their corporate operating budget.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President, I will make that request. I request.
Can we relay it to our head? To that? Who's the head of CAAP?
Yeah, DG Tamayo.
So if we can just relay it to DG Tamayo, that we are requesting that. So, okay, Mr. President, so thank you for that. Marina, the committee increased the budget of Marina by 100 million. May we know why, Mr. President?
Mr. President, there are a lot of Marina has to comply with the international maritime standards for accreditation. They have to upgrade also.
Doon sa yung nabangga. Ano ba yung pangalan ng
For the ILO commitments, Mr. President. And then
ano kaya? Yung binangga ng Marshall Islands. Marshall Islands.
These are for our international.
Wala ba tula sa dito?
Expanded money, pero yun yung short answer.
Bigay mo sa akin. It is basically so that we can comply with our agreements for the ILO, the international conventions for seafarers. As you know, recently we were actually at a scare that we have not complied, but part of it is conducting.
Ito lang yung tatlong convention.
So the EMSA, the ILO, and STCW. So ano to, mga training of what? I know the international conventions, but
Sino yung nabangga na Pilipino?
I know, but then what? You're training our seafarers? What?
Teka, sige. Mamaya.
Mr. President, I am told that it's to upgrade their computer system in the issuance of their maritime seafarers identifications. It's also for the enhanced monitoring of the different maritime schools and also in the continuing education and retraining for the compliance of the international standard requirements by the EMSA, the ILO, and the STCW.
Sige. And that all those will cost us 100 million, Mr. President.
Sino ba in charge?
Marina is a recipient of confidential funds.
Yes, but then for their confidential funds, it's actually been 600,000 was retained from the NEP. The initial NEP
Yes.
we just retained the 600,000.
How do we
Mr.
justify that, Mr. President? If we if we apply the joint circular, Marina civilian agency, so you could only be entitled to confidential fund, but it should be because you conduct surveillance activities for your operations of the mandate of your agency. So, is that justifiable?
It's for the surveillance of shipping companies, operators, maritime education, and training institutions. The confidential fund is necessary for the conduct of delicate and confidential surveillance activities. This is critical in ensuring that they're operating in accordance with existing laws. Marina is also in receipt of complaints against Marina-accredited entities as well as employees of the agency on allegations of corruption. So investigations of which should remain confidential to ensure gathering of sufficient and relevant evidence. Entrapment operations, conduct of entrapment operations in coordination with the NBI or the PNP to support the result of surveillance investigations. I mean, I know it's still an amount not to be, taken for granted, but it's only it's about 600,000 pesos. So,
I'm not focused on the amount, Mr. President. I am focused on the concept.
well,
If conceptually we can accept it. Kasi kung lahat may corruption, di lahat hingi talaga ng confidential fund. Kung may corruption dito sa agency ko, I will. So, is Marina willing to waive the 600,000 confidential fund? Gusto niyo pa ba maging controversial na ahensya ng gobyerno for the amount of 600,000? Alam niyo naman civilian agency kayo na hindi naman kayo dapat mag-surveillance ng mga maritime schools. Ba't di niyo na lang kausapin officially? Ano bang problema? Why can you not officially communicate with the institutions under your jurisdiction?
Mr. President, kasi ganito, may mga schools na they claim to have, to conduct classes, of course, so that they'll graduate competent seafarers. Pero actually, parang ghost classes lang ito. Hindi nag-a-attend yung iba. So, what Marina is actually doing is they're sending employees out to these schools to enroll. They actually have to pay for the tuition fees so that those will observe how those classes are being conducted if they are actually up to standard. Yun yung sinasabi nila ngayon. Of course, I will always yield to the wisdom of the majority if they feel that Marina should not have to include this in their confidential fund or their intelligence fund and just include this in
Who's the head of
regular
Marina, Mr. President?
Attorney Fabian.
Attorney Fabian. Kaya nga, don't you want to be cooperative and keep away from the controversy involving confidential funds, 600,000 po ito, which we are, in my opinion, we are granting to an agency not even qualified, even under that joint circular that we are using, Mr. President. So, binibigyan ko lang na first crack actually yung agency to say that we are waiving it, we don't want it. So,
Yes,
that's the first crack. But if they insist, then siguro we will just have to make a policy decision, Mr. President.
Mr. President, they already waived it.
Congratulations,
So, yeah.
sir. A good example. Yeah. Thank you.
Good example, Attorney.
Good example. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
We are not after the amount, it's the principle that we're after. Abogado pala, so kompanyero natin yan. Alam niya, he knows what we're talking about, Mr. President. So, okay, Marina, meron lang akong phoned-in question kasi. Yung may collision tayo, yung Dirin and Marshall Islands registered vessel. Do we have programs how to assist the victims, the Filipino victims or the Philippine registered ships? Are you familiar with that incident, sir? Anong petsa yun? October 2, 2023, in an area beyond the Scarborough Shoal, may tinamaan po dun si MV Dirin ng isang princess.
I know that they're already investigating this together with Singapore, di ba? Can you clarify again what area, Mr. President?
It's beyond our territorial waters. It's beyond Scarborough Shoal. Yeah, within our EEZ, if I am not mistaken. Pero
So we are actually the Coast Guard.
Pacific, Ana, hindi pala Princess.
Tayo magko-compensate?
I know, ma'am. The ship owners.
The ship
Compensate the fisher.
Sino ba yung ship owner?
Foreign.
So where are we filing the case?
Right now, ma'am, we're still in the investigation and discussion.
Last na lang, Davao at saka
Mr. President, kasi it wasn't in our territory.
PCG.
It's beyond the Philippine territory under international law. It's in our exclusive economic zone.
Mr. President, right now, they were, the victims, or the family of the victims, were referred to the Department of Justice so that they can be able to be granted some compensation for what happened. But at the moment, it's still being studied what route to take because it is beyond our territory, but it is within our exclusive economic zone.
The victims are Filipinos.
Yes,
So
Mr.
I
President.
think, so Marina does not have a program to help